Hey, good morning, guys. What's up? What's up? Thank you for the hearts. Oh, likes. Gusto na kayo? Are you on shift? Are you just finishing up kasi weekend? Hey, 80, what's up? Gusto po. How have you been? So let's get more people hired today. Anong nag-ghost? Paano nag-ghost? Hi, Raylan. Good morning. Paano nag-ghost? Hindi naman nag-message yun. Yung last week? Oh, shit. Ay, yung last week, yung sabi niya, kukontakin ka niya for, SEO writer. You know what happened? Shoot. Ano ba yan? I felt for sure that they were gonna hire you. Just goes to show. Doon mo talaga malalaman sa follow through, no? Minsan, pag walang follow through, wala. It's okay. If we have any, do we have any salespeople here? Because may open a position na project agent. So if you like being on the phones, you have some sales skills, you have some negotiation skills, may open a position po. I don't know how many they need. So it says, kasi sales post, earn 42,000 a month daw, base pay. Tapos sa incentives, pwede ka plus incentives up to 44,000 a month. So it's a sales job. It's phone sales. If you are fond of being on the phone and selling people, so position sa yung summary ng position, 9 hours a day, may 1 hour unpaid lunch break. That's 5 days a week. This is US time, okay? Tapos, you're gonna contact, hey Mika, what's up, what's up? Then you're gonna contact, just let me know if you're ready to, step up or see AD. You're gonna be contacting users to sell their service, which is like a cleaning service, and then you're gonna be dealing with objections. It's a sales role. Okay, so if they don't mention na dapat may experience ka as VA. They're not looking for experience. Dito ma-invite, Mika. I can't invite you for some reason. What's wrong? Try mo pindutin yung guests. Or let's do hosts.
Hello po. May ginagawa po ako. Ayos lang po ako. Makikinig lang po muna ako sa iyo.
No worries. Sure.
Ay, kasi ano, nakikinig lang muna ako kasi meron po akong ginagawa. Sandali lang.
Yeah, no worries. I understand. Yeah, no
Thank
worries.
you.
Ayan. So, let's get more people hired today. Ayan po. So, um, if you're interested to work as project agent, it's a phone sales job. So, may base pay po siya na 42,000 a month and then incentives up to 44,000 a month. So, if you're interested, let me know or comment. Hindi kita ma-invite, friend. I'm pressing it and it's not inviting you. And then, may project team lead na available sa with experience. Okay. Virtual experience. So, depende siguro sa negotiation mo. Um, so, project team lead, 100,000 up to 130,000 a month. I know, right? Na-invite naman kita dati. Tsaka nag-update ako kanina. Kaka-update ko lang kanina. Hi, Jojo! Kaka-update ko lang kanina ng TikTok. So, project team lead, same working hours, 9 hours a day, 1 hour unpaid lunch break, 5 days a week. You'll be responsible for hiring new sales agent, training and coaching new and current sales agents, excuse me, monitoring and improving each agent's performance to meet and exceed daily and weekly sales targets, and improving the whole process to exceed existing sales targets and enable the team to set and meet higher goals. So if you have experience as maybe in a minor management role, maybe some experience BPO as a team lead. Ayan. May project team lead. I think they're looking for one. So depende sa negotiation mo, you can earn between 100,000 per month base pay up to 130,000. That's their budget. Wala mong gusto mag-phone sales. Hi, Duck Duck. Ducky. Hi, Ducky. Or are you all working already as like VAs and freelancers? So medyo na busy po ako ngayong week. I haven't been super active with my content and I apologize for that. Nililipat ko po yung content ko sa YouTube, to my YouTube channel. Kasi nangyayari, yung mga dati kong content, like for example, interview tips for creative VAs, like designers, mga ganon. Sa algorithm ng TikTok, like ipupush nila yung mga pinakabago mong videos. Pero yung content mo from before, kahit gaano ka siya ka-useful, kaganda, like nagda-drop off na lang siya. So, nangyayari na bibinbin, 'di ba? Parang sayang, like my content that could have helped, other, let's say, designers or um, creative type VAs, like it just gets lost in La La Land. Ayan. So I put it all on YouTube. YouTube has a better algorithm for helping you to find, mga tips, mga interview tips. Um, so, feel free to go over to YouTube and find me as the VA interviewer. Nililipat ko na doon yung mga top 10 borderline illegal interview questions, which is a series that I did, and then top 10 signs you're working for the wrong client, mga ganyan. So it's easier to find it on YouTube actually. And then there's something special that I'm doing for YouTube, but maybe not within this month, but you know, um, I think maybe by January. Ayun. So hopefully that kind of helps you guys. Yung mga naghahanap ng mga tips for mga interviews and stuff like that. And also, no option din to request. Oh nga, it's so weird. Bakit? Ayaw nyo. Palitan ko ng ano, panel. Let's see if ayaw din. Shit. Ayaw. Ayaw ka pa akyatin. What the hell is wrong with this? Ayaw. Hi King, what's up? Kamusta na si Therese tsaka si Sam? Ayan. Kamusta naman ang mga ano nyo? Job hunt. So I actually started working with a new client this last week. And yung racket ko sa voiceover, I've been doing a lot of work when it comes to editing and trying to get better at editing. Kasi sayang yung trabaho. Diba? And also, my new client, he's my first podcast client. So, hopefully that works. Kasi mababa lang yung presyo binigay ko sa kanya. I think as a VA or a freelancer, like there's gonna be opportunities that come your way, and at the beginning you're gonna take everything. Like you're gonna be taking everything on. You're gonna be like, oh sige, gagawin ko to, gagawin ko to, gagawin ko yan, gagawin ko to, right? But you really cannot do everything. You have to think about what is your main job. Anong gusto mo talaga na like yung papasukan mo na babayaran ka ng regularly, na masaya ka sa rate, and then yung mga ibang opportunities, you have to look at it, and then kung kasha, kung mafi-fit around your regular job, maybe you can take it on. 'Di ba? Kasi halimbawa, dalawa yung full-time na job, you can't make it fit. Okay? Because there's no way you're staying awake for 16 hours a day. No way. Like you can probably do that for 1 to 2 weeks and then bibigay yung katawan mo. So, yung mga opportunities that come along for me, if they fit around my regular job with my client, then hahanap, and I want to do it. Like for example, yung pagvo-voice over. Do clients open? No, clients never open on you unless nakalagay sa kontrata mo, 'di ba? If you want to raise, you have to open it up with the client. Ayun. So for me, like yung mga racket, like yung like podcasts, like doing podcast management or podcast production, kasya naman yun sa weekend. And I can do that in my own time, right? And then, yung voiceover, like, pwede ko naman hanapan yun ng oras to do the auditions and then the editing, mga ganon. So, pero hindi ako tatanggap ng dalawang full-time na role. How about a permanent job? What's your question? I don't get it. What do you mean, how about a permanent job? Hindi ko nakikita how you can fit like two permanent jobs together. Like 16 hours. Like that's not gonna work. And I've seen it so many times that people try to make it work. Yung dalawang trabaho na 8 hours, it never works. Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. Like, sinasabi nila, oh, I can do that. They can do that for about a week. And then, like, something happens to your brain. Like, if you're awake for 16 hours, can you imagine kung ano, like, for your, yung kawawa don is the second job. Okay? Your brain turns to oatmeal. Like, hindi ka na makakapag-isip ng matino. Not after a week or 2 weeks. Para sa akin, it's like, get one job that you're happy with the rate and you like the work, kaya mo. Do you consider it a freelancer if it's a permanent job? Virtual pa rin. Yeah. Everyone is a freelancer basically, right? No, it never works. Yeah, you just have one full-time and then project-based monthly retainer. Yan, pwede yan. Yan, yung mga project-based na hinahanap mo sa Upwork. Yan, halimbawa, you're doing like content copywriting. You find like clients that are project-based on Revolancer or Upwork or Fiverr, mga ganyan. Mapuro mga project-based. So, pwede mong ipagkasya around your, like your regular job. Thank you, Janine. What are you, VA or freelancer? Kasi pag sinabi mo VA or freelance, if you say VA, typically yun yung mga pupasok sa VA agency. Okay? And how do I know is because I built and I ran a VA agency for my former client. Okay. So, yeah, but para sa akin, now that I'm more of a freelancer, I see that basically everyone is a freelancer. Okay, because you can lose a client at any time. They don't sugarcoat. Sometimes they don't care what you feel. Hey Rex. Yeah, and I've said this before. You cannot trust any client. Okay? Why? Kasi transactional ang relationship ninyo. They're not your family. The only permanent relationships you will have are with family. And, the person that you choose to have a lifelong relationship with, like your lifelong partner. So, hindi mo pwedeng tratuhin yung client mo na parang asawa mo or parang anak mo or there is no way it's gonna be a permanent relationship. It's a transactional relationship. Okay? And that means that habang may pakinabang ka sa client mo, they will be nice to you. Okay? That's why they don't sugarcoat. That's why they don't care sometimes. I mean, they care habang may pakinabang ka sa kanila. Yung oras na wala ka ng pakinabang yung oras that they see someone else, they can hire who can do your job and that other person is cheaper, wala ka ng pakinabang kay client. They don't care what you feel. So, para hindi masakit sa'yo, i-expect mo na yun. Like, use your common sense. Yung iba sinasa, my client is my best friend. Your client is not your best friend. They never will be because it's a transactional relationship. It's based on money. Don't trust any client. Time will come that you become useless to them. Exactly. You treat it as a business. Exactly. Every client that comes along is your customer, is your client. Okay? Kasi nga, palitan ng kaliwaan kayo eh. So, how can it ever be? I mean, trust, yes, trust is important. Pero iba yung trust na binibigay mo halimbawa sa fiancé mo, asawa mo, tatay mo, kapatid mo, iba yun. And the trust that you establish with a client. Yes, all those things matter, like trust, um, honesty, transparency, all those things matter in a client relationship. That's true. But they're different from the trust and loyalty and stuff that you will give to personal relationships. Struggling to enter an agency po, laging bagsak after sa final interview. Well, you have to identify bakit ka palaging bagsak. When I ran an agency, like up until last month, um, yung isa sa mga binabagsak ko sa interview, yung mga ginagawang loto. Yung mga VA agency, yung apply lang ng apply, tapos kung saan swertehin. I'm like, why? Like, there's no specific reason why you want to work for that agency. Okay, you're just, ginagawa mo lang loto. And you're just hoping that somebody accepts you. Like, that doesn't work for me. I want to know why you want to work for our agency. Kasi, pag may tinarget ka, halimbawa may tinarget ka na, trabaho or career, paghahandaan mo yun. Hindi yung tataya ka na parang loto. Okay? The fact that ginagawa mong loto yung mga applications just tells me there's no respect there. Like you don't respect that agency. You're just waiting, hoping that you're gonna get lucky. Okay? Like, pumili ka ng gusto mo na agency. Okay, yung maganda yung mga reviews, maganda yung... And it could be an agency that doesn't offer the highest pay. Like, for example, I will highly recommend Athena. Kasi kilala ko si Miss MJ, sina Brian, and every single VA that I've met from Athena, they are happy. They're with Athena. And Athena, I'll be honest with you, does not offer the highest pay. Okay, there are other agencies that offer higher pay, pero yung environment, iba. And yung Athena, I think is the only VA agency so far na nag-register sa SEC natin, sa local. So yung mga VAs nila, very, very soon, sometime next year, early next year, they will stop becoming VAs. They will become employees with government benefits, stuff like that. Baka hindi po talaga tama yung review method ko. Mas gusto ko pong impromptu. Well, iba-iba naman yung preparation. Pero the fact that you tell me, gusto ko impromptu, just tells me that you don't really have a ton of preparation. And that shows at the interview. Depende sa interviewer mo. Kung magaling yung interviewer mo, like, mauhuli ka niya. Honestly. Yeah. So you and Nico, okay. Have you watched my videos? Watch my videos. Okay, watch my videos. I have a ton of content about interviews. Okay. I even do specific, hey, good morning, Rex. I even do specific, like, yung mga tipong VA, like for example, mga media buyer. Okay, I tell you, most media buyers, dito kayo bumabagsak sa interview. Okay? Mga web developer, dito kayo bumabagsak sa interview. Why? Because I've been interviewing VAs for 8 years. Okay? I've been working from home for 10 and a half years. I started as appointment setter 10 and a half years ago. So, mga cold calls, mga hardcore, mga, diba, yung appointment setter. Yung first call ko is in my content. With my first client, my very first client 10 years ago, Zillow. You can listen to one of my, like, first year ko ng pagiging VA. You can listen to my call. Kasi ginawang training call yun sa cash buyer. Yeah, and then, nag-start ako as appointment setter. My current role with my new client is the same as my previous role, director of operations. So, is it possible to climb up the virtual corporate ladder? Yan, si AD. She's operations manager. Um, is it possible to climb up the corporate ladder kahit virtually? Yes. But it takes time. I did prepare naman po, di ko po din akalain na mag first take ko po yung assessments ng Athena. Research about the agency that you're applying. Wag pabara-bara lang. Tama. Target the agencies that you want. Okay? Targetin mo and then like prepare like it's the hottest interview you will ever have in your life. Para pag humarap ka sa interviewer, hindi kayo parang, well, if you guys accept me, then I'll work for you. If you don't accept me, I'll just move on to the next one. Actually, I regret paying 7,000 for 7,000. Yeah. Hi, Gyro. What's up? What's Dahlia? Hi, honey. What's up? How are you? I love your videos. I love your haircut. By the way. Gyro, ano na? Dali ah. May tatanungin ako sa'yo, Gyro. Yeah. Ang mahal. Like, I know that there's a lot of people commenting about online courses and stuff like that. I mean, it's still your choice what you want to do. Personally, when I was studying as a VA, like, there was no online courses at that time, as in wala. There's no.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, I have something to ask you.
Sure.
Di ba you're a legal VA?
Yes po.
Uh, so is that like a VA agency or like what does that look like?
Actually, madam, dalawa siya. May agency, meron din. Ako kasi direct talaga ako ever since.
Mm.
So, ngayon nakaraan, nakakaland ko lang ng isang attorney, outside up. Kasi mostly Upwork ko nakita.
Okay.
Then, the rest, outside. Nakita ko siya via ZipRecruiter, Indeed, LinkedIn.
Okay.
So,
Like what is your background? Tsaka yung ibang legal VA na kilala mo, are you guys all like in law school or may bala kayo mag lawyer, mga ganon?
most of the time, madam, yung mga na-encounter ko, especially nung bago pa lang sa legal, mga mostly galing BPO, may mga
Ah,
CSR background, tapos eventually doon na lang namin siya
sure,
natutunan.
Janine.
Doon na lang namin siya natutunan when we started as a
Ah,
legal
okay.
VA. And wala naman akong law background, galing akong BPO eh.
Oh, I
Tapos
see. Sa
natutunan
training
na lang
talaga.
siya yung subject matter, ganyan. Kasi minsan yung mga case
Okay.
management tinuturuan ka.
Ah, okay. Okay. Kasi yung new client ko ngayon, like he has future plans. So he's got a lot of like, connections. And one of his connections actually asked him about hiring VAs in the Philippines na yung mga, halimbawa, mga bagong lawyer, mga ganyan. So she's willing to offer like top rates. And she was thinking that yung mga lawyer na mga 1 to 2 years pa lang, mga ganyan, they'll help, excuse me, they'll help her law firm with, ayaw pa rin, Mika. They'll help her law firm with like notes and mga legal preparation, mga ganon.
Mm. Actually,
Do you
lumalaki na
think
talaga
that's a
yung
possibility?
lumalaki na yung legal niche. So,
Oo.
most
Oo
of the
nga
time,
daw.
yung mga client yung mga lawyers talaga, naghahanap sila ng VAs na kasi nga mahal dun sa US ang mga receptionist, magkano? $12.
Mm-mm.
Ang sabi sa akin ng attorneys ko, ang mga attorneys daw, usually, they need to like assess yung low paid task, mid paid task, at saka high paid task. So when you say
Mm-mm.
low paid task, those like receptionist, yung mga runner, yung mga tumatakbo sa mga clinic,
Oo.
mails, something like
Oo.
that. And yung
Oo.
mga mid-pay task, ito yung nandito ako ngayon. Yun yung mga saving documents, organizational kinembular,
Oo.
administrative, yan, mga ganyan-ganyan. Yung high-paid
Ah.
task naman is more on litigation stuff, yung mga court appeals,
Ayun na nga, yun
PEs.
yung iniisip niya. Yung mga
So,
ganyan, iniisip niya.
sa US kasi, receptionist pa lang, 12 to $15 an hour na. Unlike pag VA, they can get like $15 an hour. So
Mm-mm.
they can like, the VA can give low paid task to high paid task already. So mas mura
Yeah.
talaga.
Mas mura talaga, you know why? Because if they hire somebody in the US to do those like middle and then high paying tasks, they have to pay the rate plus 1.4 or 1.25 kasi yun yung benefits, yun yung 401k, dental plan. You're required to give your employees that in the US. Eh sa atin sa Pilipinas, let's say they give us $20 an hour. Pero minus yung 1 times 1.4 times 1.25. Walang walang 401k that they have to pay for. They don't have to pay for dental plan, insurance, stuff like that. So talagang mas mura talaga tayo. That's why I think yung client
Mm.
ko's like lawyer friend, she was asking, is it possible?
Ay, ilaban na yan. I-refer na yan dito. Charot.
Sige, kontakin kita pag ano I'll talk to my client next week. So I don't know how quickly she wants to pull the trigger, but kaya no yung dinidescribe mo. Kaya
Kaya
no.
naman, madam.
Like to help
Kaya.
them to prep for like legal cases and legal research and stuff like that. Hindi naman
Marami,
necessarily kailangan maging na lawyer, 'di ba?
hindi naman. Kasi meron din ako mga commenter dito sa some of my
Mm.
videos na parang yung iba law student talaga. So,
Ayun,
they have
oo.
the knowledge about yung mga court pleadings. Kasi medyo ano yan eh. Actually, wala talaga akong background sa litigation. Sana.
Mm.
Yung isa kong friend, litigation yon. Wala siyang law background at all. So, doon na lang din niya natutunan.
Ayun. So tinatanong ni Nico Tan, do you need a CPA? Um,
No,
Marami
hindi
po
naman.
ganyan, writing, pleading, and depositions. Iba po, kasi iba-iba yung areas ng law, no? Ano yung sa'yo, Jairo? Kasi yung kay Ben is personal injury. Yung sa'yo,
Personal injury din. Kaya Ben ata immigration.
ganun. Immigration, sorry. So, sa'yo yung personal injury. Okay. Hindi ko pa alam yung kung ano yung specialization ng friend ng client. I don't know. I know that she's a woman. That's all that I know. Tapos tinatanong niya how much to hire like a newly minted lawyer from the Philippines who's going to help them with, their law prep, mga, case prep, stuff like that, legal research. Ayan. Okay, so may tanong si Raya, where to apply as VA? Ayun, pinag-uusapan namin kanina, Athena. So, I highly recommend Athena. I'm not from there, but marami akong kilala from Athena. They seem really happy in the environment. Um, the truth is they don't pay the highest. I think it's 45,000 a month, but honestly guys, like 45, hindi nyo makukuha yun sa call center. So, yun lang, medyo strict sila sa their process for choosing people. Medyo sila, stringent yung process nila. But apparently Athena has registered sa sect natin. So sometime next year, they're going to, all their VAs will become employees with government benefits and stuff like that. And honestly, Athena's as far as I know, the only VA agency who's done that ever. So, that's something to look forward to. Tapos meron silang parang pet allowance, laundry allowance, mga ganyan. So, you might want to try si Athena. If you want to look for MJ, si Mia Wan, dito sa TikTok, she works for Athena as a EA. So, executive assistant ang hinahire ng Athena. Only executive assistants sila. So, and they accept people with no experience as a VA. So, you might want to try there. Pero, I'm warning you right now, mataas ang mortality rate nila. Meaning, marami bumabagsak. Parang naging BPO na ang Athena. No, they're not. The structure is similar, but no, the work is nothing like a BPO. Nothing like a BPO. EA ka po, EA.
Suggestion lang din sa mga, kasi marami nagtatanong sa akin kapag paano daw makahanap ng direct clients. So kung yun talaga yung goal ninyo, well, ngayon kasi ang paghahanap ng direct clients medyo challenging na rin. Pero kung yun talaga yung goal nyo, yung sa tingin nyo yung destiny nyo talaga, destiny nyo talaga mag-direct clients, I highly suggest, kasi medyo marami na rin competition Upwork sa onlinejobs.ph. You can try like searching on Facebook, like let's say ano bang
Thank
niche
you,
mo
Yayo.
muna. So, ano muna yung niche mo, like social media marketing ka ba, graphic designer? I tried it recently. So, I've been searching on Facebook kasi hindi na ako naghahanap sa Upwork ngayon. So,
Ay, hindi
nakita ko
na.
may mga
Challenging, ano?
nag-hire. Opo, may nag-hire ng mga personal injury legal assistance. So, actually, those job hirings, they're not like
Wait lang po, balik ako.
asking for VA. So, only legal assistant in-house. Pero tinry ko pa rin mag-send ng application. And yun, nakakuha ko ng isang client. Yun, mag-start na ako next week. So, try nyo rin pumunta ng mga ZipRecruiter, Indeed, LinkedIn, o kaya Glassdoor. Tapos, i-search nyo doon yung inyong niche, like graphic designer or executive virtual assistant or something like that, anything. Then, i-filter nyo siya, United States or anong bansang gusto nyo. Then, magsisend yun, magbibigay ng result yung ZipRecruiter sa inyo. Applyan nyo yun, guys. Makakakuha kayo. Yeah, Facebook for real, yes. Nag-search lang ako doon, personal injury, legal assistant, hiring, eme-eme. Ayun, may mga lumabas doon. So, lahat ng mga nakita ko, mga in-house, yung mga sa US talaga hina-hire. Pero nag-try lang ako mag-send ng application and yun, nakakuha ako ng isa. And maganda yung rate niya. Bongga. I'm a dental VA for 3 years na. Sabi niya, I marketed lang sa FB groups and that's where I get all my clients. Yes, tas pumapasok din ako sa Facebook groups ng mga attorneys. Then, nagsa-search lang ako doon. Di ba, halimbawa, nasa Facebook group ka na, kapag sinearch mo doon sa search sa taas, halimbawa, legal assistant, virtual assistant, may mga attorneys or may mga clients na naghahanap ng virtual assistant. So, targetin nyo yung mga yun.
Yeah, actually, I have a contact on LinkedIn. She's a lawyer too, but she's opened her own marketing agency. Excuse me, and it's like women empowered, mga ganun yung niche niya. But she is looking for somebody part-time, project manager na kaya project management, kailangan with experience ha, project management plus graphic design. That's what she's looking for. And maybe a few emails, so may pagka-admin tasks, konti, mga ganyan. So, direct yun, direct. Ayan, sa Cebu, daming mga legal VAs. Hired like, oh, talaga, Kim Ann. Congratulations! I just would like to share, I got my client at onlinejobs.ph. Honestly, wala ako experience sa SEO, but got hired luckily. Great! Okay, dental VA. Oh, may dental VA pala. Yes, Nico Tan. There's Facebook groups that you can go to. And tumatambay yung ibang clients doon. One of those that you might want to join is called Virtual Assistant Savvies. 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 Halo doon. May mga Pinoy VAs, may mga VAs from South America. There's VAs from the US. Mas marami yung mga VAs sa US. But tambay din doon yung mga clients. So you might want to join that group. +1 for Facebook. I marketed lang sa FB groups. That's where I get all my clients and referrals pa. Ayan. Mapower yan. Si Mika. Soon to be ON. Naks. For 7 years, I just relied on FB. Nag-network lang ako with international VAs. Yeah. That's another thing you can do is build your connections. You know, can I apply po to your client? No. Upwork and OLJ direct employers, dental offices. Like marketing stuff.
Parang ang dami
Well,
naghahanap ng dental kineme.
oo. Maybe that's the next big field. Yes, but we do assist doctors and verify insurance for patients. Okay. May open po, may sinend sa akin si Vincenzo. They're looking for Kaso phone sales ito. So yung mga mahilig mag-sales, kung ayaw mo na mag-phone and kaya tumakas ka sa BPO because you don't want to be on the calls, well, you might want to listen to it first because base pay is 44,000. Tapos incentives up to, sorry, base pay is 42,000 and then incentives up to 44,000 a month. But it's phone sales. So they're looking for project agents. 5 days a week, it's a regular job. You are required to be on the phone to sell their service, which I think is a cleaning service, and then resolve user issues, deal with objections, etc. So I don't know how many they're looking for there, but if you're interested, just let me know. I'll send you the info. Tapos naganap silang one project team lead. Okay, so kailangan with VA experience. Okay, so if you, let's say you have experience as a TL, konting experience as a VA, like virtual experience, you might be a fit. Hi, Ben. Ayan. Project team lead earning between 100,000 to 130,000 a month. Diba? 9 hours a day, 5 days a week, responsible for hiring new sales agents, training and coaching new and current sales agents. So more like TL. Okay. Hi, Ben. O sige, Gwads, ano, just follow me, I'll follow you, then I'll DM you.
Try nyo rin sa ano guys, Craigslist. May mga ano rin doon, may
Craig,
mga pera sa basura.
yeah.
Nakakuha ako doon one time. Try nyo doon, Craigslist at gigs. Pero ingat
And
kayo
there,
ha, kasi may mga scam doon.
oo, ano yung like Craigslist took a hit a few years ago dahil sa mga ano, personal ads na hindi ka nais-nais. So, ingat lang po. And also, the company is looking for one project manager. One project manager is earn between 120 to 150,000 a month. So they're looking for somebody with experience as operations manager, mga ganon. Nakakuha ko dati. Ay, talaga? Nako. You're everywhere, no, Dahlia? Craigslist. Craigslist. Okay. So yung project manager role, same, 9 hours a day, 5 days a week, manage 4 to 8 running sales collections or retention team. So OM role talaga siya. AD, baka ano gusto mo. Diba? May experience ka naman, bakla. 150,000, no? Oh. Ayaw mo yan? Team lead. You'll be running 4 to 8 teams. You have to improve processes, sales, collections, retention agents. You have to improve their processes, maybe do some automation, SOPs, stuff like that. For the apply ang person dati. Okay. Back sa 150K. I know, right? Who wants to earn 150K? Okay. With experience po yun dapat. Kasi OM role. So just let me know if you're interested in the project agent role, which is a phone sales role. 42,000 base pay, incentives up to 44,000. And then, yung team lead na up to 130,000 a month. Depende siguro sa negotiation mo sa interview. And then, one project manager up to 150. So, 120 to 150. Kuha muna ako OM experience, char. Ayan. What else? And yung mga yung mga experience, you might want to work for AD. Bigay ko sa yung email. Gusto mo mag-apply. Um, yung kilala ko na client na lawyer, she's looking for part-time VA. I don't know. Her schedule is like Eastern time. So if you are pretty good at design, you can do project management, confident ka sa pag-communicate mo, mga ganyan. So you might want to work for Diana. Okay. I also have one client looking for go high level specialist, pero kailangan magaling ka sa go high level. Sayang yung TL na up to 130. Char. Okay. In search of the almighty dollar. You're interested to work with. She's looking for somebody with experience. Okay. Kasi yung client na yan, mabait siya pero medyo magulo. Okay, medyo kalat-kalat ang utak. Okay. If you have no experience, do not work for Diana. Okay, do not. Anong racket mo, Jairo? Tell us, what's your racket?
Ano madam, maliban sa full-time ko na legal talaga. Meron
Oo
akong
nga,
iba
may
na like
direct ka.
data entry, mga
Ah,
ganyan.
okay. Mga project base?
Hindi po siya actually project-based, long term naman siya. Kaya lang parang on-call, mga ganyan, project-based siguro. On-call lang
Mm.
ang tag.
Oo,
Pero
project base.
most of the
Okay.
time talaga, tawag dito, puno rin naman yung work. So, minsan nakakakamagkano rin ako per week. Carry na yun.
Oo. Ah, okay.
Tapos, meron akong isa, yun nga yung nakuha ko sa Craigslist, cannabis. Yung nung nag-legalize yung US about marijuana, lumakas siya. So,
Oo.
huminto na
Ay,
yung client na yun, pero kinontak nila ulit ako. Kaya, yung mga client
lumalakas
yun,
yung marijuana, yung cannabis. I did
kapag
2 voiceover auditions for cannabis. Kaya nagulat ako okay, dumadami sila.
yun, kaya pag may mga client kayo na nilet go kayo, darating ang panahon na kukontakin pa nila kayo, kaya kapit lang. Ganon.
Yeah. Just do, like, give them the best service that you possibly can. If they're project based, they come back to you, hopefully.
Yun lang naman po. Yung iba kasi binigay ko na sa mga friend ko. Tawag dito sa
Ah, okay. Yung mga
ano ko.
hindi mo kayang
Mga,
i-handle.
mga ano na, part-time na pwede namang, like email lang, ganyan. Carry na yan sa kanila.
Mm. Ah,
Pag
okay. Ah, yung
meeting,
mga admin stuff, ganun.
admin lang.
Ah, okay. Ayan.
Pero wala akong cut dun sa kanila yung
Parang
puro.
ni-refer mo na lang.
Mm-mm.
Oo. Yeah. Ayan, si Raylan, same. Ni-refer ko lang siya sa kakilala ko na client na naghahanap ng ng UX designer. Ayan. Hanggang ngayon, magkatrabaho sila. All my clients refer me for someone who needs my service. Yeah, if they love your service, they will refer you to other clients. Mga project-based po ito Kapag yung client mo is full-time ka na doon, they're not gonna refer you to anyone else. Siyempre, they don't want you to work for anyone else. Kasi, di ba? Kasi full-time ka na sa kanila. Ayan. Pero yung mga project-based, like, still treat them like really well. Because they will either come back to you, but like, babalik-balikan kanila for your service, or they will refer you to other people for your services. Yan, ano pa po? Yan, si Janine mag-aano daw. What's your question, Marky? Hi, Fighter. Project-based clients are good for referrals. Never ako na-let down na mga project gigs. Yeah. Yeah, like for example, so isa sa mga racket ko that I started from in September was mga voice-over. So, sa ngayon, pinag-aaralan ko pa rin. But there's one client that I've done 2 projects for. Actually, 2.5 projects for. Bakit 2.5? Yung unang, although mababa lang yung bayad, pero at least, di ba, binigyan niya ako magandang review, yung client. Like, yung una kong trabaho sa kanya is so for some reason, contact siya ng mga train line. So, the first voice-over ko sa kanya was Japanese train line. Diyos ko dahil, walang script. Niresearch ko lahat ng mga cities tsaka mga train station. Nang hirap-hirap na mga pronunciation. Yung mga, you have reached Takadano ba ba? Mga ganun. Diba? Sa Japan, the doors on the left side will open. Mga ganyan. So, that was my first project with that client. Tapos binalikan niya ako. Last week, I did a voiceover for New York train station 42nd Street. So, and then he asked me to do like a really short voiceover for video game So, see, kapag madali ka lang katrabaho, I mean, honestly, yung una kong project sa client, ang dumi ng recording. Because it's not, it's like, walang kakwenta. Like, I was 3 weeks interested in voiceover, and he asked me to do it. Kaya pala, voice. Yeah, you have to practice every day. So, because mahina ako sa voice acting. Like, I can't act for shit. And I've been doing it for like 3 months. So, if you don't practice it every day, you don't get better. And then yung editing pa. So like I spent hours like improving at editing. Tapos actually may kachat ako na ano. And maganda yung community ng voiceover community. They're very helpful as well. Basta maayos ka rin, di ba? So they have Facebook groups. If you're interested in, trying voiceover, invite kita sa mga FB groups, mga ganyan, para makita mo yun. Pero sa totoo lang, ang hirap kumuha ng gigs kasi ang dami mong kalaban. Di ba? Ang dami mong kalaban. So, and mahal yung mga course for voice acting, mga ganyan. I haven't paid anything yet. But if I want to get an agent, like an agency to represent me locally, I think I have to pay something. Kaya nga gusto ko yung project base eh. Nag-enjoy, okay, na-enjoy ko siyang gawin. Yeah. Like yung mga voiceover, like, I do voiceovers and auditions, and like just today, I have like 15 emails for auditions, and hindi ko mapapatulan yun lahat. So, what I do is in my day, around 2 p.m., pagtulog na yung mga aso, mga ganyan. At bago namin sila i-walk ng mga 5 p.m., like, doon ako magpa-practice ng voiceover and magsasubmit ng mga auditions, yung mga casting. Project-based din po ba yung dental phone sales? I don't know. Depende sa kontrata mo. What does your contract say? It will tell you there on your contract if it's contractual, project-based, or if it's regular. Ayun. So, that's one of my racket na. Kasi napapagkasya mo sa ano eh, sa main na trabaho. 'Di ba? Hindi mo dapat give up yung ano. Unless may kumuha sa akin na ano. May mga voice over artists or voice actors, kinukuha sila ng, like for example, there's this lady that I follow on Instagram. Her name is Tish Hicks, and she's been the voice of Subaru for 16 years. Inalagaan siya ng Subaru, right? If you get a gig like that, like you are the voice of Johnny Walker, you are the voice of blah blah, mga ganyan, aalagaan ka ng kumpanya. So, syempre, yan ang pangarap ng lahat, mga ganyan. Pero yung, halimbawa, yung mga dubbing, mga ganyan, mga animation, medyo mababa yung bayad. Just to let you know. Kaya yung regular na job, like, hindi ko siya bibitawan ever. Yung project-based ko po, ghostwriting, by accident lang po 2 years na ako. Perfect. I used to do ghostwriting for my friend na super in-demand na writer sa Upwork. Okay. And I even wrote some erotica for him. You know what is erotica? It's written porn. Kasi may client daw siya na collector ng erotica. And he's gay. So, sabi, yung hiningi ng collector na client niya is like heterosexual erotica. And he asked me if I could write 2 short stories on heterosexual erotica. And I was like, okay, sure. Tapos, sinulat ko, siya yung nag-edit konti, binigay niya dun sa binigay niya dun sa client niya, and I got paid. So, no names, no faces, right? So, and that was a long time ago. So, parang interesting gawin yun. Yeah. It's like watching porn. Like, maybe it's exciting the first couple of times, and then you start to watch it every day. Like, ew. 2023, mag-explore po talaga ako ng ibang category. Copywriting is my first freelance job. Yeah. There's always room for good writers, I think. But you have to... When I interview writers dati, for my previous client, It's very hard to find a good writer. And when I say a good writer, it means somebody who has their own style. Okay? Somebody who has their own style. Siyempre, yung mga client na foreigner, especially English is their first language, and English is not our first language in general. Okay, yung mga Pinoy. Like, it's our second language or third language. Dapat aware ka doon. Wag ka mayabang na, magaling din ako mag-English. Kahit gaano kagaling kang mag-English, okay, if English is not your first language, yung standard ng isang tao na first language niya yon mataas. Okay? And English is your second language, so how are you ever gonna meet the standard of, somebody whose first language is English? Okay, just be aware of that. Yung problema kasi is like, and I know that we're great at English, we use English in our education, but it's not our first language. Unless lumaki ka sa ibang bansa and English was the first language and that was, the language that doon ka namulat, mga ganon. It's, aminin mo sa sarili mo, maging honest ka, okay, that English is your second or your third language. Yeah, there's so many ways to write. Like, for example, hinire ka to do some local writing, like, about events in a client's area. Like, for example, Boston. Do you know, like, yung mga in-jokes in Boston? Like, yung mga cultural na mga ano nila? You don't. You have no idea. Okay? So, kailangan aminin mo rin yung mga kahinaan mo. Hindi yung parang, magaling din ako mag-English kasi. No, that's not enough. Okay? That's why when I'm interviewing writers, it's very hard because it's hard to find good writers. And when I say a good writer, it's a writer who's been writing at least 5 years with their own style, with a very unique point of view. Like they know how to tell a story. They take themselves out of the story. Hindi yung porket grammatically correct yung sinulat mo na mga, like you wrote 3 paragraphs, they're all grammatically correct. That doesn't make you a good writer. That doesn't. Okay. If you have your own style, and I'll give you an example, like my friend na nag-ghostwrite ako with the erotica, he is super in demand. Why? Kasi magaling siya magsulat. Ang galing niya magsulat. And English is his first language. He was educated in the UK. His minimum to hire him, and you cannot hire him kasi sobrang in demand niya. Kaya nga namimigay siya ng trabaho. Like for example, me. Minsan hihingi siya sa akin ng tulong. Tapos ano yun bading tsaka ano. He's like half British. So he's like, Jennifer, you really have to help me. I accepted this project and I really cannot make it. Medyo dramatic si bakla, di ba? So, minsan tinutulungan ko siya kasi ang dami niyang kliyente, as in ang dami. There's people who are begging him to work with them and his minimum rate, $40 an hour. Minimum rate. Ganun pag super in demand ka. And hindi siya VA, freelancer. How did I meet him? I used to work with him sa call center. My first BPO, doon kami nag-meet. And then nagsimula siya mag-freelancer, I think, 2004, 2006, mga ganon. Yes, sometimes, but if writing is your passion, you will get back to. Yeah, for me, it's like, I know that I'm different. Like, my standard is different for a writer. Honestly, yung dati ko na client is ang taas din ng standard. We went like through 8 SEO writers in 1 year. 8. Kasi ganun taas ng standard ni client. Hindi yung porket maganda yung English mo, grammatically correct, na that's not enough. You know what I mean? So if you want to be in the writing game, make sure if you're really, really, really good, the clients will come running after you. You'll never need to. He never does interviews. He doesn't need to. Hindi niya kailangang benta yung sarili niya. Alam mo kung gaano siya kagaling? Sa Upwork, magkano binabawas sa ano mo, sa project mo? 20%, 'di ba? Pag nakakuha ka ng project doon, ibabawas ng Upwork is 20%. So let's say nakakuha ka ng trabaho $15 an hour, kukunin ng Upwork is $3, you get $12 an hour. Right? Kasi 20%, yun yung bayad mo sa Upwork. My friend, si Russell, they take 5% only. Kasi ganun kadami yung clients niya. Like, he brings in, I don't know, 20,000 at least dollars worth of business to Upwork, just himself. That's why they only take like 5% ng kita niya. Ganun siya ka-in demand. So, like, and that's something to aspire to. You want to be the kind of VA na ganun, na sobrang galing mo that you don't have to interview. I will start na maging VA sa Facebook Ads Manager. Anong website kaya recommended niyo po? I don't know that there's a website for Facebook ads. Yung Meta. Yung Meta na training sa Meta. You might as well take their training. Instead of paying somebody 10,000 to teach you Facebook ads, wag ka magpaloko ng ganon. May na-interview ako na ganon. Tapos, parang he was trying to fake me. Like, he was trying to get the job. Okay? Kasi nag-advertise yung client ko dati ng kailangan niya ng media buyer $1,700 a month. Okay? And this guy was trying to get the job and he was trying to fake me in giving him the job. Like, sorry, we're looking for somebody with at least 2 years experience. Like, totoo po yung may client talagang taas ng standard. Lalo sa pag-editor yung client. Yeah. You know what? The clients aren't stupid. The clients aren't dumb. 14,000? Don't. Like, go to Meta. If you need to ask me, like, what website do I need to go to, and you want to do Facebook ads and you don't go to Facebook, what sort of VA are you gonna be? You know, like research as a VA, like that is the one skill set you have to be excellent at. Hey Jamie, what's up? Nag-enroll din ako dyan sa FB Ads 15,000. Sayang di ko na gets. Yeah, why are you paying 15,000? Meta has materials for free. Yeah, 14, 15,000. Anong ituturo sa'yo? FB Ads Ecom. That's it. That's all they're gonna teach you. What is the topic now? Well, we're trying to get more people hired, so we're talking about training for Facebook ads. If you're looking for training, then take it from the title of Facebook. Go to Facebook, right? Meta ads is one of my skills. In demand po ba siya internationally? Yes, but only if you have experience. If you just recently completed a training for Facebook ads, I wouldn't say you're skilled in it yet. Okay. Because Facebook ads, like Google ads, like graphic design, is one of those skills it takes time para i-master.
Tsaka
Okay,
alam
kasi,
mo, madam, meron din silang maliban sa FB ads, may mga sales funnel, strategy. Kasi kung marunong ka mag-Facebook ads, dapat alam mo rin kung paano mag-market. Yun ang alam ko.
so when I interview for a media buyer, okay, and again, I've been interviewing VAs for 8 years. You know, I've been a VA for 10.5 years. So, like, hindi ako yung tipong interviewer na syunga-syunga sa media buying. I'm not a media buyer myself, but I know, like, if you're trying to fake me. Okay? Like, for example, if I'm, tulad nung in-interview ko, okay, unang-una, pineke niya sa resume niya yung results niya. Okay? Nilagay niya yung parang results from campaigns that he done. But, hindi niya nilagay yung date or hindi niya nilagay kung gaano katagal yung campaign pinatakbo. Okay? And it says there on our job ad from before, we're looking for somebody 2 years experience. Do not apply if you do not have the experience. And nag-apply si bakla. So, syempre, ang unang itatanong ko sa kanya is, how long have you been doing Facebook ads? And inamin niya that he hasn't been doing it for 6 months yet. So, una-una, bagsak na kasi hindi mo binasa yung job ad. Kasi nakalagay doon, minimum 2 years. Okay? And ikaw, barely 6 months. And then, in the course of the interview, nalaman ko na he just actually came out of training. And then, yung pinakamatagal na campaign, like, I'm gonna ask you, okay, what campaigns have you run? Okay? Brand awareness, retargeting, traffic, like, what campaigns have you run? And what type of niches have you run those campaigns in? Okay? Pag sinabi mo sa akin e-com, like, e-com is nothing, guys. Nothing. All right? That's the easiest niche that you could run, you could run campaigns for. Now, if you tell me that you've done campaigns for real estate, car dealerships, yun yung mga mahihirap. Home services, yan. And I like to see a variety of niches. Okay, so tell me about what you did for real estate, for example. Oh, and usually real estate, and I know that usually for real estate, they'll hire a media buyer for lead gen. Usually. Okay. Okay, so I work with a real estate company for 2 years and I did lead generation for them. Okay, what kind of strategy did you employ? Well, I looked at their existing ads and then I put together lookalike audience, blah, blah, blah. I know what all those things mean. Okay, hindi ako syunga-syunga na interviewer. Kaya pag natapat ka sa akin, tapos nagkukunwari ka, mahuhuli ka talaga. Like that guy that I was interviewing, sabi ko, so what are the niches that you've been in? Sabi niya, recruitment. Okay, fine. What kind of campaign did you run for the recruitment? Inassume ko na agency. Hindi pala agency. Individual lang pala. Tapos local pa. Hindi siya yung client na international. Tapos sabi niya, lead gen. Okay, great. So what were the results of the lead gen and what was the ad spend? Okay. Sabi niya, yung ad spend 500 pesos. And I can tell just from the amount, like, what kind of freaking campaign was that? Like, that's nothing to spend on a Facebook ad. Ad spend? Diba? So sabi ko, 500. Like, how long did you run the ad for? 6 hours. What? Diba? Oh, it's just Apple earphones. Iba yung earphones ko na studio. It's not $500, like 500 pesos. So lumabas talaga na peke talaga siya. And I was like, what other campaigns have you run? Wala. He hasn't even worked with like putting together an audience on his own. Tapos hindi pa siya marunong mag-monitor ng ads. Like, tinanong ko sa kanya, what do you use to monitor ads? Google Sheets? Do you zap it to like a sales and marketing tool like Go High Level para i-monitor mo na lang doon? Or do you use Airtable? He's never even monitored ads. Like, seriously? Like, I can tell if you're fucking fake. Tapos, naiirita na siya sa mga tanong ko kasi lumalabas na sinungaling siya. Okay, he lied about his experience. And in the end, he told me na ang laki ng binayad niya sa training for FB ads e-com. Sabi ko, we're not looking for e-com. And it says there on the job ad na dapat minimum 2 years experience. Minimum. Okay? And then, sabi niya, I guess wala na siyang masagot. Sabi niya sa akin, well, they told me, yung nagturo sa kanya daw, yung course na pinanggalingan niya, sabi niya, they told me that if I'm confident, I will get the job. And I told him point blank, okay, I said, we're not paying $1,700 a month to somebody for confidence. We have clients we've been running Facebook ads for 5 years. So if we give you 10 clients, we've been running Facebook ads, and like, let's say yung clients is like, there's like 60 active clients. Some of them have been with the company for like 5 years. If I gave you 10 clients we've been running Facebook ads for 5 years, what are you going to do with your less than 6 months experience? Yan ang nangyayari kapag nagsisinungaling po kayo sa interview tsaka sa resume. And yung problema is minsan yung mga courses that you take, they teach you how to lie. They give you a template na resume, ito gayahin mo. Pati yung results ng campaign, tapos tanggalin mo yung data. They teach you how to lie. And you shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't. Okay, if you don't qualify, basahin nyo yung job ad. Okay, if you don't qualify, do not apply. Mapapahiya kayo. Ngayon, kung matapat kayo sa interviewer na medyo syunga-syunga, tapos yung tanong lang sa inyo is, do you know how to do Facebook ads? Yes. Okay, you're hired. Eh, di swerte nyo, di ba? But, pag natapat kayo sa akin, like, hindi ako syunga-syunga. And, isipin nyo itong palagi yung sinasabi, dapat habulin nyo yung mga pinakamahirap na interview. Why? Because the person who owns the company, who hired the person who is interviewing you na marunong mag-interview, mas malaki ang bayad. Kasi kung yung client mismo is interviewing you, it means very limited ang budget niya. That's all it means. Somebody who can afford to hire an interviewer who is good, who knows what they're doing, sila yung may pera. Sila yung tumatakbo ng maayos yung negosyo. Buti na lang ako, never ever working at home never works for me. Well, it's not for everyone. Parang yung friend ko nag-apply daw, tas natanggap. Tas sa akin, nagtatanong paano mag-analytics po tayo. Or pupunta sa Facebook group. Okay, tinanggap yung trabaho. Pupunta sa Facebook group. How do you do this? Can somebody help me with blah, blah, blah? Tapos magagalit pag walang sumagot. In the first place, why did you accept the job if you don't know how to do it? Diba, AD, ang dami. Diba, Mika? Ang daming ganyan sa FB group. Ang dami. Uy, dyan na pala si Coachy. Hi, Coachy. Hindi ko ma-invite si Mika. Ayaw pa rin. Ayaw pa rin.
Hello.
Ayaw pa rin paakyatin si Mika eh. How was your live?
Teka, I'm switching to headset.
2 years na ako sa pag-a-ads
Kamusta
real
naman?
estate. Ikaw, kamusta yung live mo? Dami kasi nagtuturo ng fake it.
Saglit lang yun, parang an hour lang ata. Pero there's an interesting question there, and I think it's a good one to discuss din dito. Bukod sa na-call out na naman ako sa pagiging bulol ko sa S.
Sa S?
Oo. wala na, napapansin lang kasi. But, okay then.
Samantalang yung may experience, may imposter syndrome. I mean, I'm not gonna agree. I think there's a lot of experience to, like, yeah, si Coach Potato, si Gyro, who will real talk you. Okay? They will give you real talk. Kailangan mo lang talaga pili. Like your friends, like your tropa, di ba? Kailangan mo rin talagang piliin sa social media. Hindi yung porket lumabas sa TikTok, papaniwalaan mo na agad. Okay? Ano yung tanong sa live mo, Coachy?
Eto na nga, may nagtanong, what's your opinion about, VA pooling? So, tinanong ko, anong VA pooling? Yung agency na hire ng mga VA. Tapos, nag-gets ko na yung tanong niya, nag-hire ng VA pero walang maibigay na client.
Yeah.
Ayun.
Oh my God, may kwento ako dyan. Sige, tapos, did they name drop?
Hindi siya nag-name drop. Pero yun nga nabanggit niya, daw opinion ko. Sabi ko kasi, ang mga agencies, di ba, normally, pagpasok mo sa agency, bibigyan ka ng contract, 'di ba? And then it so happen yung
So
contract
you sign it.
nakalagay
Oo.
doon, bawal ka mag-apply sa ibang agency, bawal
Yep.
ka kumanap ng ibang client. And then the fact na nakasign ka na ng contract tapos parang ilang buwan na wala ka pa rin kasi I saw
Ilang
someone
buwan?
sa TikTok, 'di ba?
Oh my
Minsan 6 months
God.
wala pa ring client.
Shit. Why would you stay that long?
Eto na nga, hindi sila makagawa ng ibang approach na makahanap ng ibang client or magawa ng paraan kasi nga nasa contract, nag-sign sila ng contract. So when you sign a contract, 'di ba, you're bound to the obligations dun sa contract, and then may liabilities ka kapag nilabag mo yon, especially merong bond, yung may fee.
Oo.
Ayun, ang sabi ko lang, sa opinion ko lang naman, kung magbibigay ang contract, halimbawa agency, magbibigay ka ng contract, see to it na yung contract na nire-release mo kay VA from the time na naghahanap pa lang siya ng client is iba yung scope of policies doon sa contract na ibibigay mo once paired na siya sa client.
Oo.
Kasi
Oo,
at least
tama.
guaranteed na, 'di ba, na may trabaho na siya. So hindi na nga siya pwedeng humanap ng iba or maglipat sa ibang agency kasi ang tingin ko doon, habang pag pumirma ka ng kontrata, tapos naghahanap ka ng agency, naghahanap ka ng client, at tapos yung agency hindi ka mabigyan ng client, para kang na hostage.
Yep. They hold on to you, but they don't want to release you to work for
Yes,
anyone
oo,
else.
yun. Sabi ko nga, para kang na-hostage. Kaya, ang ano ko doon, ang sabi ko doon, pag pipirma kayo ng kontrata, basahin yung maigi. Kasi kapag meron diyan na hindi applied sa inyo, lalo na yung mga ganon, talo ka doon eh. Yung bigla kang umalis dahil kailangan mo na talagang, syempre, kailangan mo na magkatrabaho. Ayun to, nagkaroon ako ng experience sa ganyan na agency, tas di ako makahanap ng client 2 months, di ako makagalaw.
So ano
Si,
nangyari dun sa yung nagkwento ng ganun sa live mo, coachy?
hindi naman niya na-explain lahat.
Okay.
Kumbaga, kumbaga, brinot up
Nakwento
lang
niya
niya yung
yung,
issue
okay.
ganun. So, naisip ko, bakit, parang, imbis na bibigyan mo ng opportunity yung tao na magkaroon ng work.
Livelihood, oo.
Oo. Parang hinostage mo na, tapos liable pa sila na bayaran ka.
Oh, kasi may
Hindi,
may bond, no?
may bond, may fee. Ayun ang sabi ni Kim, yung sa comment. Nagkaroon siya ng ganyang experience sa agency. Di siya makahanap ng client for 2 months. Di ako makagalaw. So, I think yun yung problema sa ibang agencies right now. Like, yung kontrata nila is generally, pagpasok mo doon, whether you have client or not, applied na agad sa'yo. Pero, yung the fact na hindi ka mabigyan ng client kasi hindi ganun kadami yung client nila. Ang problema doon kasi, ba't sila hire ng hire kung alam nilang wala namang demand sa kanila na kumuha ng BA?
Coach, may
Um,
question ako sa ganyan, sa agency.
ano?
Katulad yan yung mga natitenga, hindi ba pwede na isekreto na, ito out of record, hindi ba pwedeng isekreto na nila na maghanap ng other clients habang nandun pa sila sa agency? May way ba na yung agency na malalaman na may other clients ka pa?
Ito kasi, may ibang
Parang waste
agency,
wait, ganyan.
oo, pwede naman sana kung itatago mo, no? Pero, ang problema dun kasi, yung ibang agency, hinihingi nila yung social media mo, yung ano mo, yung profile mo sa Upwork, gusto nilang makita kung saan ka connected, halimbawa ibang freelancing platform. So, I think, tinitignan nila, pinomonitor nila kung talagang dedicated ka pa sa agency nila or hindi.
Kilala ko yan, Kim. I know which
Ayan,
agency that
pinapabura pa
is.
yung LinkedIn, Upwork, ipapadelete.
So, so remember this, guys. Yung pinaglalagay nila na um, bawal ang moonlighting. Okay? If ang kontrata mo is independent contractor, okay? Meaning you're not an employee. As per Philippine Labor Code, bawal po yan. Okay? Kasi hindi ka empleyado. Kapag empleyado ka, meaning they pay for your government benefits and all this kind of stuff, and, pwedeng may retirement plan ka, mga ganyan. Kung empleyado ka talaga, pwede nila sabihin na, oh, hindi ka pwede mag-work sa iba. But they cannot tell you, oh, hindi ka pwede mag-business. 'Di ba? Kasi ang dami ng mga empleyado dito, locally, na may trabaho sila, halimbawa, nagpapasok sa gobyerno, 'di ba? Tapos may booth ng fishball or siomai or whatever. Pwede naman 'di ba? They can tell you that, but you cannot work for, let's say, two government agency branches. Okay, you can't do that if you're an employee. Pero kadalasan sa atin, we sign an independent contractors agreement. Okay? That means pag nakalagay doon, no moonlighting, no, hindi ka pwede magtrabaho sa iba, mga ganyan-ganyan. Labag po yan sa Philippine Labor Code. Labag po yan. And kayo, naniniwala kayo because it's written down on a contract. Okay? And remember this, guys. Yung iba, they're under the impression, kasi yung company is based sa US eh. So, it means the rules of that company trumps the laws of the country that you're in? No. Mas importante ang rules ng isang private company based in Europe kesa sa kesa sa laws ng Pilipinas? I don't think so. And you're here, like you're working here. 'Di ba? Keep that in mind, guys. Yung no moonlighting na yan, tapos pumirma kayo ng independent contractors agreement lang na hindi kayo empleyado, labag sa Philippine Labor Code. So, yung mali dyan, si VA agency. So, yung sinasabi ni Jairo na, hindi ba pwede isikreto? Like, hindi mo nga kailangan isikreto eh. You're free to work for whoever the hell you want to work for. It's like this, okay? Let's say nagbebenta ako ng sapatos na galing China. Let's say I import, I don't know, 1,000,000 shoes per month. Okay? I can sell those shoes to anyone that I want to. 'Di ba? I have a business, I'm selling shoes. Kung gusto ni Robinsons ang shoes ko, pwede ako magbenta kay Robinsons. Kung gusto ni SM ang shoes ko, then pwede ko ibenta kay SM. Like, I can sell to whoever the hell I want. 'Di ba? It's kind of the same thing. Right? Now, pag sinabi sa akin ni Robinson, kami lang ang bibili ng shoes mo. Hindi ka pwede magbenta sa iba. Ibang usapan yon. Exclusive na yon. So, mas mahal. 'Di ba? But, I mean, pwede yon. Pwede yung, parang yun yung employee contract. But none of us here, I don't know if anyone is, none of us are employees. Correct? I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not an employee. Like, my client does not pay for my government benefits, pag-ibig, SSS. He doesn't. So, I'm not an employee. Okay? So, out of delikadesa, hindi ako tatanggap ng ibang full-time din na client, or at least a client in the same niche. Kaya, around my main job, puro racket-racket na lang ako. Kung anong magkasya dun sa natitira kong schedule. Okay?
Exactly.
So, nasa yun na yun, out of delicadeza for your client. But, hindi ka pwede sabihin ng client na, bawal ka mag-moonlight, bawal kang tumanggap na ibang clients. That's wrong.
Sabi ni flowers lang yung walang pangalan eh.
May alam ako. Ay, may kwento nga ako. May kwento ako. So, there was a VA agency that I was with, and I've only been with 2. So, this was not the last one. This was not the last VA agency. This is my first one. So, nangyari, yun ang ginagawa nila. So, hire sila ng hire. And then, ite-train nila, and then, nakatenga, Derek, I prefer that you like kind of type what you want to ask in the comments bago ka umakyat. So we're prepared like what you want to talk about. Okay. So, yun nga, yung VA agency, hire sila ng hire. And then, while you're waiting for a client or waiting for client interviews, kasi pe-present mo na yung profile mo sa client. And then, yung client is pipili kung sino yung VA na gusto niya interviewin. Okay. While you're waiting for interviews, you are in VA boot camp. Okay, so you're in this like Skype room, and there's like other VAs there waiting to be hired by clients. There was one time umabot ng 200.
Dami nun.
200. Yeah, in boot camp, and they couldn't get them hired. Ay, ikaw yun. Sige, wait. Yung bawa mo pala yun. Okay. Yan, pakitin natin. What's wrong? Ayaw yung account mo, no? Ayan, so umabot ng 200. And then, magti 3 months na ata. Yung pinakamatagal doon, magti 3 months na. So there were a lot of people becoming very upset. No, it's not Cyberbacker. I never worked for them. There were a lot of people became really super upset. Tapos yung mga trainers, like hindi na nila alam, wala na silang mukha na ihaharap dun sa mga trainee, di ba? Kasi, syempre, yung clients, pag pinresentahan mo ng ito experience, itong dalawa experience, itong tatlo hindi, of course, they're gonna choose to interview yung mga experience, di ba? So, anong laban ng mga bagito? Right? So, kasi nga, medyo syunga-syunga yung mga trainers nila at that time. So, nangyari, umabot ng mga 200, nag-250 pa ata at that time. So, what happened was they had this, sabi ng may-ari ng agency, okay, kailangan magtanggal tayo ng tao dun sa boot camp and keep the best ones. And then they had this meeting with them. Tapos ang daming umiyak, ang daming na-upset. Alam yung ganon? Tapos may mga nagte-threaten na magfa-file ng kaso, mga ganyan. So, it's not an ideal situation, really. And I don't understand why, like, collect ng VA and you don't have enough clients, like, for them. Now, with the last agency that I was with, like, they never had that issue. Why? Kasi may solution sila. And I'm not going to tell you what it is because that's the secret sauce of that agency. So yung mga bago, like, they put them to work right away. Might not be with a client, but there is work for them to do where they're paid. Okay, yung huling agency, like the agency that I built and ran for like 5 years, they never had that problem. Okay, but the first one that I was with, yun naging problema. As in, like, and I heard the recording, like, may mga nag-iiyakan, mga ganun. Kasi isipin mo, ginugol mo is, like, 3 months, not including the training, di ba? Tapos, asa ka na magkaka-client interview. Yung karamihan nga doon, hindi man lang umabot ng, hindi nakatungtong ng interview eh. Di ba? Yun yung problema. That's one of the problems with the agencies. This is the one things I see in new agencies, kawawa mga nag-a-apply. Yeah. So, if you're gonna apply to an agency, first of all, research the agency. Tignan nyo kung may mga issue na ganyan.
Yung
Okay?
turnover nila, no?
Yeah. Kung
Check
may
the
mga
turnover.
marami nagre-reklamo na ibang VAs na, kasi ang tagal ko bago nagka-client, na ganyan. Look for the good reviews, look for the bad reviews. Okay?
And then dun sa mga agencies na ganun, have they ever thought of ranking their VAs? Tapos, yung mga parang irarank mo yung VAs at saka yung client. So, yung mga client na hindi naman ganun ka-specific yung requirement nila sa sa mga VA na hindi naman experience, and then they match a batch of VAs for that client tier para may chance yung mga wala pa talagang experience, may chance sila na ma-expose doon sa client, at least kahit papaano mas cut down yung competition nila against sa mga more experienced. So yung mga client na hinahanap talaga ng specific skills, may specific background silang tinitignan at saka experience na hinahanap, then doon nila i-group yung mga VAs na talagang fully experienced and at least may kalalagyan lahat.
Kasi I can't talk much on the placements process for that agency. Okay, because I didn't create it. I was not in the placements team. Pero ang alam ko is part ng process nila, kapag may client looking to hire an additional VA or like they're a new client looking to hire a VA, magpe-present sila ng mga up to 5 profiles. Tapos halo-halo yun. Halo-halo, may experience and may bagito. So what do you think the clients will choose every time? And
Siyempre,
isa
yung
lang ang niche nila
experience.
is real estate. 'Di ba? So, halimbawa, the client wants to hire an appointment setter, lahat naman ng profiles is for appointment setter. Right? It's not like the clients will say, I need an appointment setter and I need someone who works green sheets and I need somebody who does foreclosures. Like, it's not going to be like that. It's the clients are going to be asked, do you need more an appointment setter or somebody who's going to do more like admin real estate work? And they're all trained for basically the same thing. Okay? Ngayon, dun sa the agency that I ran, I created the placements process. Like, the whole placements department dun sa unang agency, like, that's just me. I'm the only one who does that. Okay? And what I did was different. Hindi ako nagpe-present ng 5 profile sa client. Isa lang sinesend ko. I choose one person, I send it to the client, and I tell the client, this is the best fit for you. And then let's set an interview. That's my process. That's how I prefer to do it. Now, in most cases, the client will say, sige, interviewin ko yan. Okay? Kasi, isipin mo, imbis na 4 pa na iba ang kalaban mo, ikaw na lang ang kalaban mo. So, kung ikaw pumalpak, edi, pumalpak ka is because of you, right? Like, if you didn't show up because your internet is sketchy, like, that's your fault. That's no one else's fault. Okay? Ngayon, there are some cases where the client says, I'd like to see more profiles. Kapag ni-request ni client, I would like to see more profiles, tsaka ko siya sesendan. Okay? But the default that for the placements process that I created is like, ano siya, default talaga na isa lang. And then I tell the client, this is the best fit. Like, this is the person that we have who's a perfect fit.
So, sa'yo pa lang, pre-qualify mo na si VA.
Si client and VA. Yep. Tsaka yung mga VAs, kahit 140 yan, and I interview 99.9% of them. Like, I remember, ito yung skill set mo. Ito galing sa ESL, so magaling magsalita. Ito galing sa ganto, so marunong mag-accounting konti, mag-bookkeeping konti. Like, I remember their skills. I remember their skill set. So, more or less, namamatch ko naman ng maayos. Hey, Tim, what's up? Aren't you on shift? Yan. So, usually, namamatch ko naman ng maayos. Usually. Okay. I mean, I can't speak for the placements process of the agencies where you guys were at. And you won't know. Hindi nyo malalaman yun as VAs na applicant. But how you can know is maghanap po kayo ng, punta kayo sa social media, punta kayo sa Google. Okay? Maghanap kayo ng, meron bang VAs na nagre-reklamo about the agency. See if you can talk to the VA. Bakit ka nagreklamo against Athena? Bakit? Ano nangyari? And then, pumunta ka, kumausap ka rin ng tiga-Athena. 'Di ba? Pumunta ka dito sa TikTok, hanapin mo si Brian, yan si Miss MJ. Kasi, and that's what I did. Like, I saw this girl, she did a video on Athena where she was bad-mouthing Athena na kesyo ganto, ganyan-ganyan, ganyan-ganyan. And then, so I saw her video. And then, tinanong ko si Miss MJ, ano ba nangyari doon kay ano? Kasi ito yung kine-claim niya. So, I got, like, I saw the video of the girl, tapos nakuha ko yung side ni Miss MJ, yung side ng agency. Then, tsaka ka mag-judge, tsaka ka mag-make ng decision. But at least, balance yung opinion mo. Hindi ka nagpapaniwala lang kasi somebody put it on social media. Does that make sense? Kung may tinitignan kayo na agency, like, maghanap muna kayo ng tamang information from all sides. Tapos tsaka kayo mag-decide. So you're making a decision based on a very balanced point of view. It's not just one point of view na nagpaniwala lang kayo dyan. Okay. Different po bang data analyst sa VA? May mga VA that are called like data analysts, like marketing. Tapos may iba-ibang klaseng data analysts. There's like marketing data analysts. There's like just business data analysts. Iba-iba po. It depends. Ang alam ko is, like, for example, data analysts and marketing data analysts, they can make up to like 45 to 50,000 a month. Yun yung mga going rate. Ano pong niche ang in demand for 2023? That's a question for Coach Potato. The good and the bad sides. Yes, I agree. Always get the two sides ng story. Sometimes there's three sides to a story before you make your judgment. Ayan. So, Coach, ang tanong po ni the Louis V01. Ano pong mga niches in demand in 2023?
So when it comes to niches kasi, I see a lot of I see an influx of demand in terms of uh, technology development, especially fintech. I've seen a great demand in fintech, whether writing, website development,
Sure.
specific industry siya. Um, pero kung titignan natin yung 10 most in-demand niches, we can still see, andun pa din yung SMM, andun pa din yung real estate. But of course, medyo may konting question when it comes to real estate. I'm not sure. I don't work with real estate because of the current market sa US. So, hindi ako certain about it, pero may demand pa din. Pero ang number one na nakikita ko is yung uh, technical niches like automations. Number one, yung anything automation, whether it's marketing, whether it's process, whether it's development, malaki yung demand doon, pero hindi naman ganun kalaki yung hinihinging skill requirement. Let's say, for example, yung uh, marketing automation, di ba naghahanap ka ng before? Ano usually yung...
I'm still looking for.
Naghirap
Actually,
ka pa
two
din?
yung naghahanap. Two yung naghahanap ngayon. So, yung isa is, may nakilala ko from Cebu. So, they have a small team. They're a web development team. They are looking for an automations expert. And then, may clients din na naghahanap ng automations experts.
Ayun. And in terms of writing, ang masasabi ko, uh, yun nga, fintech. Nakikita ko ang daming posting sa financial technology development, especially yung writing for content, writing for guidelines, writing for business proposals, around those areas. Number one talaga, finance. Kasi nagiging mas adaptive na yung mga financial institutions na mag-digitalize. Actually, sa Pilipinas, marami ng banka nag-a-adapt ng same concept as yung mga digital banks like uh, same bank. Ano pa ba yung isa? Umalis na yun eh. Yung Sing ba yun? Sing Bank. Yeah, Sing Bank.
Wala na ba siya?
Wala. Umalis na to sa Pilipinas eh. Parang saglit lang siya.
Ah.
Tapos,
Cybersecurity. So if you're an IT graduate, anything in cybersecurity, like you should develop that. And I think I did a post on that on areas in cybersecurity. Yung IoT, yung Internet of Things. Yeah, that's big. Internet of Things, cryptography. And tanong ni Mika. My dad wants to retire. He's looking to get into freelance. He's in finance. Wala ko alam sa niche na yun. May any advice? You know what? If he can get into like cybersecurity for finance, like that is going to be huge, honestly. Anything cybersecurity, cryptography, ang daming
blockchain.
niches.
Oo, yun,
Oo.
blockchain.
Yung mga NFT, yung mga cybersecurity for infrastructures inside a company, mga ganyan. So if he can get into that, like hindi siya mawawala ng work. Another niche that I found out quite recently is super in demand is digital writer. Kasi the way that I do my content sometimes, so I plan my content. I do plan like my content, but still like 60% of my content, like I do it on the spot. Like I'm writing it on the spot, I'm editing on the spot, and then post. Parang ganon. And medyo na insecure ako nun kasi akala ko mali yung Like I'm like, oh, maybe it's just because I'm a beginner and ano lang naman ako, parang amateur content creator, mga ganyan. But no, there's a name for it, digital writer. Kung kaya mo mag-isip ng content like on the spot, create it on the spot, make it on the spot, like that is a digital writer. You are creating in real time. So that is super in demand. And there's actually a guy that I follow called Dickie Bush, and he has a lot of insights on digital writers, as in magiging super in demand yan. And for me, operations VAs, super in demand. And the reason, and I know that because when I left my last job, and like I've been in operations a while. So the job that I left is director of operations. Okay, so when I left the job, there were 8 clients running after me for operations roles. 8 clients. That's how I know sobrang in demand ang mga operations VAs. And when I say operations, it's not like nag-team lead ka sa BPO, pwede ka na nun. No, if you're an operations VA, you have to hit the ground running. Like from day one, you can tell the client, okay, I'm looking at your business. I'm seeing that you have no processes for recruitment. This is what I recommend. I can recruit people. I can interview people. I can set up your processes. I can even set up your process for payroll, which your process is not the best. Like you can build a business from the ground up for the client. Like kung sakaling, let's say, papalit yung, kumbaga, ikaw na lahat-lahat. Okay? Kaya mong gawin lahat-lahat. From SOPs to recruiting to marketing automation to looking for tools that will save money for the business and operations VA, top to bottom. Like, yun, kanina in-advertise ko, this client is looking for a project manager, one project manager, up to 150,000 ang budget. Ganun po ang mga swelduhan ng mga operations VAs with experience, with confidence. Like you can talk to the client in an interview and within 5 minutes the client is like, I have to have you for my team. Whatever it takes. What's your price point? Like, what are we working with? Because I need to bring you on, like, next week. So that was my big bold prediction before. So for 2023, those are going to be the huge roles. Like a lot of the technical stuff, always in demand, marketing automation, the growth of the legal VA, like si Jairo, like the growth of that, like, and maliit lang yung niche na yun dati. Tapos ngayon nakikita mo, dumadami yung mga legal VAs. Cybersecurity, fintech, the digital writer who can create like real time, like right here, right now, na hindi kailangang planuhin yung content. Di ba? Like, do the content now, edit it now, post it now. Parang ganon. Like, if you can do that, I think you'll find a job anywhere. And operations VAs. Based sa forecast nyo for ops, now is the time to invest sa PMP or Six Sigma. Yeah. Maraming salamat po. Okay. Welcome. Dream maging VA kaso Bria Homes. Ano? Bria Homes ayaw magpapasok. Iba internet provider. Yeah. So, maybe you need to move. Because there's no way you can work as a VA without internet. That goes without saying. If you have no internet, you have no work. You have no job.
So may sinasagot lang akong question from the team.
May new client na ako, coach.
O since
Yeah.
when? Kailan siya nag-start?
Just this last week.
Oh, good.
Kasi we were in negotiations. We were like negotiating back and forth. Mga ganyan. So we came to sort of a conclusion. And he's also agreed to be my first podcast client. Kasi labas yun sa operations role, di ba?
Ang dami na palang comment na may sinasagot kasi akong questions.
Ano po magandang brand ng headset po at mic po? Well, you don't really, if you're, like, it depends on your role. Okay, if you're gonna be doing calls, like get a reasonably priced headset. And get the best that you can afford. JBL is still, like, for me, is still a pretty good brand. JBL, ano ba yung headset mo, coach? Gyro. Jabra yan. Bihasa na yan. Yung, Logitech yan. Yung, probably mahal na yung Plantronics eh. Yung binili ko dati is Bose, and that's like top of the line, right? So medyo I mean, depends on your budget, but make sure that kung ano yung budget mo, you buy the best that you can afford. Okay. Um, New client for 2023. Yeah. Oo, sakto. Yeah. Tapos na-negotiate ko pa siya, coach, with profit sharing.
Oh my God, that's good. On top of the rate yan, ano?
Yeah, the rate is really good.
7 digits ba yan? Charot.
And he's willing to help me with my coaching program. Mamatchan niya yon. He's gonna match it on his end.
Nice.
So he's already starting to ask mga ganon. So,
Kaya sasali talaga ako sa coaching program na yan.
yeah. That's and he's, on his end, kasi siya, may mga gusto din siyang ipasok na training. And we're still trying to figure out what it's gonna look like. You know, let's say we bring on a client who's looking for an operations VA. What does that look like? Are we gonna be a headhunter? Are we, still gonna keep the VA for 6 months and then may option to buy si client after 6 months? So, like, the model itself, like, is not set in stone yet, but for sure we want to make sure that we corner that market, because right now lahat ng courses is geared towards people who are newbies, and I understand that because there's a lot of them. Okay, pero yung mga VAs that have been in their roles for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and they don't know how to move up, they don't know how to make more. Thank you, Kim. So there's definitely a market for mga VAs that have been working for a while and they're looking to make more money, but they don't know how to ask their clients for an increase. They don't know how to ask for a promotion, maganyan. So my plan was, I wanted to do like a coaching program for people who are in that space, na may ganun na experience, and maybe they're ready to become an operations manager, maybe, and maybe some of them are not, right? Or some of them don't know. Yan, si Mika. Nag-chat kami sa Skype. So sabi ni Mika, "Uy, sayang to OM na role." Sabi ko, "Applyan mo." Sabi niya, "Hindi ako marunong mag transaction coordination." Sabi ko, "So, take Christine's class. Is that the only thing that's holding you back? Because everything else on that list, like, I see that you can do." Sabi ko sa kanya, go, like, I know you have a job right now, and I know that you're recently promoted to project manager, but this is OM, right? Like, just go for the interview. Like, go into it, like, if you interview right now, you'll be interviewing with the safety of your current job. So wala yung desperado blues. Yung desperado vibes, 'di ba? Na parang, please give me a job. Wala. Parang para sa'yo, if tanggapin niyo ako, fantastic. Kung hindi niyo ako tanggapin, okay, I'm still project manager. Parang ganon.
Correct.
And you know what? Na final si bakla. And she's just waiting to hear, right? And I'm like, you're probably gonna get it. Like, there's this little HR glitch, right? You did! Wow! Congratulations!
Oh, diba?
Congratulations! Oh, see? Like, like, some people, they just need that little push, right? And then, let's say you got promoted, you got asked to do something that you don't know how to do, which is recruitment, interviewing. Diba yung last week, what's his name? Yung hindi siya marunong mag-interview daw na mga ganyan-ganyan. Pero hinahanapan siya ng, ayun, his client was looking for somebody who's a writer and he doesn't know how to interview, mga ganyan-ganyan. So that's what the program is for. So, ayan, sabi ni Daya, congrats, Mika. Congratulations, friend! O, papainom ka na niyan. Diba?
May tanong pala dito, oh. I think Jairo can answer this. Legal VA, necessary po ba may background ka sa law? Like, you're a law student, kindly shed some light. Jairo, take it away.
Wala naman hindi naman siya required. Pero minsan kasi plus na kapag may law background, like law student. Kasi maliban sa mga jargons, terminology, you know how it works. Like, saan pupunta yung pleading, saan pupunta pag-deposition, mga ganyan-ganyan. So, it's a plus. Pero hindi siya necessary na kailangan talaga. Ang mostly, ang hinahanap ng mga clients is may experience na with the same niche. Like, let's say personal injury, kailangan may experience ka na rin doon. Kasi nga yung mga attorneys, most of the time, wala silang trainer. So, sila mismo yung nagtitrain. Kaya kapag nakakuha ka ng client direct na lawyer, every time na nagtitrain siya, i-record nyo. Kasi ayaw ng mga attorneys yung panay tanong-tanong ganyan.
Yeah, and attorneys, like, honestly, most clients, they don't have time to train you.
Most
That's
of
the
the
ugly
time,
truth.
actually.
Yeah, most clients, they don't want to train you. So yan, did that answer your question po? May tanong si Wellness Couture by. Ano masasabi niyo mga BPO agent gusto maging VA tapos hindi rin nila successfully napapasok yung VA? Because you have not prepared. Excuse me. And this is what we always say ni Kochi. Do not resign. Okay? Nasa BPO pa kayo, do not resign yet. Don't resign your job without, successfully getting a client. Yung nag-resign kayo and then you're just hoping to get a client. Tapos nagloto-loto na kayo ng mga VA agency. You're like,
The more entries you send, the more chances
the
of
more
winning.
chances of winning. Hindi ganon dito. Nanego ko pa. I was really with the client. Said, exactly. I think that's what they got from you. Is that you're honest and you're powerful. Next. I need help with transaction coordination. Ayun, kinuhanan pa nila ako ng pwede ko i-shadow. Perfect.
May tanong pala si Mika kanina, based sa forecast? Ano yun? Based sa forecast niya sa Ops now, is the time to invest sa PMP or Project Management Program or Six Sigma? Okay yung Six Sigma, kaso situational kasi ang Six Sigma. Depende sa problem set. Applicable sa Six Sigma lalo na pag nasa BPO operations
Sure,
ka.
farm boy. No problem.
Pero kasi ganito, may in-interview ko nung ito lang last week. Actually, this week lang pala nung Monday. Operations manager siya for the longest time sa BPO, and then may
Okay.
Six Sigma training siya,
Hey,
yellow belter
honey.
siya. So, tinanong ko,
What's up,
nagagamit mo ba yan? So, actually, sabi niya
Ay, yung
hindi.
Six Sigma.
Mm-mm.
Hindi daw? Bakit?
Hindi daw kasi pag alis niya ng BPO, yung mga natutunan niya sa Six Sigma is hindi na niya ma-apply kasi yung situation outside of BPO is not applied doon sa
It's not
situation
exactly
ng
the same.
Oo,
Yeah.
hindi pareho. So, siguro kung yung problem situation sa client mo applied yung Six Sigma approach, then okay, pero pag hindi, I don't know.
Ayan, sabi ni Mika, nagagamit siya sa pag-create ng processes. The problem with that is there's a lot of other systems that you could use to create processes, like yung Scrum system.
Mm-mm.
Like, ang
Kami,
daming
Scrum.
iba. I think maybe Six Sigma is more suitable for the BPO setting, but, there's a Scrum yung ginagamit mo. Yeah, there's so many others that you can use for processes. Ayan, yeah, sure, farm boy. What about? Okay. What's the subject of your live? No problem. But yeah, no problem. So, i-advertise ko lang ulit since medyo marami tayo sa room. So, I was actually sent itong requirement ng company. They're looking for process agents. So, this is a phone sales job. I think they're looking for quite a few process agents. Phone sales po siya for cleaning service. So, basic pay is 42,000. Incentives up to 44,000. So, if you guys enjoy being on the phones and doing sales, just follow me, and then I'll follow you. And then send me a DM, and I'll give you the email address so you can send your application. This is not, I'm not connected with this. Sinend lang sa akin ni Vincenzo. They're asking for help. Tapos, may isang position na available for project team lead. So that's between 100,000 to 130,000 per month. And the job position, so it's 5 days a week, like same schedule, I'm assuming. Job responsibilities, you'll be hiring new sales agents, training and coaching new and current sales agents, monitoring and improving each agent's performance to meet and exceed daily and weekly sales targets. Basically, parang TL din. And then they're looking for one
Yes,
project
TL.
manager. That's TL. They're looking for one project manager, which is like an ops manager. So, kailangan may virtual experience ka rin. That's between 120 to 150,000 a month. So, keep in mind, if you have management experience sa BPO, maganda yon, but you have to have virtual experience, okay? Yung trabaho ng project manager, or this is for me, this is an OM post. Same schedule, 9 hours a day. Yung 1 hour doon is unpaid lunch break. 5 days a week, managing 4 to 8 teams. Okay? 4 to 8 teams, running a sales team, collections, retention, and of course, you'll be yung mga team lead siguro magre-report din sa'yo, mga ganyan. And you'll be doing process improvement, setting processes, SOPs, all the usual OM stuff. Wait. Follow kita, great. And then you follow me, and then just send me a DM, and I'll send you the email after the live. And then you can apply, okay? Team lead post ba? Team lead. Yung 100 to 130. Yeah. Okay, sige. So, good luck with that. I hope you get hired. We've gotten a couple of people hired. Pero coachy, si AD daw hindi kinontak.
Ni Toby?
Ni Toby.
O ng client?
Ni Toby.
Sabi niya nung nakaraan, yung client daw mag-reach out kasi sinubmit niya yung samples.
Sus, sana i-follow up naman ni Toby.
Hindi ko na napansin ulit si Toby lately.
Yeah. And if anyone in the room has any marketing automation experience, then I have at least 2 that I can refer you to. Hindi ko kayo pagkakitaan. Okay? It's all just referrals. So, di ba?
Diba baka specialized sila sa BPO. Yeah, like I said, yung Six Sigma kasi situational. So,
okay. May Six Sigma na kasi for real estate production, etc. Yeah. Tsaka mga lang Six Sigma is like, minimum is like $500 or something. And honestly, mura na yun, ano? I think that's the basic. That's like
basic lang.
Super basic. I mean, like, there's other processes now. 10K sa yellow pa lang. Yeah. Like, there's other processes as well. So, tulad nung, yung client ko, so he's agreed to help me with a coaching program, but siya mismo, he's got his own ideas about what sort of training an ops VA should go through. Like, I have my own ideas about the areas they should be trained on, but he also has his own ideas about, and may gusto siyang isama man na mga training, mga ganyan. So, we're still kind of working through that. Enroll ako dyan. Oo naman. My client, 29 years plus na siya in business. Ano job description ng marketing automation? You have to be an expert in Go High Level. When I say expert, it means that marunong ka mag-create ng automations, workflows, mga ganyan. May na-meet ako tiga Cebu, like naghahanap sila. Pati yung mga landing pages with CSS, mga ganyan. Tsaka yung mga latest sa GHL, like yung paglipat ngayon sa LC, sa lead connector ng emails, text messages, kasi tatanggalin na yung Twilio eh. So, if you know a lot about GHL, then follow me, I'll follow you, and send me a DM. Okay? How much does a specialized automation expert earn monthly on average? It's normal rate. Okay? It's a normal rate. It's like $5. I would say between $5 to $8 a month. Like marketing automation. Ngayon, kung marunong ka mag marketing automation for HubSpot, GHL, and Salesforce, iba yun. Like
That's
a
around 20 at least. $20 per hour. At
yeah,
least.
so yung halimbawa, marunong ka and when I say Salesforce, it's hindi yung pucho-pucho lang na alam mo yung paikot-ikot sa Salesforce. Like you know how to get around Salesforce, like you're familiar with Einstein, which is their reporting processes and analytics, and ano pa yun? Pardot. Marunong ka mag-Pardot.
Pardot. Yeah.
Oo. Like that will easily get you 120 a month. That's a VA role. That's not a management role.
Yeah.
And
Admin
marunong ka
lang
pa
yun.
mag HubSpot, marunong ka pa mag GHL, and those are all like the current tools right now for automations. Like easily 17 to $20 an hour. Easily.
Yep, exactly. And yung description nun, pag ganun, marunong ka ng object manipulation. So mag-modify, mag-add, mag-create
Thanks,
ng
Greats.
Salesforce objects. Kasi yung functionality ni Salesforce,
Wait,
nakadepende
DM
kung
nakita
gaano mo
dito.
isi-set up yung objects.
Kung kaya mo yung manipulation ng interface, ay nako, mas maganda.
Tapos
Diba?
may ano ka pa, no? May background ka pa sa dito yung coding system ni Salesforce.
Oo, iba pa yun. It's, what did you say was Apex? Actually, you know
Apex,
what?
yeah.
I've been inside Trailhead. I have an account in there. Yan. Hindi ko pa natatapos yung Salesforce kasi inuna ko yung mga editing for like the voiceover shit. So, yeah, there's a development for my voiceover career. Kaso parang hindi ko alam kung tatanggapin ko kasi ano nga, medyo sexy siya. it's like a sexy podcast, and I'm like, I'm not sure I want my career to go in that direction yet. I don't know. Okay. And like my acting skills, like I'm not great at that. Yung mga commercial tsaka mga corporate narration, mga ganyan, okay sa akin yan. Pero yung mga acting na, like yung mga dubbing pang animation, like I don't know if I can do that kind of shit, you know, so pag-iisipan ko pa.
Why not? Baka hindi mo lang alam, may talent ka pala doon.
Ew. Hello, director of operations, and somebody finds out that that's me. Like,
What the hell have you been doing with your life?
Like, pag-iisipan ko pa, di ba? Tsaka nag-concentrate ako sa like, yung mga editing. Because, you know, usually, ngayon, yung mga, if you're like a voice actor or voice-over artist, you do your own editing. Like, they prefer that you have your own home studio. So you have to do your own, like, editing. So, you know, I've been trying to improve on that, really. And I'm working with, like, this guy who's like a radio DJ. And he's been giving me tips on using Audition. Kasi I've been using Audacity up till now, and I've only recently started using Audition. Can make it an earning hobby naman. Yung mga voiceover mga ganyan, you can't rely on it. Like, you cannot rely on it unless talagang sobrang ang mahal mo. 'Di ba? Like, for example, pag kinuha ka ng boses ng, let's say, TV station, like ikaw yung you're reading 20-30 scripts a day. Okay? But still, hindi ka kikita ng 250,000 sa ganun. Okay? So, yung iba na mga voiceover, ano sila, hinahalo nila. So, may mga, may mga gig on the side, nagla-live hosting sila, nag-MC sila, tapos radio DJ pa sila. So, halo-halo. Hindi ka mabubuhay sa voiceover lang. There's not that much work, and there's a lot of competition. Let's see. Ay, maganda naman yung company, Coach. It's like a women empowered, thing. But still, it's a sexy podcast. So, like,
Parang malayo tayo doon.
parang, okay. Although the rate, like, magugulat ka sa rate. Makakala mo.
Pero
Of
syempre,
course,
depende sa
kasi
rate.
konti lang pumapasok sa ganun, di ba? So, because it's tantamount to like porn. Alam mo yung parang ganun.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's like audio porn. What's your niche po? Ayan. So si Jairo, legal VA, personal injury. Si Coach is OM, pharma testing. And I'm director of operations for a client who does consulting. Kumbaga, business improvement, nagta-troubleshoot ng mga problema ng mga negosyo. And then on the side, he has a coaching business as well. That's our niches. Si Jairo na nangaaway sa live. Uy, Jairo, sabi ni Ken, nangaaway ka daw sa live. Sagutin mo nga yan.
Ay, hindi, na-okray ko lang yung mga ano. Na-okray ko yung mga nagda-dog show.
Nagda-dog show? What does that mean?
Yung mga nanghihingi ng kaldero, sa
What? Is that a thing? Am I missing something?
mga lang naman yan. Eme-eme lang. Para masaya.
Wait send ko lang kay Greats. Ito. Team lead ang gusto niya, no? Team lead. Greats, pag na-hire ka dito, 130,000, libre mo kami lahat. Magpapasko na. Joke. Ayan. Great, sinend ko na sa'yo yung details. Yung mga di-resourceful, like gusto spoon feeding. Okay. Inaaway niya, which is suportado ko siya. Okay. Jairo, nasa Cebu ka pa. Oh, Jairo, yung jet setting mo. Hindi ka mahuli ng mga tao.
Wala na. Nandito na ako nung Monday pa.
Hey, ano yun? Yung sa Barangay VA?
Hindi, madam. Mga grupo
Ay,
lang
hindi.
din namin.
Iba.
Pero nandun din sila nun.
Oo nga. I heard. Yung tipong Jairo pa sponsor naman ng stand-up table mo.
Bili ka na, mura lang. 12.5.
Diyos ko. Table lang yon. Mahal naman. So my take on yung paulit-ulit na spoon feeding, and we talked about that on okay, what is your advice for those who want to become an OM? Well, you should already be in a role that is papunta na doon. Diba? You should be getting experience in a role na papunta na doon. Kung you're just starting as a VA, tas you're thinking gusto mo maging OM, like, para sa akin, medyo malayo pa. And it's like, have you even chosen your niche yet as a VA? Right? So, concentrate on being a really good VA first before you start thinking about OM. Wala
Master
po ba kayo?
your craft muna. Ganun.
Exactly. Wala po ba kayo mga info about medical VA? Sa Hello Raish. Diba? Medical yan eh. Tsaka maganda yung starting rate sa Hello Raish. I think it's $7 an hour or $7.50. Pero mahirap daw yung training. Tsaka I think 1 month to 2 months yung training. Something like that.
Yung info about sa yung Ian pala nagtanong. Who wants to become an OM? Yun nga, master your craft muna, and at the same time, kasi ganito, if you want to be an operations manager, you have to be someone na hindi ka komportable. To be an effective OM, kailangan lagi kang nakikitang problema. Alam mo yon. Kasi minsan akala mo okay na yung process, okay na yung operations, pero hindi pwede kasing yung nakaano ka na lang, yung linear ka lang. Dapat may nakikita ka pa din na problema. Kasi yung responsibility mo is to constantly make improvements. And kung sa akala mo, improve na lahat, actually hindi pa. And for you to become an effective OM, you have to make sure that you have an eye for issues, problems, and then one way for you to develop that, kailangan up to date ka sa mga latest technology na ginagamit nyo sa operations. Like kung dati ginagamit nyo pipe drive, and then nakikita mo hindi pala pwede yung yung deep automation doon. So hanap ka ng, kailangan may alam kang alternative for that, like Salesforce, kahit pagbalik-balik ta rin mong automation, meron yan. Focus on process. Yung process naman kasi, it's more on how well you know the business, especially in business model, what service agreement nyo sa mga clients niyo, yung mga dapat gawin at hindi nyo dapat gawin sa operations. Ngayon, pag alam mo lahat yon, you know how to create process, you know how to improve yung foregoing process pa lang. And another thing is yung people skills. Kasi if you know how to handle people, especially may kahit group yan, individually may mga kanya-kanyang issues yan. And you have to handle them accordingly, tailored doon sa ano man yung issue nila sa trabaho or kung ano man yan. So yun, people skills, I think. At least yun yung makakatulong sa'yo.
So, ayan, thank you for that, Coachy. And thank you, Zeroth. So, sabi ni Zeroth, his info is Hello Rish and MedVA. You can try to search po. Sabi ni Baragtotsky, marami pang kakaining bigas. Sabi nga nila, para maging OM. You have no idea what you have to do. 'Di ba? Madugo ang papunta sa ganyang role. As in, madugo. I'm currently in direct, wanted to step up a little bit. As much as possible, I don't like to be with some agencies. Mostly ng agencies di pinapayagan na may part-time ka. Yeah, kasi if you have one full-time and one part-time, that's like 12 hours. Sure, no problem yan. So, I think doable, like if you're working 12 hours, okay. And I agree, and yun nga yung pinag-usapan natin kanina na mali kasi yung agencies na mimigay ng contract na independent contractor, tapos sasabihin sa'yo na no moonlighting. Kasi it's against, the Philippine Labor Code. Okay? If I'm an independent freelancer, I can work with whoever the hell I want, basta kaya ko. Kasi hindi naman ako empleyado mo. Okay? Yes. You're not paying for my benefits, you're not paying for my retirement plan. Like, the word in itself, independent contractor. Okay, according to the contract, parang freelancer ka rin eh. Like everyone is basically a freelancer except yung mga tiga Athena, which apparently next year they're all gonna become employees. Okay, once you're an employee, yun bawal talaga. 'Di ba? Thank you, Kim. How are you today, hon? Yan. So, it's mali siya, mali. So, if you want to step up for your client, Ken, una-una, since you've been with a client a while, so nakikita mo yung mga butas sa business niya. Okay? Nakikita mo yung mga butas sa negosyo ng client mo. So you have to make a distinction between what is your job responsibilities right now and what the client needs. Okay? So, I had a live before na tinanong ng nagko-comment, sabi niya, kasi po, team kami. Halimbawa, 5 sila sa team. Sabi niya, yung iba kasi hindi productive eh. Yung parang nagbubulak-bulang sila na kung ano-ano, mga ganyan-ganyan. Tapos, tinanong ko sa kanya, does the client know? Tapos sabi niya, alam nila. I think she's talking about the team. Like, sinasabihan niya yung ka-team niya na, Hoy, kayo, dapat mag-ayos kayo. Ayusin yung trabaho nyo. Ganto, 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 ganyan, ganyan. Thank you, Jaro. Thank you, Lovey. So, sinasabi mo sa team, wala naman silang pakialam. Kasi syempre, pare-parehas kayo tumatanggap ng the same sweldo. Ikaw, mas marami kang trabaho kaysa sa kanila. Like, sila yung panalo doon. They work less, they get paid the same. Right? So, does the client know? I asked her. Tapos sabi niya, oo, sinabi niya kay client. Sabi ko, how did you tell the client? Sinabi ko kay client na hindi sila productive na ganto-ganto. Less yung work nila. Did you have any data? Okay, kasi iba yung approach ng manager, iba yung approach ng employee mindset. Okay? Kung ikaw, pumunta ka lang sa client, tapos paulit-ulit ka sa client mo, si Ivy, tsaka si Jairo, tsaka si Coachy, they're not productive. They're working less. They're later than me. So, mukha ka lang reklamador. Right? Now, if you go to the client, pero butas yan sa negosyo ni client. Like, there's a need there for some management, for some monitoring. Hi, Brian. So, sa mga interested sa Athena, Brian is here. You're gonna wanna DM him. Okay? Brian, yung mga gagawin kang referral. Okay? Ayan. So, ang advice ko sa kanya, sabi ko, kung may access ka sa tools, and I'm sure that you do, or ilista mo, okay, kung na-late si Ivy, yan, lagay mo, Ivy, late 50 minutes, okay, Coachy, late 20 minutes, mag-gather ka ng data. Hi, Grace, good morning. Mag-gather ka ng data ng at least like 2 weeks to 1 month. Okay? If you have access to your tools for reporting, even better. Okay? Kasi kunin mo yung data na yon, compile, ask the client for an appointment, say, could we sit down and talk? Because I need to talk to you about something important. Gawin mong formal. Sit down with the client, present your data, your facts, in a very professional, calm, polite manner. Hindi yung reklamador ka lang. Okay? So now you're going to give this to the client and say, look, I know the value of time in your business. You're not getting your money's worth. And here's the data to prove it. See? When it comes to when it comes to productivity, my productivity the last 2 months, 100%. See, Ivy, look, last month, 75% productive. And month before that, 65% lang. See, like, no one is gonna argue with data, with facts. And then, nakita pa ng client, may utak to na manager. May utak to na project manager. Do you see? That's how mapapansin ka ng client mo that maybe you're ready to move up to the next level. Because even when nobody is looking, okay, you do the right thing all the time, and you have the data to prove it. And you've just proven that I can put together reports. I can put together data for the company that's valuable to you. I have skills that might be valuable to you in a higher role. That's how you're gonna impress the client. Okay, hindi yung pupunta ka lang sa client, kasi, late si ganito and they're not productive, mga ganyan. Like, take a step back, okay? If you really want to move up, look at the client's business, look at where the opportunities are, then make your plan. After you have a plan, come up with a strategy. Once you have your strategy and your data, set an appointment with a client and say, you know what, you should promote me because these are the things that are wrong with your business right now. This is where you're losing money and this is where I can be valuable. Yan yung utak na ng manager.
And remember, just to add, siguro, sorry. Just to add, it is not enough that you presented the problem. Make sure that when you present the problem, you have a solution ready na ipipresent mo din. Kasi when you present a problem, tatanungin ka ni client, what do you want me to do with it? In my experience, ganun yung tanong sa akin. You presented a problem, you presented an issue, now what do you want me to do with it? I expected na lagi na ganun yung magiging tanong. So, before I present the data, meron na akong solution. And ang next na tanong ni client, what's it gonna cost me? Concern niya lagi yon, cost. Kasi if
That
you
should be
present
your
this,
concern too.
yeah, if you present a solution, whether you realize it or not, there's a cost associated with it. So, make sure na yung may cost estimation ka nung solution na binibigay mo. If it's cost effective enough, hindi sa'yo si client. Hindi niya tatanggihan yung solution mo. Yun lang. Share ko lang.
I got an invite as well to apply for a marketing director role. So if there's anyone from Makati area, okay, baka bagay sa inyo. It's up to 180,000. Pero dapat may experience ka in yung mga digital marketing, like you know how reporting works, analytics, you know how like paid ads works. It's for winery.ph. Okay, so it's marketing director role. So you know, you guys might have that experience. I know they're willing to pay up to 180,000 a month. Pero syempre, it's like ano siya, it's local, so it's gonna be subject to tax, but it's a direct hire. Let me know if you're interested sa winery.ph marketing director role.
So that's
Usapang
sa site yan?
managerial dito. Okay.
Ano yan? Sa site ka mismo mag-work? Hindi siya remote?
I think mostly remote. Hey JJ. I think it's mostly remote. And it's got all the regular benefits. May insurance, tapos meron pang gym membership. O, di ba? Ang saya.
Ang saya naman nun.
Daming benefits. It's your own parking space when you go on site. Mga ganyan. Kasi syempre, marketing director ka. Mga ganyan. I got an invite for it and I'm like shit, Makati. Like, no. Sorry. I mean, like, you might be asked to report on site, I don't know, once, twice a month. It's mostly remote naman, which I think is a plus, but I think it's more of a plus if you live in the area.
Yes.
Oo, masakit talaga sa ulo yan. And yung winery.ph kasi mag-relaunch sila sa 2023. So they need somebody who really knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to their marketing. So that's why. And I received an invite to apply for that. I actually got another invite yesterday for COO. Tapos alam mo yung product, coach.
Anong product nila?
Nakakatakot. Cryogenics.
Ay, my goodness.
I was like, eh. Although ang ganda ng rate din. It's around like 150 to 160 as well. But I'm like, medyo nakakatakot yun. Parang, and I have no experience in that field. Like, there's a stigma, you know, attached to that. So.
And when you say cryogenics, yung practical applications kasi
is medical.
Medical, and at least you have understanding of the chemistry behind it. And the
Actually, no, because, you know, it's not, that's the niche of their clients. Marketing agency siya. But that's the niche of their clients.
Okay. It's the client nila, not necessarily.
Clients nila.
Okay. I thought you're gonna work there na, ikaw yung sales. Parang hirap mo.
Kasama na rin yun. Like, syempre, you have to be instrumental in the formulation of yung mga sales na programs, mga ganyan, stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think, maybe it's not, I don't know. Right? Hindi ko pa sila sinasagot. But, diba? I mean, I think it's a good role. It's a great rate. I'm just not sure if that niche is where I would be best.
Wait lang, maiba tayo. Nakakita ba? Since it's December, sa mga VA dyan, may mga bonus na ba kayo?
Yung mga may bonus, ako wala. So, I just got hired, so.
Sa amin, wala. Pero we already have one monthly kasi. So, wala na siya.
Binigay na.
Nakakaloka yung mga bonus sa off. Diyos ko po, ang sakit sa banks.
Masyado bang malaki?
Hina-high blood ako.
Nahayulog kasi masyadong maliit.
Dahil masyado malaki.
Ang hirap.
Ano kayo
Ano
mga
yan,
niche nila, no?
$2,000?
6 digits talaga, madam.
Ay, taray naman.
Wow. Taray.
Yung iba, mga airfare ticket, US, ganyan, MacBook.
Ganyan.
Mm-mm.
Wow, nice.
Ewan ko, kuripot yung client.
Same. Client ko kuripot.
Wala
Pero
pa, bago pa lang.
nag,
Same tayo, Kim.
nagma-monthly kasi, nagbibigay na kasi sila monthly on top
Incentive.
of your monthly
Performance.
rate. Oo. Pero performance-based kasi.
Sabi ni
Hindi
Raylan,
naman masama.
namamas ko po. Okay. Patay tayo dyan.
Pero may tanong ako doon. Can you really ask your client for that?
Ako, nagtatanong ako.
Ano sabi niya sa'yo?
Meron ako one time na susupalpal. Pero the rest naman nagsisend. Kaya carry lang. I'm trying my luck. Ganyan.
Pero nagtatanong ka talaga.
Oo. Every December talaga yun. Kahit yung mga project.
So, paano mo hiningi? Ano yung opening mo dyan?
Yeah, oo.
Ako pahapyaw lang. Anong opening mo dyan? Sige, para matutunan nila.
Pagbago kasi mahirap eh. Siguro mga ilang buwan, ganyan. 3 months.
Sabi ni Mika, ako pahapyaw lang. Tipong, it's my birthday soon, so might need to leave a bit early kinin eh. Tapos ayun, magsasend ng birthday gift. Oh, style mo, Jairo. Ano?
Pagbago mahirap.
Assuming hindi na sila bago. Sige.
Ayun na. Ganun, I'm trying my luck. Ganun.
Paano mo sinasabi?
Paano in-open?
Yun na parang it's already December, Christmas is fast approaching. Yung mga ganyan-ganyan lang naganap.
Okay.
Kasi kami, yung mga clients ko kasi medyo close naman kami, kaya madali lang silang ina-assess ko kasi muna eh. Kapag wala kaming masyadong closure, hindi ako nag-a-attempt. Pero yung mga close ko na yan, ginagamit ko yan. Yung mga project-based ko yan, binibonggahan ko talaga. Pero nagsisend naman sila.
Saya no. Like, yung ibibigay nila parang enough for
minsan, kung magkano yung sahod mo, halimbawa, nakaka 14K ka weekly, yun, ganyan. 14K. Tapos yung iba, i-advance nila yung sahod mo ng 3 months, yung mga ganyan.
Ang saya nun. Oo. Yung mga tipong, bonus enough for one iPhone 14 Max Pro Ultimate, 5 gig, fully paid.
Ayan, may tanong sa'yo, Jairo, si Rochelle. Ilan po clients nyo now, Sir Jairo?
2. Tapos, yung the rest mga project-based na. Meron akong isa, start ako next week. Kakakuha ko lang sa Facebook.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So, you guys should be aware na the clients, like, whether they're in the US, Canada, hindi nila alam yung mga 13th month, 14th, 15th, they're not familiar with that. Yung Christmas bonus, they're not, hindi gawain yun sa kanila. Okay? So, pag humirit kayo and you're thinking, familiar kasi si client, he's gonna get it kasi December na. They're not, and medyo ba, 2 years ka pa lang kay client or 1 year, mga ganyan. The clients are not gonna get it. Okay? Especially if they haven't been working with VAs or freelancers a lot. So, kasi hindi practice yon sa kanila. Like, they're very shocked at hearing that, may 13th month? So, magtatabi ako for the whole year para maibigay ko sa December? What for? Parang ganon. So, you should be aware na yun yung mentality ng mga clients. It is not a practice sa kanila. Unless local yung client mo na nasa Pinas. Alam nila na practice nila yung 13th, 14th, 15th month. Doon sa US, it is not a practice.
Yun. Sabi ni Dalia.
Oo,
Sabi ni
kaya
Mika,
dapat
close
remind
lang kasi kami ni client and I build a good... Yeah, tsaka nasanay na si client na like, yeah, approach mo sa... So, may pattern na kasi. Yung sinasabi ko is the first time that you approach a client and you're assuming that they know. Since December, may Christmas bonus, most of the clients, it's not a practice where they live. Okay? Whether it's Canada, Europe, Australia, it's not a practice. Yung client mo may kusa pero maliit lang tapos ang tawag niya Christmas gift. Yeah. Whatever the client gives you, you should be happy with it. If it's $200, say thank you. If it's $10, say thank you. If it's $2,000, say thank you very, very, very much. Okay.
May kwento nga ako dyan. Siguro mga 4 years back, nung hindi pa ako, GVA pa ako dito sa client ko. Ang ano nila, ang siste, di pa Pasko, no? Sakto yung Christmas, papatak ng weekdays. So wala kaming pasok ng 2 araw. Eh di pag wala kang pasok, wala kang bawas ang kita mo, di ba? So parang nag-try lang na do we have some sort of bonus to give away this year? Ganyan. Tapos smiley face, ganon. Sabi niya, actually, no, we don't have budget for that, ganyan. So, okay. Tapos, but we're willing to pay for the holidays, yung 2 araw ko babayaran daw nila. Kaya, okay, sige, di natuwa naman ako. Pero may catch.
Ano?
Kailangan naka-login lang ako ng 24 and 25. Wala lang akong gagawin. Titignan ko lang yung
What?
inbox.
Papalagin ka ba?
Oo. Titignan ko lang yung inbox kung may darating na urgent
What
email.
if
So
you're
kahit
drunk?
kalimutan ko yung hindi ko pansinin yung ibang laman ng inbox. Basta yung importante lang yung mga urgent ang titignan ko. Tapos forward ko lang sa VP.
What if you're drunk?
Okay. Pati New Year, binigay nila yung New Year, yung 2 araw ng New Year. Pero ganun yung kailangan kong gawin. Kailangan ko mag-login para doon.
So, ito yung advantage if you're with a VA agency because, the VA agency that I built and ran for my last client, the VAs, hindi nila kailangang humirit sa client nila because may automation kami na nakaset up, na nakaschedule that tells the clients in advance. So, here in the Philippines, like, ino-orient yung client. So, yung mga lumang clients, alam na nila. Around December, maniningil na yung agency. And yung agency na yon hindi siya pumaparte sa bonuses ng VAs. It's 100% pass-through. So, that means if the client gave you $2,000, you will get $2,000. Like the agency doesn't get 1,000 and you get 1,000. Hindi siya ganon. Okay? So, if the client gives you $50, you get $50. That's it. And hindi mo kailangan maningil sa client mo. Ngayon, kung bigyan ka ng client mo sa labas, then labas na dun yung agency. But automatic naniningil si agency kasi may automation na nakaset up. And then, if sa mga clients na sumagot, so may tatawag sa kanila. Hey, Ben. So may tatawag sa kanila to confirm, like, for example, that you will be giving your VA a bonus and how much is it going to be and when, hi Ben, and when can the agency collect, mga ganyan. So, yun yung advantage if you're working with an agency. Like, it's the agency who's going to educate the client, who's going to connect with the client and collect the bonus and make sure that you get paid that bonus. Now, I'm not speaking for all agencies. That's just the last agency that I was
Halang fresh ni
with.
Ben.
Ayan.
Alam mo yan.
Bagong powder.
Ba't wala ka
Baby
sa Baguio,
Lips.
Mi?
Wala yan. Ano ba? Wala. Hindi ako sa mama. Gasto.
Gastos.
Hindi ako sasabay dyan. Hindi ako sasabay sa ganyan. Hindi ako mayaman.
Ayan si Ben, tanungin natin tungkol sa bonus.
Ben,
May bonus ba ang
may
agents?
open na team lead baka gusto mo. Or
Saan yan?
project manager.
Saan yan?
Wait yung sinend sa akin ni Vincenzo.
Pero kaka-close ko lang kasi ng isang hotel owner something.
Talaga. Sayang. Yung team lead
kanina
is
ko lang
100 to 130 per month. And then yung project manager, which is technically OM, 120 to 150 a month.
Can I, a question, can I forward a resume. Tanong ko si Mia, baka yung husband niya gusto din yan.
Si
Kasi yung
Mia?
husband ni
Si
Mia
MJ?
is looking
OM
for
kasi
Oh,
work
yung
naman.
din.
pala. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can forward to Mia on Facebook.
Oo, kasi
Yung project
nag-apply.
manager ba? Yung OM ba?
Mm. Kasi
Okay.
yung husband niya, yung nabanggit ko kanina, OM yun ever since. So kayang-kaya niya yan. And that's a better offer than
Ayan.
dun sa position na
Ayan,
na in-offer ko.
nakakatin.
Ay,
Si Mika. Finally, nakaakit si Mika.
Gumana din.
My God. Kanina pa ako pindot ng pindot. Wala.
Alam mo, hindi ko din alam kung ano-ano na pinagagawa ko sa setting.
Ah, okay.
Sige, Miss Jen, let me know. Pero I actually
Do you
have...
want me to send it to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I joined. Kasi I have a friend din who's looking for, ano lang siya, bago. As in, wala experience sa
Ay,
freelancing.
gusto
Please
nila
get a
with
student.
experience. Like,
Mm-mm.
you can't refer them for team lead without any
No,
virtual
hindi
experience.
talaga. Hindi ko refer. Yung mga entry level.
Entry
Yung
level
okay
lang.
lang.
May entry level phone sales, project agents.
Mm.
Yun yung pang entry level nila. But yung team lead tsaka yung project manager role has to have experience.
Okay.
Kamusta na, Mika?
Ito, tinatrangkaso.
Uy, kwento mo naman yung journey mo dyan sa bago mong client.
Alam mo, si Jen lang talaga nag-push sa akin. Wala talaga, as in wala talaga akong balak. Applyan yan. Kasi, yun nga, more transaction coordination siya, pero OM post naman. So, kaya ko naman yung management aspect, ganyan. Yung knowledge lang talaga sa transaction coordination yung wala akong alam. So yun, so trinay ko pa din. Sabi naman ni Jen, at least magigauge mo and you'll get like an objective reading kung asan ka na ba talaga ngayon
Yeah,
versus
how
where you
much is
wanna
your worth?
be. Kung magkano
Ganyan.
yung worth mo, ganyan. So pinush ko. Gulat ako. Pagka-send ko ng application, parang a few days after,
Sumagot agad
ayun,
na.
sumagot agad, initial interview. After ng initial interview ko, binigyan agad ako ng presentation. Uh, Parang nagpa-assignment sila ng process, kung ano yung mga process, kung paano ko i-handle yung gantong process, paano ko i-set up yung gantong process. So, trinabaho ko siya. 48 hours yung deadline na binigay sa akin, pero na-turn
Hi,
around ko in
Eric.
like 12. So, after 12 hours, nag-submit ako. The next day or 2 days after that, pina-interview na ako sa owner. And then, after 48 hours, ayun.
Hired na.
Tinawagan ako kanina. Ang funny pa kasi, dun sa application ko, syempre nakalagay din naman yung local number ko, diba? Eh, may sakit nga ako. Ring nang ring yung phone ko, binababaan ko ng binababaan. Tapos nag-text na lang siya, so yun, tumawag na lang ako. Tapos, ayun, hired na.
Ang galing,
You
diba?
know.
Saan ka dyan?
Very
Tapos,
good.
dapat, ang start ko sa 13 pa. Pero nirequest ng owner kung
Fast-track
pwede
nila.
daw na sa Monday na.
Yun,
So,
no?
start na ako sa Monday.
Yes! So, nag-resign ka na doon sa luma?
Oo, si Bowa na.
Ala, ang yaman ni Mika, pautang.
I know, right? Magpapasko na.
Si Bowa
Pasabog
nang
naman yung
bahala dun kay
2023 agad.
O, diba? Kaboom!
Kaya
Kaboom,
ngayon,
OM
yung
na.
ginagawa ko,
Nakamute si
yung,
bigyan ko.
so yung ginagawa ko ngayon, yung mga ginagawa ko para sa boss ko ngayon, tinetrain ko si Bowa kasi siya na yung magte-take over.
Oh, very
So, at
good.
least may magpapasahan ka, no?
Na trusted na ng boss ko.
Oo.
Kasi trusted naman
kilala
na niya si
na.
Derek yung...
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Wow. That's what happens.
All thanks sa sa push ni Jen.
Like, there's no harm, di ba? Like,
Oo.
Intuition. Yeah.
sabi ko nga sa kanya, is like,
Yes.
you've been around this long and you might as well. Di ba?
Kasi
Para
ayaw
alam
ko
mo rin
talaga,
yung
'di ba?
worth mo. How much do you, like, yung ginagawa mo ngayon, like, is that still your worth? And from what it was, like, a year ago or 2 years ago?
Oo.
Maybe not.
Kasi talagang pinilit lang talaga ako ni Jen.
As a, like, there's, like,
Ang
no
tagal
harm,
ng
no
conversation,
foul,
ang
di
tagal
ba?
ng conversation namin ni Jen nun.
Talagang kino-convince niya, like, maganda nga yung gantong situation na you're interviewing that you're not desperate. That's a great, you'll never have an interview like that again, sabi ko sa kanya.
So there's no harm in trying. If you know you can do it naman, why
Do,
not?
do you know how many others they were interviewing?
10
Alam,
kami lahat.
out of 10? Wow. Bravo. O, di ba? You know. Tapos
Ay,
ano
isa
yun,
pang
bago pa
bonus.
lang sila, no?
Oo, bago. Well, matagal na sila sa real estate industry.
Ah, okay.
Pero ang gagawin kasi nila is mag-aano sila ng agency dito.
Sa Pilipinas?
Mm.
So may
And
partner na sila dito.
meron, ang target
Ano
nila
ba?
is like 500 people by the end of next year.
Ah, okay. Okay, that's a goal.
Mm-mm.
Ay, umalis si
Nice.
Ben. Patanungin ko sana siya kung may bonus sila sa pineapple.
Oh, yung mga
Nakatakas.
taga-pineapple dyan, baka gusto nyo i-share.
Si Gyro agency ka ba or direct ka?
Direct yan.
Direct ata.
Direct ako, coach.
Okay. Kaya kanya-kanyang hingi ng bonus na lang.
Yeah. If it was
Kaya
me, I would ask the
hapyaw.
client, like, were you happy with my work, like, the past year? So, yeah, align ko muna. Because, you started me off in this role. And then, now I'm doing this, now I'm doing that. Parang ganon.
Ay, ako, madam, ginagawa ko yan pag manghingi ng increase. Di pa evaluate ako.
Oo, saves. Hindi na evaluation.
So, parang casual lang, like, bring it. Were you happy with my, for the last 12 months?
Ako
And
naman
then,
hindi evaluation yung ginagamit ko na term, alignment.
alignment yan, tama.
Mm.
Hi po. May hiring po kayo, voice, non-voice. Thank you. So, there is somebody hiring for project agents. It's phone sales. So, you will be on the phone. I think cleaning service siya. So, basic is 42,000 per month. Tapos, yung incentives, if you get them, is up to 44,000 a month. So that's not a company that I'm associated with. Pinasa lang sa akin ng ibang TikTokerist, di ba? Talagang na ano na yung term.
Pero for starting kung sales agent ka naman, maganda na
Yeah.
yun.
Like, and you know what, sales, like, I don't know why, like, glad I found this live, but do you have a VA community that I can join? I don't. We can create one, possibly. I have a YouTube channel. So, tinatransfer ko na yung mga content ko to the YouTube channel. So, if you want to find me on YouTube and interact there, kasi mas madali hanapin yung ibang content. Yung content na ginagawa ko from before, nalolost siya sa TikTok. Which is sayang. Kasi halimbawa, yung the different types of interviewers, mga ganyan, nawawala siya. It's because hindi inaalagaan ng TikTok yung mga lumang content. So I just transferred it to YouTube. So if you want to find me on YouTube, the VA interviewer, like a lot of the content there, mga interview tips, mga VA hacks that I did before. May I know where to send my application? So you follow me and I follow you. And then, DM na lang. Ano yan? Yung project agent, no? Project agent ba?
Miss,
Gusto mo?
Project
Phone
agent
sales?
ata
Ayan.
siya.
nag-reach out ako kay
Sayang.
kay kay Miss
Toby?
Leah regarding sa
Okay.
yung team lead ba, that's the 130 to 150, tama ba?
No, that's the 100 to 130, yung team lead.
Okay. Tapos yung
That's 120 to 150, yung project manager. Interested yung asawa niya.
Oo.
Okay, so G, message lang, full time po kasi. Wait lang. Send ko lang sa yung details.
sayang yon. Although na-interview ko na yung husband niya for the data admin lang kasi yun. And I think baka pasok naman siya as in super overqualified pa nga siya. Pero I think yung background kasi niya more fit for the role na hinahanap mo kasi sayang naman. Ang ganda niya, nung employment background nung BOA niya. So, mas magagamit niya yung mga skills niya.
G, fina-follow mo na ba ako? Parang hindi kita mahanap. Because we can't DM unless you follow me and I follow you.
True.
Because if you don't want to follow me, I can't. I can't message you. Sorry. Tapos 3 G Gonzales nakikita ko dito eh. I don't know which one is you. Wait, check ko lang yung profile. Okay. I know which one it is. I got it now. Okay. Hindi pa rin kita ma-message kasi requested pa lang yung nag-request ako to follow you. You haven't granted the request. Travel 101. How to apply. Ano yan? Project agent pa? Project agent po. Yung phone sales. Is that phone sales that you're interested in?
Diniyan mo sa akin, Miss Jen.
Ay, yung project manager. Wait lang
Project manager and team. Yung kahit yung team lead din. Para,
yung parehas. Okay.
Oo. Kung anong mapili niya doon.
Okay.
Kasi si Mika, na yan eh. Settled na yan. Okay na yung Hindi mo na kailangan yan.
Oo.
How do you find the work naman? Yung job description brief nila? Caring-caring
Okay naman. Okay rin naman. Tapos, ang maganda doon, upfront naman ako doon sa client na wala pa akong transaction coordination na experience. Pero, ayun, ang ginawa nila, naghanap sila ng tao na isa-shadow ko.
Yeah,
So,
I told you that's
magsasama
not gonna be a deal breaker. I told you that's not.
Oo nga eh.
Hey, laddie. What's up? Phone sales. Okay. G, sinend ko na sa'yo.
Ayan. Bigyan natin ng trabaho ang mga nararapat.
Good luck sa interview. Bago mag-interview, panoorin yung mga video ko. If you have any questions about your interview, then, probably best you ask me before your interview, not during the interview. Huwag naman ganyan. Ay, wait. Send ko yung email. Yung mga phone sales, mag-charming kayo sa phone. Be like super charming. Ayan, good luck sa asawa ni Miss MJ.
Yes.
Masaya yan. 150,000. Tausend. Good luck, Chi. Good luck, Travel 101. Hi, laddie. What's up? What's up? Ayan. So we're trying to get more people hired by clients and stuff like that. Pero pansin ko, konti pa rin no, coach, yung mga marketing automation. Mga ganyan.
Oo, hindi pa rin ganun kadami. So I think yung mga maghisimula ngayon, um, see to it na nag-ano na rin kayo, nagsisimula na rin kayong mag-self-study tungkol sa mga marketing automation. Actually, sa una kasi, parang ang hirap niya, ang technical niya, ang dami niyang skill requirement, but when you get started with the with the training, yung kahit yung self learning lang, eventually pag nakuha mo na yung concept nun, madali na sa'yo i-navigate yung yung trabaho. At least, yung understanding mo about the job responsibilities, mas madali na sa'yo, mas malinaw na sa'yo.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're a manager and you're not using automation, you're an idiot. Okay. Yeah, because that saves your life, honestly. That saves your life. My last VA agency, we automated for new applicants from the application process up until pirmahan ng kontrata. That's like 85% automated. That's why you only need one person to manage it, basically. Although, I still look in there, diba? I look at the applicants. I look at like what kind of applicants we're getting, what's the source, they're coming from. Pero syempre yung talagang nag-evaluate yung VA like yung HR na VA manager, like that's her role really. But syempre ako, like I'm interested to know where are a lot of our applicants coming from, maganyan. Tapos yung sa training, isa lang tao din ang nag-handle. So instead of hiring a whole HR team, like somebody to do applications and set up interviews and then evaluate, and then somebody else to do the background check, and somebody else na ganon, like it's one person. And that one person works 8 hours a day because of automation.
Mm-mm.
'Di ba? Isipin mo yun na if kung nag-hire ka na, nag-hire lang ng tao, okay? So, nangyayari, yung kita ng kumpanya, lumiliit ng lumiliit. Tapos ikaw, hire ng tao para magbilang ng butil ng bigas. That's no way to run a
Exactly.
business. So, you have to if you want to be an OM, yun yung tinatanong nila kanina, like you have to understand automations because that is going to save your life. That is going to save a lot of hours for the people that you lead, for the people that are under you. Kasi kung maliit lang yung team mo, hindi kayo gumagamit ng automations, lahat kayo magtatrabaho ng 12 to 15 hours a day. That's what's gonna happen. Mababurn out yung team mo, magkakaasaran kayo, magkakasamaan kayo ng loob. Do you accept fresh grad po? So, I'm not accepting anyone. Like, I'm not, you know. Well, hindi pa nag-hire si client ko. Like, I think he will next year. There's already a plan, but not now. Yung sinasabi ko kanina, may binigay lang sa akin na makailangan daw nila na job description. So, yung hinahire nila na with no experience is phone sales. So, I mean, if you're from the BPO, but you don't want to take calls, then there's nothing else that I can offer you. But if you're okay to do phone sales, ano siya, basic is 42,000, incentives up to 44 per month. And you want to apply for the role because I think they need a few people for that role, then I can send you the information. But if you don't want to take calls, then there's no other role. Mismo. Yes. Okay, Kim. Question lang po. Yung client ko ngayon, pinagawa ako script at first, then SEO analyst na. Then next week, gusto mag-outbound ako to look for leads. Okay. Ano yun? All-in-one ka? Parang hindi connected.
Kung may pinagawa ako script at first.
Pinagawa ka ng script for outbound calls. Then SEO analyst ka, so iba pa yun. Tapos ipag-outbound calls. Ano ba yung trabaho na tinanggap mo?
Pag out of scope, no, X sa akin.
If it's out of scope of what you initially agreed to, like, you gotta renegotiate that.
Mm-mm.
Yes, pinagawa na script for, ano nga yung trabaho na tinanggap mo? Is it outbound caller or is it SEO analyst? So, because sobrang magkaiba yung dalawa. I don't know why you would combine both.
Ang layo eh. Sa
Yeah,
akin.
sobrang layo.
Oh, sobrang
Super
layo.
technical yung isa. It was in the contract yung tatlo. Well, tinanggap mo.
Why?
Why? I would never. Like, if it's outbound, like freaking outbound, sure. 'Di ba? Pero yung SEO, tapos matrabaho din yung SEO kasi madetalye yan eh. Hindi kasya yan sa 8 hours mo, friend.
It's like you're doing 3 different things.
You are
3
doing 3
jobs.
different jobs for 3 different people.
How's the rate? Baka naman yung rate is
If you're doing that for $5 an hour, I'm telling you, you got
na
burned. You have to
you
renegotiate.
got scammed, charot.
So tanong ni Yay or Yay, agency po ba kayo or direct client? So I came from agencies. Like the last one was an agency that I built and ran for my previous client. Now pero palagi naman akong direct usually. Direct kami. So all of us direct. I just finished my shift. BA here. Good for you. Weekend ka na. Yeah. Mahirap talaga yan, Kim. I mean, like, SEO analyst, tapos mag-outbound ka pa. Like, which one do you like doing better? You have to ask yourself.
Saka
Right?
isa pa, depende na lang siguro kung you're good at all those 3. Pero syempre, may isa dyan talaga na doon ka super specialized. Kung writing ka, alam mo yun, I would not expect too much from you in terms of calling or getting lead generation unless you have a very good exposure doon sa niche na yan. But definitely there's one there na talagang kahit tulog ka kaya mong gawin and stick to it. Not saying na hindi mo dapat gagawin yung iba, pero mas magiging efficient ka kasi pag ginawa mo yung nag-focus ka dun sa isa na talagang super expert ka na dun.
Yeah, like yung example binigay ni Coachy from before. So, tinanggap niya na role is operations manager. Okay, it's an operations role. But he's a writer as well. But hindi yun kasama. Okay, hindi yung porket hinar ka ng client, lahat ng skills mo sa kanya. No. If the client wants him to write, let's say, outbound calling scripts or scripts for, clients' YouTube, content, iba po yun. Okay? Ibang bayad yun. It's not automatic na hinar ka ng OM lahat ng skills mo. No. He's hiring you for an operations role. Operations skills. That's it. And anything you can do outside of that, like video editing, content creation, like kung wala yun sa ang layo kasi, 'di ba? Writing plus OM, like ano siya, swerte. Oy, sige, kung binibigyan ng milyon kada buwan.
Okay na,
Right?
ipaghuhugas pa kita ng pinggo, so paglaba pa kita.
Yeah, right? I will take care of your pet dog, pet pig, pet cats, like whatever. 'Di ba? Milyon yun eh. Back. And hey, good luck, greats. Good luck on that. So, ni yay or yay. Sa first time po mag-VA, ano po suggestion nyo? Mas okay mag-direct or sa agency muna? Anong opinion nyo, Mika and Coach Potato?
If you don't have the experience to back you up doon sa direct client, because as I observe, currently, may mga
Hi,
dumadami
Herbert.
yung mga client na gusto nang may experience na. But if you're someone coming from a corporate job and then moving into freelancing, we don't have any, may idea ka, but you don't have that level of experience na pwede ka makipagsabayan sa mga veterano doon sa same niche na yun, then you can build your experience muna sa agency. Anyway, agencies are very open to accepting yung mga wala pang experience sa pag VA, but just like what we talked about earlier, be careful with your contract. Make sure that you're reading your contract.
Tsaka huwag mo sasabihin sa interview, well, I want to enter the agency para hasain yung skills ko and then I'll work as a freelancer.
No.
Huwag mo sasabihin niya sa interview, ah. Diba? Parang, does that make sense? Herbert, may open pala sa ano. I got an invite for a marketing director role. So, yun lang sa Makati kasi. So, it's mostly remote, but you might need to go into the office for like a few times a month. Marketing director ng winery.ph, 180,000. Baka gusto mo. It's regular job. So, regular benefits like car, parang may parking space ka, you got gym membership, insurance, health, blah blah. Yun lang ang layo kasi. So, 'di ba? Ikaw type mo. Ito, Child of Leo asks, question po, what do you use as backup power and internet during power outages? Ikaw, Mika, anong ginagamit mo dyan?
Ako, so far kasi malakas yung dito na SIM dito kasi katabi ko lang yung
Kahit
tower.
data, malakas.
Mm-mm.
Swerte mo. I think sa
Parang
probinsya may mga areas na, no?
umaabot ng 15 Mbps din.
Hindi 5?
Hindi, malakas dito sa La Union ang dito. And then, meron akong
Sige,
PLDT.
matesting natin yan pag nag-inuman tayo dyan.
Sige, game. Game. Tapos meron akong PLDT na prepaid.
Hoy, mga ngabayo din ako. Turuan mo.
Game. Sige,
May kabayo
game,
yan,
game,
sinamika. Heredera
Yeah.
yan, joke. Diba? Ayan. May tanong si Joshua. Ano work ng project manager?
So, medyo self-explanatory siya. Pero, you manage all the aspects of the project. So, you making sure na yung mga projects mo is on time. Ikaw yung gagawa ng mga processes mo for how you want to manage a specific project or a specific department. Reporting, yun, mabigat sa reporting.
Yeah. And you have to use a project management tool, some
Yes.
kind of tool. So,
Tapos kasama na din dyan yung forecast. So, ano ba yung forecast mo? Gaano kabigat yung trabaho ng
Work,
ganitong time
yeah.
frame?
kaya ng team mo? How many can you assign to that? How many can you sacrifice? What if biglang mag-backlog? Di ba? Mga ganyan
Oo.
tipo. Ayan.
Resource
Parang
allocation.
Isinampal
Magkano
na
yung
stepping
budget?
stone lang ang agency. What? Yeah. Don't say that. Yes, dapat separate invoice per skill. Tama. Si Herbert, magaling yan. He's idol yan. Okay, hi po, I'm a team lead for almost 10 years. Most of the projects or BG that I have is data entry. So, does that mean you don't have any experience as a VA or a freelancer? Because honestly, it doesn't matter how many years you have in a BPO, the clients don't care.
Yeah. Hindi ko
They
tulad
don't
sa
give a
atin.
shit. They don't care. What opportunities do I have to work as a VA being the skills I have as a TL? No, you have to get experience as a VA first. It doesn't matter kahit 50 years ka sa BPO. Like the clients, they don't care.
Unless makakuha ka ng client na customer service or technical support.
Yeah.
Pero bibihira.
Pero bibihira din eh. Kasi hindi nila mako-compare. Hindi, like, yung mga jargon mo sa call center, like, that doesn't make sense to the clients because they have their own, model. And keep in mind, ang call center, their budget is like hundreds of millions of pesos. That's why they can buy buildings and have like 6,000 agents. Mga clients dito sa mga that you will get as a freelancer or as a VA, they are small to medium sized businesses only. Okay? Because yung mga wala ditong call center na may budget na hundreds of millions na naghahanap ng VAs isa-isa. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. CRM Nexus. No. That's not a CRM. So project management tool and a CRM,
Or
magkaiba po
things,
yun. Okay, magkaiba po yun. For project management na market research, meron ba sa freelancing? I don't know Para
Meron.
malabo yung tanong mo. Like, what do you mean by project management for market research?
Yung scope nila is market research.
Parang
Pero
Ano ba
marketing
yun?
ang
data analyst, parang
E-commerce?
ganon.
Ganyan?
so ang project nila is well, I think ang services nila is market research. So you have a
Kasi
team
for
of
e-commerce nga.
Mga
Oh, meron
researchers.
naman.
e-com.
Oh,
Meron
meron yan.
naman,
I
meron.
guess. I just don't know where because I don't,
Oh, hindi din ako
you know,
e-commerce eh.
hindi ako e-com.
I see one in Upwork, just a quick preview lang ginawa ko. $8 to $15 per hour, Friday.
Pwede na. Pwede na pa yun.
So, how do I start po? Well, you have to decide whether you want to be a freelancer and apply for direct jobs, or you want to apply for VA agencies. And you want to target the VA agencies that you're applying to. Sa VA po, magkano ba usually ang minimum rate per hour? There is no minimum
There's
rate per
no.
hour. There's nothing in the Philippine Labor Code that says ito yung minimum wage. 'Di ba? Meron tayong ganun sa local. May minimum wage, wala po sa freelance. Wala pa. Okay? Kasi actually yung bill na House Bill na 8817, wala rin silang pinag-uusapan ng minimum rate, wala. Okay, so nasa iyo yun kung anong willing. If the client offers $2 an hour and you take it, that like you're the only one who can decide that. Okay?
Feel ko kahit na mapasa yung bill, hindi nila malalagyan ng minimum yan.
Hindi
Kasi
nila
technically
malalagyan ng
contractor ka
minimum
eh.
rate. Like everyone's take is different. Okay? In my opinion, I think, and this is only my opinion, like dapat $3 an hour for a new VA is standard. Okay? But hindi ka dapat magstay sa $3 an hour. Dapat after like 3 to 6 months, nasa 5 ka na. Okay? Nagpupush ka na for 5. Kasi $3 an hour, how much is that? Like just a little over 30,000? That's still more than what you get at a call center, but for me, like a standard working VA, you should at least be at $5 an hour. That puts you at around 47,000, like under 50, and like makakabuhay ka na ng pamilya nun,
Oo.
especially if you're single. Okay, that's just my opinion. I don't know, like what's your take, Coach and
Oh,
Mika?
ako naman, as long as, kasi I don't want to dissuade people kasi iba-iba tayo ng pangangailangan. So, kung yung offer naman sa'yo is kaya buhayin
Inakyat
yung
si
pamilya
Ladi.
mo at kaya ibigay yung needs mo, then go for it. Pero, wag ka magsisettle na hanggang dun ka lang na matagal.
Yeah. Always make sure na you are
You're
also
always
moving
moving
up.
up.
Yeah, moving up. Kasi one of the mindsets ng mga
Hey,
freelancers right
Sam.
now is that once they are settled in one niche,
They
yes,
stay
you
there.
can. They stay there because they want to develop this kind of expertise level na talagang when you talk about let's say SEO, and then clients would really go after you because you're too good in SEO. But how about any opportunities above SEO? Because anything else, kung kung upgrade lang din ang gusto mo sa freelancing, there are a lot of opportunities na pwede mong mahanap that are above your current station. So it's not limited yung position kasi and yung leveling up ng current stations mo. Hindi lang naman apply diyan sa employed. Pag-employed ka sa corporate, actually mas madali nga sa freelancing as long as you have the right qualification for it. Then why not move up? It's up to you actually. It's not up to the company na i-promote ka. You can promote yourself. That's the difference. Kapag employed ka sa isang company, yung company, yung management ang magde-decide whether you're good to be promoted. Pero sa freelancing, you can promote yourself. You don't need to wait for anyone to promote you. Now, that's my take.
So, tinatanong ni Rochelle, how long have we been in the industry?
14, if I count the first 2 years na puro project-based lang, hindi ako full-time. So, 14.
So, me, 10 and a half. Tapos si Mika,
7.
7. Okay. So, we've been in it for a while.
Ako on and off since 2010.
Ayun.
So, almost 12 na din, ano? Almost 12
Yeah.
years na din. Dinosaurs na po kami. Charot.
Yeah. Mabibilang mo, Triassic, Jurassic. Okay.
May, ano pa may mas luma pa eh. Ano? Yung primal na.
Big Bang Theory. Andun ka nung Big Bang, di ba? Patay tayo dyan. So, tinatanong ni Joshua, I'm a senior project manager for market research firm for almost 6 years, getting almost 80,000. If mag-freelance kaya ako, mas lalaki pa sasahurin ko. I don't know, because I don't know your job responsibilities as a market research senior project manager in real life. I don't know what it translates to virtually. I have no idea. So I don't have any answers for you there. Like, you'll know once you start applying.
Exactly.
If the clients recognize, oh yes, I can use this, I can use this, I can use this. Now you know you have a place. If the clients look at your resume and they're like, the only thing I can offer you is phone sales, it means they don't recognize your skill set. Ano po pinagkaiba ng interview pag direct client sa agency? Depende po. Usually sa agency mag-interview sa'yo, lalo na yung malalaking agency, is Pinoy. So you can expect na mas madetalye ang Pinoy. Okay. If yung direct client, if the client is hiring you themselves, like maybe they can't afford to hire somebody who can interview you na talagang specialist. So, kaya mas madali ang interview sa clients kasi hindi naman sila marunong mag-interview. They're just gonna ask you about your skills. Oh, do you know how to do graphic design? What do you use? Photoshop. You're hired. Oh, ganun lang yung clients. Whereas, sa agency, they're gonna wanna check your laptop, your backup, your power, your backup for power, mga ganun. Kasi naka-commit sa kanila yung clients. Okay? Mas malaki ang binabayad ng client sa agency. So, mas mataas ang expectations. And in a way, sa agency, if you get placed with a client, mas may chance na magtagal ka sa client. So, mas likely na mas consistent ang income mo with an agency. Whereas, if you're a freelancer, what you might need to do is, keep kubra ng client. Okay, that's the likelihood. Kasi if you're gonna look for clients on Upwork, Revo, Lancer, Fiverr, mga ganon, yung mga clients doon, project-based. So you're gonna need about 5 clients. You might have this client this month, then 2 months later, wala na yung client na yun. Ganon talaga. Ganon talaga ang buhay ng freelancer. So it depends. What are you looking for? Are you looking for consistency to pay your bills? Or okay lang sa'yo na hanap ng client every month para palitan yung client na umaalis? Or baka may clients ka pabalik-balik lang. Okay.
Ayun, and then add ko lang din, in terms of pag-apply and sa pag in-interview ka na, iba ang application process at ang interview process pagka freelance. If there's one advice, and I think sila Coachy can agree dito, pagka ini-interview ka ng direct client, hindi na uso yung sasabihin mo pa na I'm detail-oriented, ganto ganyan. Hindi mo na kailangan i-highlight yon. Ang kailangan mong i-highlight is kung ano yung magagawa mo para sa client. Hindi na siya yung parang babasahin mo lang yung resume mo. Tapos yung resume mo nakalagay doon, detail-oriented, can work well under pressure, ganyan.
Generic na yun.
Generic na yun. Lagi na naririnig ng client yun. So, one thing that we highly suggest is instead of giving these information once in-interview ka, is ibigay mo yung specifics kung ano yung mga kaya mong gawin para sa kanila.
Exactly. Ikaw, Ladi, what can you say about that? Busy si Ladi.
Oo.
Ang kadyan. Well, add ko lang doon sinabi ni Mick. Actually, totoo yun. Clients no longer care if you're a good communicator or ano ba yung nabanggit mo kanina, nakalimutan ko.
Yung can work well under
Yes,
pressure,
given na yun eh. You're
as attention
expected,
to detail, ganun.
exactly, you're expected to have that skill, regardless kung ano yung ina-apply mo. Kasi that's one of those generic qualities that you should have in the first place as a person applying for any position or any job. Now, what you can highlight nga, sabi nga ni Mika, is yung mga unique capabilities mo and at the same time, yung ma-emphasize mo kung ano yung solusyon na maibibigay mo kay client. Let's say they're having trouble with the process, parang ang haba nung uh, hinahire ka nila as a operations manager, let's say, and then they told you na your responsibilities would be streamlining operations process, all 9 yards. And then, you get to ask kung ito yung magiging job responsibility ko, do they have any issues with um, process? So, ano kaya yung current implementations nila ngayon? Bakit nasa na yung dating operations manager, what they did so far, and then you get to ask the client what pain points. Dito papasok yung pain points. Kasi pag ina-apply ka sa kahit kaninong client, it's no longer about you, it's about the client. What do they need from you and what you can provide for that need? How are you going to meet those needs by the client? It's no longer how good I am as an applicant, as a person, as an SEO, as an SMM. It no longer matters for me, at least in my opinion. It no longer matter how good I am, but how I can resolve the problems nung mga clients. So one way is for me to address right away, ask the client, what are your pain points? Which part of the process, which part of the operations you are having trouble with? Ano yung gusto nyong ma-improve at this point? So when you get to ask those questions, the client, mind you, the client will immediately get curious about you because you know already what you're doing and what role you're stepping into. You already know how to approach the 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 role that you're applying for kasi nagtatanong ka na agad ano yung pain points nila eh. So that means the client is assuming that you have this clear understanding of your role and you are ready to take it on. And once you were given all that pain points, lahat yan sinabi ni clients, immediately, if you know what you're applying for, you can suggest solutions right then and there. Uh, Suggest to clients, oh, we can actually move your process into a better place. Let's say, what is your CRM tool right now? We can get something else that will work for your budget, and at the same time, it has automation capabilities wherein all of your legwork can be done by the automation, and that's it. It works wonders, I'm telling you. If you do your interview that way, it works wonders.
So ito sabi ni Joshua, galing ni Coach Potato mag-explain. Nag-corporate job ka din before, Coach Potato.
Yes po. Medyo marami-rami na po akong pinanggalingan. Nung high school po ako, dishwasher po ako sa restaurant na kapitbahay namin. Totoo yun, nung high school ako, nag-dishwasher ako pag summer.
Mga high
Tapos,
school, okay.
yeah, I've been to BPO, I've been to marketing sa restaurant chain before. I've been area marketing assistant manager. Tapos, I've been to export and import industry. So medyo, marami na tayong pinagdaanan.
Hi, Cheska! Ito rin ang tanong ni Joshua. And sana flare ang nostrils mo, Coach Potato.
Ano daw?
Sana wag mag-flare ang nostrils mo. Ang tanong niya rin, what are the niches that are worth 6 figures? Okay, so
Ako
hindi
masasabi ko
tayo
lang,
makatakas sa 6 figures
oo
na
nga
yan,
eh.
di ba?
Ang masasabi ko lang, every niche
I'm
pays
so
six
sorry.
digit, but the question there, how are you going to approach that level? It's in the matter of how good you are, how expert you are to demand 6 digit. Every niche, believe me, every niche can pay 6 digit, but the work involves into getting to that point, it varies.
Fully. So, can you hear me? Can you still hear me?
Ayun, medyo nawala ka kanina,
Still clear?
madam. Ayan,
No.
okay na.
Okay. Nag-switch ako sa, sa earbuds.
Ah, I see.
So this last client, so I'm new with this client right now, okay? And he actually reached out to me on online jobs because, I updated my profile and all that stuff. And he hired me nung minamessage niya ako, parang may duda siya sa akin. Because it has, what is my skill set? It has their, I grow VA agencies from 0 to 7 figures within 2 years. Because that's what I did with the last VA agency. Okay, that is my skill set. I'll tell you right now, hindi ako nahihiya. I can grow a VA agency from 0 to 7 figures in 26 months because I've done that. Right? Like, how many people can actually say that? Not a lot. Okay. So may duda siya sa akin. Like, and he hadn't asked for my resume or anything. And I told him, because that's what I do. That's my skill set. I can build a business from the ground up. Okay. Like recruitment, interviewing, marketing automation processes, SOPs, payroll, you name it, I've done it. Okay. Launching new programs, you name it. Copywriting, content writing, you name it, I've done it. Okay, siguro hindi ko lang nagawa is like designing, yung mga graphic design, because that's not something I'm good at. Web development and mga paid ads. So I sent him a video link of my previous client, and in that video, nagyayabang yung previous client ko saying, Jen, she runs everything, and this is what she told me. You don't need to worry, I'm going to run everything. So I sent him that video. And on the strength of that video, my previous client's video, like he set up an interview with me, never asked me for a resume, but I sent it to him anyway. And initially, he's looking for somebody who can do marketing automation, little bit of project management, parang ganon. But then, when he talked to me, parang, doon niya naisip na parang, alam mo, if I hire this person, the only thing that's missing is her name on the bank account. Right? You can put me in this role, day one, I'll hit the ground running. Like, what do you want? Okay? Do you want me to build? Do you need me to, like, sabi ko sa kanya, so, and I'd already researched him. I told him, so I saw you on Crunchbase. I saw that, you own a tech company that you've had for 29 years. And I'm guessing that's not the company you want me to run for you, right? Sabi ko, because, you're asking about GHL. That's not something that you'll use with a tech company. And you've had it for 29 years. Sabi niya, that's right. See? So, nasagot ko na siya before he actually opened his mouth. Right? I already knew going into that interview, I have a basic idea of what he wants me to do, which company he wants me to run. Right? If you have that kind of skill set, like it's a name your price role. Because the client looks at you and says, and I don't even ask things like, what are your pain points? I don't. Right? He said to me, yes, I have a new company. It's a consulting agency. This is what I want to do. With companies, and I asked him, so how many clients do you have now? 2. Okay. And the business of the client, the first one, and he said, ganto yung ano nila, ganto yung ganyan. They're spending 4 million on paid ads, but this is their marketing plan. And I diagnosed it for him. I was like, that is no like marketing plan, like, and the person who bought it for 12 million, like seriously, like dapat ganto, dapat ganyan. Like, this is typically what they would do. And if they want to operate outside of that, like, this is the alternative to use automation. And he was amazed. He was like, that's exactly what I told the client. That's how I diagnose yung ganto ganto ganyan ganyan. Right? So, and that's when he said to me, he said to me, like, I have to have you on my team. Like, what will it take? Like, that's what you want to hear in an interview. Like, you have to join my team. What will it take? Whatever it takes. And then, you know what? On that same interview, first call, I saved him money. Okay,
Yeah.
so sabi ko sa kanya, okay, for your team right now, tell me about your team. Sabi niya, I have one VA in the Philippines. Sometimes he's here, sometimes he's not here. Are you serious? You're this guy's VA. You've been in touch with him for 2 years. The guy is worth 25 million. I looked him up on Crunchbase. Like, and you're here, and sometimes you're not here. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Diba?
Yeah.
Like, tapos sabi niya, kasi sabi niya nagkasakit siya, and then nagkasakit yung mga anak niya, and I'm like, this VA is like fucking stupid. Like, you have no idea who you are working with. Okay? The guy is sitting in an office, sabi niya, you know, this, sabi niya sa akin, see this office? Sabi niya, I'm the only one who comes in and then somebody else. Sabi niya, we used to have like the whole team from his tech company here, right? And he got into cloud desktops in 1988. Ganon ka forward thinking yung client, right? And now the company, like, no, who was thinking of clouds in the 80s? Nobody. Nobody, right? When did you
Yes.
start learning about clouds? I'm willing to bet it's in the 2000s. Ganon ka forward thinking yung client na to. You have to recognize that about the client right away, right? So when I asked him about his team, it's this one VA, sometimes here, sometimes not here, though. I'm like, that is like fucking insane, right? Those the sabi niya, and then ito yung, those yung mga coaches na hinara niya. So he's got two coaches, kilala ko yung isa. And then sabi niya, I hired this company, and they had like a parang project-based service that he buys for 2,000 plus a month. So sabi ko sa kanya, sabi ko, and what's their service like? Well, I'm not crazy about it. Ganto ganto. Sabi niya, you know what? That company that he hired is taking 2.5 months to create one landing page. Are you fucking crazy? You're paying $2,500 a month, and they can't even get a landing page created in like at least a week. Sabi ko sa kanya, may alam ako na iba na same service, mas effective, like, and wala pang $600. Sabi ko, you should sign up with that company. Like, I guarantee it. I guarantee, you tell them that you ask for this project manager kasi siya yung pinaka tenured, and you will get great service from them. So just on that call, I already saved him close to $1,900. If you can do that with a client, it's a name your price. So if you're asking me about six figures, that is a skill set that's going to bring you to six figures, maybe even seven. Maybe we even with profit sharing.
Doon tayo sa 7.
Diba? I'm telling you that that's the kind of skill set you want to have if you're asking about six figures. But if you're like, oh, I'm already getting 80,000 like right now in real life, and I want to translate that to six figures virtually, like, how are you going to make that happen? You were getting 80, like, that's five figures.
For BRB lang 5 minutes.
Like, how are you, like, what's your plan? What's your strategy to make that six figures when you transfer over to virtual?
Yes, exactly. Ako, ang ginawa ko, at least just a thought. Kasi before I worked as an OFW, so it's also kind of like what you said. It doesn't matter. The clients don't care whether you worked abroad or not. It's not. Uh, they don't see it or they don't look at it. They just want to know how you're gonna help my business and
Yep.
how are we gonna be successful. So, what are the transferable skills that I have? Yun ang number one mong tingnan sa qualifications mo. Let's say you're a yun nga, we work in the BPO, we work in the customer service industry. You can write it down that, hey, I am in the customer service industry. I help clients with this, resolving issues, de-escalating de-escalating problems and after sales work or something like that. Yung client retention na tinatawag nila, yung ayaw mong umalis, obviously yung client, you try as much as possible to keep the clients within your company. That's client retention. So yung mga ganon, so katulad yan, that is very basic skill set pagdating sa customer service. However, I don't think you only have customer service experience. You have worked with CRMs because you're working customer service. You have CRM tools. You can write them down, yung CRM management or CRM updates. Akala kasi natin yung CRM is simply para lang doon sa client, doon sa sa BPO company natin. Hindi. Like Zendesk. Zendesk is for everybody. You just have to pay for in order to use the tool. I didn't know CRM or we just call it Zendesk back then. Hindi ko alam na customer relations management tool pala siya. So when you think about it, what are other alternatives to Zendesk? Tingnan mo rin, you also have to give it a try. Which ones are the easiest to use? What are the most convenient? So again, you itemized everything that you were doing back when you were in BPO. Sulat mo, and we will see which ones are transferable. The fact that you already work in BPO, that's also a good skill set because you can communicate effectively already. Um, you're not intimidated with English kasi yung iba natatakot magsalita ng English. So, you're not intimidated with that. You can express yourself. So, uh, and then eventually you can go and have a look. There's actually a TikTok HR manager. Ang ganda ng pagkaka-explain niya kung to also make your CV ATS friendly. Nakalimutan ko na yung pangalan niya eh. But when you do get a chance, ang galing nitong guy na to pagdating sa transferable skill set as well. So, subukan yung panoorin siya. Hahanapin ko muna yung niya, TikTok account niya. Kalimutan ko na kasi.
Yeah, you can't just immediately assume, oh, this is how much I'm making, sa labas.
Mm-hmm.
So, lalaki yan. Pagdating, dahil nag-transfer ka lang sa virtual. This is still real life. This is not la 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 dreamland, okay? It's still real life.
Mm-hmm.
Ask yourself,
Yes.
okay, in real life, how many people can do your job? I guarantee you in real life, my skill set, there's not a lot of people who can do it, okay? In the US, if my client was to hire somebody who was going to build a business from the ground up with my skill set and that experience, like minimum, he's going to pay 125,000 a year for that person. So yung range is like, let's say 125 to 250,000 for a general manager or someone who can grow the business from the ground up. Okay, so I know my worth. I know my job's worth sa bansa niya. And I know, that's why I know how much I'm offering now. Diba? Times 1.4 or 1.25 sa US kasi, bakit times 1.4, 1.25? Kasi magbabayad pati si employer ng 401k, dental insurance, medical insurance. Kasama na yan sa US. Dito, if I ask him for, let's say, $60,000 a year, wala nang times 1.4. Hanggang, like 60,000 lang talaga. See, you have to be aware, like do your freaking research, right? Know what you want to do. If you don't know what you want to do, at least know what you do not want to do. Okay, so tama si Francesca, like what she's been putting down there. Na tapos magrereklamo ka na, oh, there's so many clients taking advantage of Filipino VAs. Well, tinanggap mo yung 275, tinanggap mo kasi. Okay? And like I tell the client, kasi yung, ano ba, si client, i-challenge ako ni client, sasabihin niya, well, I could hire 4 VAs to do your job. And I was like, yeah, you could hire 4 VAs to do like one job, like me,
Mm-hmm.
but you'd also need to be managing 4 VAs. Like, do you have the time to do that?
Exactly.
Right?
You didn't
Like
even.
I can do like 3 departments worth. That's what I did at the previous company. I replaced their placements team. I was managing clients, client success manager. Okay. Plus, ano pa ako, OM, director of operations. Like, that's 3 fucking departments. Jobs that I'm doing in one person.
Mm-hmm.
Know your worth.
Wow.
Like, know
Yes.
your worth here. Know your worth in the real world. Know your worth sa bansa ng client. Para pumunta ka sa laban na may bala, may baril. 'Di ba? Don't go there with just your experience from BPO. Tapos yung i-expect mo na yung client maiintindihan yung mga KPIs na pinagsasabi mo sa BPO.
No.
They don't. They don't freaking
Mm.
understand what even a KPI is. What does it
Yes.
stand for? Do you know? Do you know what it stands for? Tapos nagbabato ka ng kung ano ng jargon sa client mo, they're not gonna understand. Okay? That's what I'm saying. So, like for example, um, yung mga, yan, sa IT, usually, kasi yung pamangkin ko is in IT. Okay? So, he works with a big company, yung mga network architect, administrator, blah, blah, yung mga database churvalu. Okay? How many people can do that job? Not a lot. Okay? So in the real world, kung konti lang gumagawa ng trabaho na yon, and you are already commanding, let's say, 110,000 a month. Pag lumipat ka sa virtual and you choose your niche, tapos yung niche mo pa is very konti lang ang pumipili. Like, let's say, NFTs. Okay? And you decided to to apply your skills in the real world virtually to a very small niche, di yung 110 mo magiging 200.
Yes. Even
That's the
more.
reality. Kung konti lang gumagawa ng trabaho mo in real life, right? So malamang in the virtual world, like, somebody's gonna hire you for that. Lalo na yung sinasabi ni Coach Potato, yung mga technical, yung mga IT, like cybersecurity, they always command top dollar, especially if you are certified and you have experience. Pero yung sasabihin mo in real life, this is my job, and you don't even know how it translates virtually, like, you go out there and find something that is equivalent. Okay? So tulad nung sinasabi ni Joshua na senior project manager for market research, I don't know what that translates to virtually. My guess, it's like marketing data analyst. That's my guess. Okay, that's my best guess, but I don't know for sure. How much ang kinikita ng marketing data analyst? Mga ganun din, mga 80, mga 70 to 80. So, you know, I mean, I know of a company that put out an ad like last year na ganon, and nakita ko yung presyuhan. Yung data analyst mas mababa konti, siguro mga 70. So it's around on or around the same, if it's the same job, if it's sort of the same job. That's just my take.
And then also people have to realize na the term freelancing doesn't always translate into virtual assistants. So when you say freelancing, it's it's whatever job you can think that you can do at home or remotely. So freelancing is a status. It's the opposite of employed. Pag employed ka kasi may employment contract like nasabi ni Madam Jen kanina. Employed ka exclusively for that company. Pag freelancer ka, it's the word itself, freelancer. You can work for anyone you want, anytime you want. And then virtual assistant, doesn't always mean freelancing because VA is just a niche. Like it's one one dot from the hundreds and thousands of bullet points of jobs that you can find in freelancing. That's just one, yung VA. we have EA, we have social media management. All sorts of opportunities you can find sa freelancing. And then kung yung trabaho mo nga architecture, architect ka, engineer, you can find it in freelancing. Whatever job you have right now in corporate, you can find the same role sa freelancing. So, yung
You need to
focus
find the
mo,
equivalent. What is the
yes, yes,
closest? Now, we're not
right.
saying you will find exactly the same. We're not saying that. You have to find the equivalent sa virtual. We
Yes,
don't
may
know what it
makikita
is.
ka.
Okay, we don't know what
Yung
it
friend
is.
And
ko,
then,
architect siya, uh, but he also has online clients, yung remote work. Ang ginagawa niya is AutoCAD designer. So, at least that one is relatable kasi gumagawa siya ng architectural plans through AutoCAD. So, if you know an AutoCAD operator, you can actually do that remotely. And you can also have a look at in Upwork kung ano yung mga job descriptions nila.
So Ken and Francesca, thank you so much for answering the questions. Like, in the comments, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Don't you wanna go up, Francesca?
Oo
oo
nga,
nga.
Francesca.
May upuan pa
Cheska,
rito.
nasa meeting pa pa.
Tapos
Ken,
Virtual
gusto mo
i-
assistant
makiat?
po ako.
i-reiterate ko lang din yung sinabi ni Jan kanina. Yung worth mo kasi, iba yan sa value mo.
Yes.
So, you can't interchange that. It's okay that you value yourself. It's okay that you value your skills. Pero, ano ba talaga ang worth niyan sa totoong buhay?
It's not you that's going to tell you your worth. Like, you will find out when you get out there.
Mm-mm.
What
Hello!
platform? Hi, Cheska. Kamusta ka na?
Hello po. Kasi yung iba na ang daming nai-intimidate. Maganda yung discussion ni Coach Potato kanina about yung pag-elaborate ng pag-freelancing, which is totally true. Kasi ako po, hindi po ako kasi tataas ng posisyon po nitong apat na ito. Ako po ay hamak na customer service at
Hoy.
technical support until
Pero
now,
malapit
ha?
na.
Ay! Charot!
Mag-reyna
Coach,
ng mga customer support at tech support.
magre-rain na tayo ng
Hi,
customer
Isa!
service.
Hi,
Kaya
Coach
wag po kayong
Isa.
ma-intimidate kasi feeling ko yung iba masyado nga po silang na-attract sila ng mga nakikita nila sa FYP nila dahil parang kailangan pag VA ka ito yung alam mo, ito yung ganito. Kaya yung mga question, pwede bang mag-VA walang experience? Imposibleng wala po kayong experience. For sure, meron tayong lahat experience sa mga pinanggalingan nating trabaho. Pero what like they've been saying kanina pa, find the equivalent of that. Like ako, galing po akong BPO, matagal po ako sa BPO. And ang trabaho ko ngayon is related to something I've been doing from the BPO sector pa rin. Nasa customer service related service pa rin ako. Chat support, tech support. Pero, freelancer po ako or virtual assist. Parang remote worker ako. Ganon, yun. Kaya para hindi sila nalilito. No idea for BPO. Hindi ko na alam ano sasabihin ko, Wolfpack Adventures.
Yeah, if
Ano daw
you're
siya,
coming from a
online
teaching background,
ESL.
then maybe look at being an ESL teacher initially. Kasi yun yung
I'm
directly
an,
related, di ba?
Either
Opo.
ESL
I'm
teacher
an,
or mga tutors. May mga tutors pa din naman na
May mga
nag-teach
online
sa akin.
tutors pa rin na
Yeah.
available.
Magtayo ka ng
actually, I'm an
negosyo man,
online
not
ESL
tutorial. Oh.
online ESL teacher din ako. So, yeah, I can suggest online ESL companies or Facebook groups na pwede mong salihan. You can also create your own courses, yung from beginner, intermediate, and then advanced English proficiency. It can be spoken or written. And then you can promote that in I forgot the name of the platform, but you can offer that services as well. Yung tawag dun, gumawa ng sarili mong course, online course. Aside from obviously the usual Udemy, and then ay mga online settings na yan. You can also go to Fiverr. You can offer ESL teaching at Fiverr Kasi marami naman ding naghahanap talaga.
Wag lang po kayong mag-stick sa word na VA or virtual assistant because that's what you've been seeing online or sa TikTok. Malaki po, wide range ang pag-freelancing, just like what Coach Potato said earlier. Ang pag-freelancing, pwede kang freelancer photographer, freelancer na DJ, freelancer na host event. It's just so happen na naging tama ba yung term? Colloquial term for us like this one? Kasi nauso siya nung pandemic eh.
Na-hype
Kaya
kasi.
everybody's... Oo. Kaya parang siya yung masyadong nakagat na term ng pag-free... Freelancing has been there ever since. Hindi pa uso yung mga remote workers like us. Freelancing has been a term for person na hindi exclusively hired by a company. So if you're not exclusively hired, you are a freelancer regardless if you're a remote worker or doing it on a corporate company or whatnot. So, yung pag-VVA, katulad nga ng sabi ni Coach Potato, pwede kang maging VA, pwede kang social media manager, pwede kang, katulad ko, customer support, pwede nagko-calls, non-voice, pwede ka ring accountant, kasi may mga accountant na freelancer na ang clients ay mga foreign clients. Hindi sila locally employed but they have foreign clients na katulad ng mga VAs. So, huwag kayo ma-intimidate dun sa term kasi yun yung napapansin namin karamihan because alam ko marami kayo napapanood na video that goes through your FYP and saying you can earn as much as 6 digits. Ting, 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 ting.
O tingnan mo si Cliff. Sabi niya, ako po receptionist sa hotel before, but now I'm a VIS Airbnb registration co-host. See? Medyo related pa
Yes.
rin.
Marami
Yeah,
pong
see?
ganyan
That
na
works.
kaya Wolfpack, if you're experience mo teaching,
Sure,
hanap ka ng teaching related client.
ESL teacher na daw siya in the US.
Okay.
I see.
A
So
VA
VA
should
what?
have a contract.
Should have a contract.
Mm.
Is that
Like
correct? At
prefer
least an
agreement.
independent contractor's agreement,
Yep.
at least.
Mahina audio mo, Ladi. Hindi ka ito marinig.
Pasensya na, malayo kasi yung microphone eh. Naka-headset ako.
Okay. Carry bells. Experience. Ano ka? Di po ako
Alam mo,
kumain.
Wolfpack, lahat tayo, we wanted the experience and eventually money will
Uy,
follow.
buti ka pa. I'm out to the money, sorry.
Totoo yan,
I'm not
madam.
really shy about that.
Sa true lang
Money
tayo. Sa true lang
Wala
tayo,
tayong pera.
madam. Lalo na pag may
I'm out to the
pinag-aaral kang
money.
mga
I like to afford
anak.
things.
Past due collector sa isang retail company. Ano po
Credit
ang best
repair.
na applyan as fee? Oh,
Yan,
yes.
credit
Actually, yun din
repair.
tasuggest ka, credit repair.
Credit repair, maganda yan. Si The Queen VA yan. May klase sa credit repair.
Freelancer lang po ba ang tawag kahit
Gusto
regular
ko siya
8
itawag.
hours? When you say freelancer,
Freelancer
alam
lang
ko
po ba
po,
ang tawag kahit regular 8 hours? That's a full-time job.
yeah. Di ba po na-discuss natin parang a few weeks ago yung difference ng freelancer and virtual assistant. I think Coach Potato had a very good comparison of the two.
Yeah, kanina he discussed,
Kanina
he
lang.
talked
Ayun.
about it.
Naku, hindi kayo paying attention na. Charot.
Yan,
Nang awkward.
ICC, Independent Contractors Contract yan, ICC. Or ICA, Independent Contractors Agreement. Did anyone try working with 2 clients full-time at the same time? I would
Yes.
never do
I
that.
did.
I have.
I would
I
never
did.
do that.
I've done that. I have done that but will not do it again.
If you value your life, get one full-time.
And your health.
Yeah.
Kung ayaw mong bukas maliwanag ang bahay nyo, siguro pa hindi na.
How about po yung past job is from food industry, assistant restaurant manager. Customer service.
Customer service ang pwede dyan. Ay,
I
salamat
found-
sa pakape mo.
Yeah.
I
Pwede
found
siya.
the job posting before. Ang hinahanap niya is food cost developer. Kumbaga nagpo-food cost ka, kumbaga product development
Parang
for
cost management.
yes, cost management, tapos product development for restaurant and food food products. So, product development ka. So kung assistant manager ka for restaurant, I'm sure you have idea tungkol sa food
Yes.
product menu development,
Inventory, yeah,
inventory,
costing for restaurant.
food cost, ganyan. May idea ka doon. So, go for it. You will find one if you know just where to search.
Ayun pala sabi ni Ken, may client na
Ayun.
ganito hinahanap
OLJ.
sa
UK.
OLJ UK specifically, oh. Sa OLJ, onlinejobs.ph, mag-create ka ng account kung wala ka pa. Any tips kung paano maituwid dalawang full-time clients with same schedule?
No, it's
I
a
would
no-no for
never
me.
try that. And the
Actually, hindi ko
same
na try.
schedule,
Your J, meron akong ganyang video sa profile ko na
you are
sinabi ko na
headed
if
for a
ever,
disaster zone.
yeah, I mean, value your clients' time and money, so don't ever get two clients na the same
Yeah.
schedule because why?
You're
Para
not
kang
respecting either
nag-asawa.
client
Exactly, para kang
ng
nag-asawa,
dalawa.
dalawang jowa mo, tapos nang hingi sila ng date, paano sabay ang schedule, paano mo gagawin?
Oo,
You
unfair
can't,
yun.
exactly, don't be unfair with
You're
your
not respecting
client.
anyone.
So,
That's
respect
not
your
good.
client's time and money. Kung binigyan ka niya ng $10 for a 7 to 8 or 7 to
Huwag ka
5 na
matawakin.
job, siya lang yun. Sa kanya lang yun. Si client 1 lang yun. Tapos si client 2, hanapan mo ng ibang oras. E di 5 to 12 siya, ganun. Hindi dalawa ang puso mo. So, hindi pwedeng sabay.
Yung
Nahugot.
ginagawa ni Jairo, so what he does and what I do is you have one main job and then pwede ka tumanggap ng project base like around your main job. Hanapan mo sila ng space. Okay. That works for some people. That works for me. Ano po bang work ng mga VA? Maybe I need a VA. Right? Okay. You're asking about a VA, now you want a VA. Okay. I don't know where that's going. Yung sa example po ng asawa, naalala ko yung tropa ko na dalawang asawa. Yeah. Muslim. Baka ikaw yun, Ken.
Di ba nadali? Ang hirap,
Your
di ba,
friend.
Ken?
Your friend. Baka ikaw yun.
Former
I
finance and
mean,
accounting staff po ako na working as
social media content. Former finance accounting staff po ako before you're
Uy,
working,
maraming
now working as
bookkeeper.
GVA.
mag-self-study ka,
But now want to
ano,
focus as bookkeeper. Do you want to know do you know what pays the most as bookkeeper? NetSuite software. They pay
Yeah.
up to 120 a month. NetSuite. Like, if you know Zero or QuickBooks, that's great. But aralin mo yung NetSuite, yun ang 120,000 a month. VA lang yun VA job yun. Aralin mo yun.
Aralin
NetSuite.
ko nga. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm serious. Like, I'm dead serious. NetSuite, 120,000 a month.
Ang kagandahan din kasi sa mga sa mga accounting software, whether it's Zero or QuickBooks, they have very similar functions. They just have different interfaces.
yeah.
Tapos
Yep.
pareho lang din yung functions nila. So if you're familiar with one, it's easy for you to also get familiar with another accounting software. So I'm actually familiar with three: MYOB, Zero, and QuickBooks. So if you have another one like NetSuite, like yung sinasabi mo, why not? I also have another, which is actually used in the UK, called Sage One. So I've seen their interfaces magkakaiba lang, but their functions are very similar.
Here's another tip, no?
So, may tanong.
Sige, go.
Sego.
Just a quick addition to that. Not just bookkeeping. If you're good at something, like for example, yung kanina, yung restaurant manager siya, tapos gusto niya mag-transition to freelancing. Think of something na ginagamit nyo, tools, technology. You know, kapag may sobrang alam kang gamitin na technology sa current work mo, and it so happen that it's also being used dito sa freelancing, you can actually use that to leverage your application. Sabihin mo na you're very familiar with this tool and you're confident na kaya mo rin siyang gamitin effectively doon sa client mo. Actually, it helps na alam mo siyang gamitin both in corporate and in virtual setting.
Okay, so tinatanong ni Rhea, can you discuss about Amazon VA and social media manager. So I don't have experience for Amazon VAs.
Amazon
I
VA
don't, so I
normally
can't share anything.
product listing and research yan. Uh,
Oh,
research more kung gusto mo mag-Amazon VAs, research mo kung ano yung product listing tsaka dropshipping. Kasi normally yun yung
drop
mga
shipping,
ginagawa
yan.
ng Amazon VA.
Tsaka mabilisan yung mga ganun eh.
Oo, kasi
Does it pay a lot?
Hindi.
My experience is no,
No.
doesn't pay that much.
Hindi masyado.
But you can have multiple Amazon VA clients. Kasi similar yung mga trabaho for each
Hey
client. Magkakaiba
AJ,
lang siguro ng
what's up
industry. Let's
AJ?
say the other one is
oo.
clothing brand. Yung
Be careful
isa,
lang na walang overlap kasi normally yung mga Amazon VA, parang ano yun eh, parang yung nakikita mo mga affiliate shops sa TikTok, parang ganun yun eh.
so,
Hi
ganon.
AJ, kamusta
Oo,
ang Baguio?
similar.
Baba na si AJ.
Oh, nakabalik ka na AJ.
Kung
So ayan,
kukuha
si
po
Tycoon
ng...
VA, he works for Cyberbacker. So I think tumatanggap silang VAs with no experience. So you might want to follow AJ and si Tycoon VA. Okay? And then ask him for more details. Okay po ba yung niche ang social media manager? Well, it depends. Kasi yung social media... Okay, so my experience as an interviewer, mga social media manager, nalalaglag sila sa promises. Okay? Kasi there's so many people that claim this and they claim that and they claim this and they claim that. And yeah, you're welcome, AJ. And honestly, like, unless your own account, okay, is proof that you can actually grow, let's say, your TikTok account. If nagkiklaim ka na, come to me and I will help you grow your TikTok account, and you have 50 followers and 1,500 likes, sino maniniwala sa'yo?
At saka be wary
And you're
din
claiming
na
to be a TikTok growth expert.
ang social media management is very, very different from social media marketing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, iba po yan. So like
Magtutunog
for
lang.
example, yung client ko ngayon, he's agreed to be my first podcast client, and that will I also included yung pag-manage ng social media niya to promote his podcast. But it does not include like paid ads for LinkedIn. Kasi iba, that's marketing na, 'di ba? Facebook ads to promote his podcast, iba yon. That's social media marketing na. And I don't do that. But I can manage, like I can schedule this posts, I can find yung mga content to schedule out. I can even do some basic graphics in Canva. Like I can manage his stuff for the podcast.
And
Okay.
then, pag
But
nag-a-apply kayo as SMM na marketing or manager, pag sinabi nyong graphic designer kayo, please make sure to list down kung ano yung softwares na kasi mamaya kailangan ni client Adobe, Canva lang yung alam mo.
the Canva does not make you a graphic designer, not at all. Doesn't make you a graphic designer at all.
There's
Kasi
a huge
mamaya sabihin ni
debate
client,
about it.
yung well, if I was in somebody was like, I need extra base. We have a client that can, and you can only do Canva. How are you going to do a vector-based logo? Is my thing, diba? Canva does not make you a graphic designer kasi puro templates yun. Diba? Can you actually take that and then tatanggalin yung mukha na circular? No. Like you're going to take the template, which is a frame, and then, it's like you can't even really clean it up the way that you do in Photoshop. Okay, so for me as an interviewer, if you do not use Adobe Photoshop and you don't have any experience and your only experience really in graphics is Canva, shit, I have experience in Canva. I can't even call myself a designer. Diba? You're not a graphic designer. You're not a UX designer by any means at all. So be very clear. Kung nakuha mo na client, parang, and you want to do, you can do some basic graphics, pwede. O kasi mamaya, hingan ka ng ganun ng client and tameme ka. Kasi binenta mo yung sarili mo as graphic designer eh.
True.
Oh. Sinabi ng client, hindi, kailangan gumawa ka ng website mockup using Illustrator.
May question dito.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do now?
How do you guys know each other? Iba-iba naman pala kayo ng skills. By general GC ba ang VA sa Pilipinas?
Naligaw lang din po ako dito at
Ano
marami
masasabi
po
niyo
akong
dyan?
natututunan.
Yeah, we just
I
meet each
believe
other.
excellence, like, and decency attract like minds.
The universe, the
That's what I
universe
believe.
connived and matched us all, ganon. And I thank you.
Nag-align yung stars.
And I
just so
think what
happen.
everyone here has in common is they're more interested in paying it forward, especially sa mga newbie, because we're interested in giving you a very realistic, unbiased, like view of what freelancing and virtual assistants are, as industries. Hindi yung para bentahan kayo, dapat kayo mag-join, ganito. And then you will take my course, like we're not selling you anything. We're just going to give you a very realistic view of what our experiences have been. Okay? So, and then you decide for yourself, itutuloy nyo pa ba ang pagiging freelancer or hindi? Like, tingnan mo si Coach Potato, 14 years in the industry. Do you think he started in his first year as OM?
No, I did not. Isa
Like,
lang po akong dishwasher.
Kung alam nyo lang his journey to get, diba? Like, alam nyo yung journey niya to get there, to be, like, when did he reach 6 figures? Was he making 6 figures for 14 years? No. Was I making 6 figures for 10 years? No. If you know what I had to freaking go through to get to this position today, like, I don't know if kayo magtatagal kayo na 3 to 4 months, 1 hour a day na tulog. Kaya nyo yun? Yeah, no problem, Wolfpack.
May question dito si Giselle. Kanina pa.
Yung clients
siya
nyo,
nagtatanong.
magkapatid, nag-aaway. Sige, go.
Ito.
Go ahead.
Paano po makahanap agad ng direct client? Sorry, Giselle, ngayon lang napansin. I work as a VA now but under agency. Insurance daw.
Ako, it's really, sa akin, you have to network. Hindi pwedeng within your comfort zone ka lang makipagkilala ka. That's the best. At least that's what happened to me. Katulad nga nung sinasabi ko rin sa iba, magpapansin kayo sa mga social media. Kung may Facebook group kayo, engage with the fellow members doon. You have to be visible online as well. Kasi how are they going to know you if you don't introduce yourself? So mas magandang engage ka and you have to network.
Show up. Sabi nga nila, show up.
And
Yes.
Yeah, show up. Dress up. Be there. Okay, sure, no problem, Wolfpack. May tanong si Miss Zara. Do we need to get training before we can apply as a VA? That's really up to you. And that's up to you whether you have a budget, right? Ako, personally, like 10 years ago, there weren't any courses, so my answer is no. Kasi wala naman talaga nung time na yon. Yung training was with the VA agency that I entered at that time. Okay. Mas masarap dito magtambay. Yes, Sir Herbert.
Yung live ni Coach Potato na yung may, Coach? Magkano yun? 60,000 na course ba yun? Sabi nung nanonood?
Oo, 60,000.
Parang, meron. Tapos,
yes.
anong
Opo,
skill?
60,000.
Ano siya? AWS daw yun. Amazon.
Amazon po ata yun.
Oh, Amazon.
Kasi,
60,000.
Is that really the price tag for AWS?
Actually,
hindi
Amazon.
po. Kasi kami, nung kami kasi mag-asawa yung dating, sabi ko nga kay coach, yung naging client namin, nag-FBA, Amazon, and all that. Pero yung sweldo is just enough. Pero, alam mo yun, para sa 60,000 na course, sabi nga namin ni coach, if wala ka pa namang budget and all that, utilize all the free courses, free resources na you can get. Kasi katulad nga nung sinabi ni Madam Jen, when we were all starting, wala namang ganitong community, walang videos, walang TikTok, walang YouTube, walang Facebook. So, parang hindi lahat, hindi lahat na acquire ng courses na paid agad. So, doon ka sa libre. Huwag ka munang gumastos, lalo na kung nagsisimula pa lang, di ba?
Kailangan mo nga ng pera, tapos gagastos ka ng ganun kalaki. Ano ba yun?
Kasi guys,
I
hindi
mean, tsaka
guarantee
kung
na...
gusto mo talaga, halimbawa, mag-AWS, like, go straight to the company itself. Bakit ka lilihis sa third
Totoo.
party, tapos magbabayad ka pa ng 60?
Tsaka hindi guarantee na
I don't get
porket
it.
nag-online courses kayo, may client kayo agad. So, yung 60,000 mo, lumipad niya.
True. Yeah, that's
And
true.
then,
That's very
para
true.
kumuha ng direct client,
There's no guarantee.
it's really just, ano ba yung may offer mo sa direct client na, na kaya mo tapatan sa mga agency na kumukuha ng direct client? How will you market yourself? Ganun lang naman yun eh.
Ito may question si Zara. Do you need to get trainings before we can apply as VA?
Ayun na nga,
Ako
kinover
hindi.
na.
Paid trainings, no.
Yung experience mo.
Everyday po
Di
ba kayo
pa
naglalaro?
di pa nagbibigay ng mga certificates sa mga courses online. Yeah, you can get a certificate from anyone. Anyone can issue you a certificate. But what para sa akin, so when I interview, right, and then somebody tells me, "Oh, I actually took a VA online course. I'm certified." Okay, who certified you? We are the winner, VA Academy. What does that mean to me? Nothing. Kilala ba yung We Are the Winner, VA Academy? I don't
Accredited
care.
ba
Like,
sila?
it could be your cat that gave you a certificate. It could be your grandmother that signed the certificate. Like, how the hell do I know? You are better off going to Google and checking for Google courses, because there are Google courses that are free. There is a Google digital marketing course called The Fundamentals of Digital Marketing under Google Digital Garage. Okay. So if somebody tells me in an interview, and I see that on their resume, oh, I saw you took your Google Digital Garage course. What did you take? Oh, I took basics of machine learning, basics of coding, and fundamentals of digital marketing. And they are certified by Google. Okay, consider nyo yun. Imbes na tumingin kayo ng TikTok, the first person who's selling you a course, binili nyo. What is their certificate worth compared to a Google certificate that the course was free in the first place?
Kasi ganito guys, ang
Use your research skills.
karamihan ng mga nag-o-offer ng courses, ginagawa nilang palamuti ang certificate.
But it's worth nothing, guys.
Exactly. Kasi yung certificates, buti sana kung accredited bodies yan, katulad ng sinabi ni Miss Jen, na Google mismo yung nagbigay, Microsoft mismo nagbigay. At least yan, pag sinabi mo, oh, may certificate ako kay Google, may certificate ako kay Microsoft, kahit na sinong Poncio Pilato, kilala kung sino si Google, kilala kung sino si Microsoft. Pero kung magsasabi ka na lang, binigyan ako ng certificate ni ganto ni ganyan, sino ba sila?
Malay mo, pumirma doon is kapatid nila, nanay nila, tatay nila. How do you verify that? Nothing. Although may mga coaches naman that they can say, oh, I'm certified by Salesforce. And they actually have an identifier. And if you go to Salesforce and you check, are they, did they really graduate from this, and they have this identifier. And parang Apple na, device, diba? It has a code. You can check if it's a legitimate code or not. Okay, do your homework. Don't buy the first thing that comes along on TikTok. Alam nyo na maraming nagbebenta sa inyo. You know that. Okay? Parang sa SM, di ba yung mga sales ladies, ma'am, baka gusto niya itry, ma'am, baka gusto niya. Parang ganun din yun eh. Maraming haharang sa inyo. Maraming pating na umiikot-ikot lalo na sa mga bago. Okay? Now, if you buy the first thing that comes across, your path, in a way, you are to blame. Kasi you didn't do your homework. You didn't do your research. Hindi nyo tinignan muna na, wait research muna kita. Tapos yun pala, sa Facebook page, kinreate lang 2 months ago. Diba? Do your homework. It's kind of your fault as well. You can't just blame people and say, naloko ako eh. Nagpaloko ka rin eh. It's kind of your fault. Tsaka pwede naman kayo magtanong, like, saan ba yung free? Yan ang dapat unang tanongin nyo. Like, saan ba may free? Hello, YouTube, Google, right? That should be your defaults. If you're not a good researcher in the first place, you have no business being a freelancer or a VA. And it's just like any other industry, like they were saying, you have to be visible online. Okay? You have to join FB groups, magbasa kayo. Yeah, saw a TikTok post, she was scammed for $10,000 for wanting to become a VA. Many people need awareness. You don't need awareness, you need critical thinking. Everyone who has half a brain, okay, if before
Nagka-cut talaga yung
Oo.
she was
yung Miss Jen. You're cutting...
you should check them out.
Sa'yo na lang daw magpa-coach. Coach. Mapili si Coach.
Mahal yan.
Oo.
Medyo
Hindi siya basta-basta
sayang wala si
magpapa-coach.
Hope. Si Hope may...
Naglalag talaga siya.
Si Hope merong may course siya eh. May libre siyang course.
Everyday daw po kayo
Sayang wala
naglalive.
si Hope. Si Hope may mentoring program. Si Coach, baka gusto niya everyday mag-live. Me, no. Fridays, that's it.
Oo, Fridays lang. And then ako pag sinipag lang.
Oo nga, kanina nakita kitang live. Kasali nga
Sorry
sana
naman.
ako na magtatanong sa'yo.
Busy din kasi.
Yun lang.
Okay, ano lang kasi may ginagawa. And then kapag pag free time, ayun, we make sure na visible tayo. Grabe sa 60K na course. Grabe yung yeah, it's grabe.
Kung i-guarantee nila na magkaka-client ako after ng 60K course na yun, then sure. I'll pay
Unfortunately, they don't.
Hindi,
Oo,
di ba?
Wala. Ang lang nila one-on-one.
Yeah, you can tell them, okay, for 60K, you can introduce me to a client with a 5-course dinner.
Yun yung gusto ko din may 5-course dinner eh.
Kasi meron ako nakita nung nag-umpisa ako as
right?
yung
for 60K?
naghahanap ng client, 25K naman yung course. So, ang number one kong tanong is, after the course, I know that you're gonna give me all these tips and stuff. Do you already have a pool of clients na pwede kaming i-hire after the course? Obviously, madami kayo. Hindi ko naman din gina-guarantee na ikaw yung mapipili, diba? But, do you have a pool of clients na after nitong training or ng course na to, we're the first to be considered para dun sa client na yon? And sabi niya, hindi. But we'll just give you the tools. So, I said, okay, I'll rethink about it. I don't think I need that course anymore.
Gantong style na mga yung mga course, sasabihin nila, they're not gonna introduce you to a client, but they'll tell you, pwede ka mag-OJT dito sa amin. Like, we can be your client. Like, the person who is offering the course. So, kukunin ka namin as for 2 months, mag-OJT ka sa amin. So, yun yung pinaka-job experience mo and you can put that on your resume. Yun ang sasabihin nila sa'yo. That's what a lot of them do.
Tapos ang sakit nun, nagbayad ka na sa course, nagtrabaho ko pa ng libre.
Oo nga, yun nga.
Yeah, that's what
yun.
wais sila. They're gonna do that to you.
Sa panahon ngayon, ang hirap ng magtiwala.
Yeah,
Bottom line dyan,
guaranteed. You try it. Like, try nyo. Pagtatrabahuin kayo ng libre. And then they'll say, you're doing it for the experience. You can put it on your resume. Trust me, like, ang dami ko na interview na ganyan. Like, basta nakita ko 2 months experience. Tapos parang anlabo ng kung sino yung client. Tapos galing sa training, like straight out of training, alam ko na yun.
Tapos diba, isipin mo, ikaw as a person na nag-a-apply, regular nga na trabaho, tatanungin ka bakit 2 months ka lang nandun. What more yung mga kliyente na naghahanap ng long-term na VA? Red flag sa kanila yun.
exactly.
Yeah, huge red flag. Those tanong ni Joshua, thoughts about Athena. I highly recommend it. But, like, I think they can pay up to 45 or 46 a month. That's their top. And they only give you one client. So each VA only gets one full-time client. However, when you get hired by a client, si Athena magsasend sa'yo ata ng MacBook
Yes.
to
Yeah.
work on because that's locked in to the company. Right? So, para ma-track nila yung progress mo, siguro doon nakatay in yung ano nila, yung payroll nila. That MacBook, I don't think is yours. It's gonna be sent by the company. I don't know if it becomes yours eventually. I don't know. Pero
Hindi
yung
daw.
pwede mong i-follow dyan, si Brian, ay hindi daw. Okay.
Hindi daw.
So si Brian, yung kanina, he was here, and si Miss MJ, si Mia Wan, they work for Athena. You can actually, tsaka may isa pa akong kilala from Athena. So you can actually, they actually work for Athena. So you should follow them and ask them for recommendations. See, Miss MJ has a community on Facebook for people who are applying to Athena. And mahirap po makapasok ng Athena. If you fail, it's like 60 days if you want to reapply. Like you have to wait 60 days if you want to reapply. Pero the good news about Athena is I think they've already applied for SEC registration here in the Philippines. So they plan to make, how many VAs do they have? I think they have like, wala pang 1,000 yung VAs nila, no, Coach? Mga 800 ata, 850. They
Yeah.
plan to make all their VAs employees eventually. So, that means government benefits, pag-ibig, mga ganyan. So, that's what they're planning. Are you willing to go knowing that you are earning 80? If tama ako, ikaw po nagsabi nun. Si Joshua. Can you recommend clients po? Did not land a job yet from any platform. I was just recommended by friends. Yeah, that's the
Ayun.
fastest way to get clients.
Tama-tama. Makipag-friends ka pa. Damihan mo pa yung friends mo. Sila ang magre-recommend
Exactly.
sa'yo.
Yeah.
Sa pagiging VA, maganda ang networking, hindi siya scam.
Totoo.
Exactly.
Totoo.
I think in any industry
Ibang
where
klaseng
you're starting
networking.
off,
Ibang klaseng networking.
They, katulad nga ng sabi din namin, you also have to be visible online and you also have to be engaged in a community. Ako, katulad ngayon, we are actually looking for an SEO expert or at least SEO experience.
trabaho.
Pero, hindi pa siya, hinihintay ko lang yung go signal ng client. Kasi, ang tinatanong pa lang niya sa akin is, do I know anyone? Ang sabi ko, wala. So, which means, I have to find someone to recommend. If you are within the community and I know you're doing SEO, ikaw ang una kong i-recommenda kasi I already know you. So yung katulad ka na sabi ni Cheska, don't be intimidated just because you can see us already working as a VA. VA is just a title. Our role and our work is very similar to yours, hindi mo lang siguro alam. But you're doing it corporately. So, katulad nga na sabi ko, get the skills that is transferable online that you can also do remotely. And you'll never know, maybe si coach marami yung job opportunities na pinopost. Si Miss Jen, hindi mo lang alam, pino-profile ka na pala niya, pero if you need somebody or yung client niya needs someone, ikaw na una rin i-recommenda niya, oh, I know someone who told me they're doing restaurant management. Is that something you're interested in? Ganon. Kaya, wag kayong, magpapampam kayo. Ako
True.
na nagsasabi sa inyo, magpapampam
Si
lang.
Coach Potato, nirecommend ako to one of the clients who happened, coach, hindi ako pasok doon sa requirements ni client. But see, I just met Coach Potato here and, through discussion, yung ganitong community, if, di ba, may hiring si Coach, si Madam Jen, si Mika, si Ladi, at least, di ba, merong, tsaka ako din, rin ako, shameless plug dun sa live ni Coach Potato nung may hiring kami. You can get the job, why not, di ba? Pwede namin kayong ma-refer. Tsaka si Madam Jen,
Last week meron dalawa na
Si
nagpa-plug
Raylan,
bigla na lang
ng hiring.
hindi kasi kinontak ni Toby si si Addy. So supposedly the client was interested in an SEO writer, but hindi na siya kinontak after the session, even though she gave all her her contact info. So I don't know what's gonna happen there. Pero si Raylan for sure, like I did not make money off him. I just knew a client from, you know what? My LinkedIn is full of clients. Kung nag-iisip ka, you'll add me on LinkedIn and then message all my contacts because they're all clients. Kung
Actually,
nag-iisip
si
ka, if
Ate,
you're really
dahil
looking
kasi
for a client.
naghahanap ako ng SEO, kinontak ko rin siya. Sabi ko, yung client ko naghahanap ng SEO, okay lang ba rekomenda kita? And then, she sent me her CV and I showed it to the client. She said, sabi niya sa akin, I'll think about this. I'll give you a feedback next week. You can contact her. Yung mga ganun, hindi na magtatanong pati yung client sa'yo kung magaling ba yan, ganyan, ganyan. Kasi nandun na yung trust niya sa inyo. And if you are friends and you have network of freelancers who also happen to have direct clients, sino pa ba ang una nilang lalapitan? Kundi yung mga kakilala lang din nila. So, be friends with
And
everyone
consider
here.
the freelancers who've been around the longest, they know more people. They know more clients, they know more people. So why would you not want to build a relationship with them? Like si Raylan, medyo bago pa lang si Raylan, hopped into my live. He told me he's a UX designer. I was like, I have a client who needs a UX designer. And then, minessage ko si client right there on the live in TikTok. Kaso, Tuesday pa sumagot si client. But then, Wednesday na yung interview ni Raylan, right? And I was there, but like, it was him they were interviewing. And then, after his interview, the clients asked me, so what's a acceptable rate? Say UX designer. I said you can start him off on $7 to $8 an hour, right? So sinet ko na expectation ni client, but I'm not making any money. The client's just asking my advice. Okay. Tapos sabi ni Raylan, oh, paano po ito? Tapos on the live, nag-pull up kami ng template ng kontrata for the client. Hinugot namin sa barangay VA, di ba? Tapos, kinontak pa si para i-release yung, kasi hindi ma-download yung kontrata. Like real time, like troubleshooting right there on the live. And the next day, he sent the contract to the client. Tapos, sabi ko kay Raylan, sinet ko expectation na, alam mo, ilagay mo na 8, yung pinaka-top of the range. Kasi, if the client's gonna negotiate, they'll negotiate it down. Okay, the clients never negotiate up. They're gonna negotiate you down. So sabi ko, para safe ka, lagay mo 8 na lang. And then, you know what? The client never negotiated. So, ang swerte niya, di ba? So, he got a client just because he hopped into a live the following week, $8 an hour. That's not bad. That's like 80 a month, 80,000 a month. That's not bad. Tapos, within a week, nakabisado niya yung gusto ng client. Right? So now he's looking for another client.
Why?
Di ba? Ayan, Barangay VA. Join that community, Barangay VA, on Facebook. They have like free training. Ang dami nilang programs, and they have a Discord channel as well. If you wanna, kung naganap kayo ng kasama while you're working, you can be in their Discord. So may tanong si Herbert, si Sir Herbert. What are your client nightmares so far and how did you deal with them? Let's start with Coach Potato. Client nightmares daw.
Client nightmares, this is way back nung nagra-writing pa ako. Yun nga, nag-apply ako. Nagsisimula pa lang ako noon so I don't have any idea. Yun yung kagandahan before. Trial and error. So, nag-try ako, and mind you, ang articles ko dati per page is only $1.
Per page.
Per page
Per
yun.
page. $1.
$1 per
Oh.
page. Pero sa akin, malaki na yun. Sa akin, okay yun. Who would thought na ito yung gagawin ko tapos may $1 ako? Sa akin kasi, I'm taking it positively kasi if I write 10 articles right now, I have $10 guaranteed. So, I applied to this agency. It's not an agency, pero parang ano siya, middleman ng client niya. So, I'm talking to someone else instead of the client. Tapos, hinahire niya ako for article, ganyan. So, okay, tanggap naman ako, ganyan. And then, ang gusto niya, okay na siya, nagbigay na nga ako ng isang sample. Tapos, ang gusto niya, gumawa daw ako ng pick 5 topics out of the 10 na lista niya. Sabi ko, para saan? Sabi niya, for further assessment, para daw sa client niya to evaluate kung gaano daw yung quality nung writing ko. Sabi, ang tanong ko kagad, will this be a paid test? Kasi it's a test daw eh. Will this be a paid test? Sabi niya, hindi.
Test
So,
project.
since ano pa ako noon, so napaka-inosente pa natin ng time na yon. So, pumayag ako. So, I did all 5. Alam mo ba, binalikan niya ako, tapos sabi niya, oh, I got all of your
Tapos kinuha lang.
pieces. Oh, okay daw, maganda, ganyan.
Make the
Can you do
adjustment. Make the edits.
Wala. Pero ang sabi niya, can you do the other 5? So, you're asking me to do another 5 free articles. And sabi ko, I'm not sure if I can still do that kasi that's a lot of work already and pinagbigyan na kita sa 5. So if I'm going to do the other 5, might as well pay me at least half of what I deserve out of this work. Sabi niya, ang sagot ba naman actually may video ako noon yung client stories 2. Sabi ba naman sa akin, did I understand, did I hear you right? Sabi niya gano'n, you're asking to be paid? Sabi ko, of course, this is, work for me. Sabi niya, we're trying to see kung ikaw talaga yung good fit. Well, you hired me already, like you said, and you just want something to see for evaluation, and I think 5 is already more than enough to see how my writing style is fitting in your brand. And sabi niya, ay hindi. And sabi niya, kailangan pa daw yung 5. And then sabi ko, I'm not gonna push through. At eto pa nga, like a week after, chinek ko yung website nila. Yung 5 article ko, naka-up sa sa website nila. And then, ginamit nila yung website, yung article ko sa website nila, and they don't have any right to do that because I don't give anyone consent to use my materials. It's supposed to be for evaluation. Why are you using it? Tapos eto na nga, binalikan niya ako kasi yung client niya nagustuhan daw yung article. Ngayon siya yung pinapagawa, nanghihingi sa kanya ng more of similar style ng article. Binalikan ako nito, mind you, Pinoy to ha, yung kausap ko dito. Binalikan niya ako, sabi niya, are you still interested? Ganyan. Sabi ko, I believe I already turned it down. Sabi niya, I have a problem. Sabi niya, can you help me? Kasi hinihingan daw siya ng client niya consistently ng same article weekly and alam niya na hindi siya yung gumawa. Sabi ko nga, I saw na yung article ko ginamit niya sa website.
It's already up.
It's already up there. Nakita ko yon. Sabi ko ganun. And then now you want me to to work for you despite
continuously
that.
For free?
Eto na nga, sabi niya, may problema na daw niya ngayon kasi gagawa ng same article. So, pinipilit niya akong i-accept yung offer na. Eto, ang ginawa ko doon, inaccept ko yung offer, but I have an agenda. So, sige, in one condition, accept ko yan, but I want full access doon sa WordPress account na ginagamit nyo.
Okay.
So, what I did, I went there. Ang ginawa ko lang naman doon, nag-search ako ng mga old posts, yung mga archive materials nila. Kasi I'm trying to find personal contact doon sa client. And I happen to find one email, personal, I think it's a personal email kasi nakarating agad doon sa client, na-receive niya yung email ko. So, binalikan niya ako, to cut the story short, kinuwento ko lahat doon sa client niya yung nangyayari. At ang sabi ng client niya, I thought it was her article because ang post niya ganun, yung pangalan niya naka-splash doon sa sa credits.
Yep.
No, if you are actually, sabi nga niya sa akin, ano daw yung proof ko? Siyempre, I'm accusing yung VA niya na stealing my work. Sabi ko, alam kong hindi kayo nag-check ng metadata nung file nyo. Sabi kong ganun. Kasi I checked the files doon sa WordPress ninyo. And nakalagay doon, author, ganito, pangalan nung VA na yan. But when you check the metadata, it shows a different person, different time, kung kailan siya na-save, last na na-save yung file. Specifically, yung pangalan kung sino talaga yung original author, kung kanino nanggaling yung file. Kasi if you go to any of your files, let's say Word document, and you check on metadata, makikita mo yon na nandun yung pangalan mo or kung sino man yung original owner nung file na yon. So, nagulat siya. So, to cut the story short, binayaran ako ng client niya doon sa 5. Sabi ko, it's either you pay me or you take those articles down.
Oo, tama.
Ay gusto niya yung article, so binayaran niya ako, and then that BA was actually fired.
Dapat tanggalin talaga.
So yun yung
siya,
stories.
nuisance candidate. Diba? She's the middleman for what?
For content, siya yung actually yung pinapakuha ng writer. Tapos siya yata yung nagpresenta na siya na lang gumawa ng article. Hindi niya kasi ako nauto noon. Kaya, yeah.
Shit.
So that's the worst story I can share regarding client.
Mika, client nightmare.
Client nightmare. Meron akong isang client na kinuha ako kasi marunong ako mag-handle ng IG accounts. Ending, gusto niya yung gusto niya yung masusunod, hinire nga niya ako dahil sa expertise ko. Tapos lagi niya ako kino-compare sa mga South African VAs na hinire niya na mas mababa yung bayad. Every time tinatanong ko kung ano ba yung nagawa ng South African VAs niya, wala siyang masagot. Sabi ko, stop comparing me. Kasi parang first week ko palang handling yung IG niya, nabigyan ko na siya ng 2 kliyente. Tapos ending, ako na yung sumuko kasi hindi ko na kaya yung ugali.
Yeah. Laddie, client nightmare.
In
The
all
worst
fairness,
one.
kahit na hindi nagtagal yung ibang mga clients sa akin, mababait naman sila. And siguro yun nga, yung pinakahuli is yung client nightmare. Yung nabanggit ko sa inyo na wala pa akong 1 buwan, iniwan ako 2 linggo. Nagbakasyon sila, tapos ako nag-handle ng company, lahat ng work orders, ganyan. So, tapos ang hirap ng communication kasi nga nasa bakasyon sila, hindi maayos yung signal. So, every time na mag-a-ask ako sa kanila, what should I do? Ang lagi lang nilang sinasabi is refer to the document we sent out to you. Sabi ko, kaya nga ako nagtatanong because it's not clear. What do you expect me to do? And mabuti na lang, in all fairness, kasi it's a cleaning company, yung mga kasamahan doon, although hindi nila ako naiintindihan because they speak Spanish, mga Mexicano kasi, they try to accommodate me. So sinabi ko, pasensya na, wala kasi sila ganito. Could you help me out? Kasi meron tayong work order, ganito, ganyan. So, naging cooperative naman sila. So, during the time na wala, in all fairness, medyo nagamay ko yung trabaho. However, pagbalik nila, inaasahan nila I'm still yung parang, oh no, lahat has to go through them. And naiintindihan ko naman yon. Pero alam mo yun, ultimo acknowledgement email, no, it shouldn't sound like that. It's supposed to be professional. So ko, have you read your email? It's not even as professional as what I wrote. Kasi when I send an acknowledgement email, as I try to make it sound professional kasi alam nilang bago lang ako. Pagdating sa kanya, parang kaibigan na lang siyang nakikipag-chat doon sa mga sa mga client na, "Oh sige, gagawin ko na lang 'yan mamaya." Yung gano'n. So, nagtalo kami kasi she wants me to run everything through her. Sabi ko, di ba kaya mo nga ako hinire kasi you want me to handle some some of the workload. Ayaw mo nang handlein to. But if I have to go through you again, nasasayang yung oras imbis na we can already close all these deals. So eventually, I just gave up and told her, you know what? If you want it done that way, do it yourself. Doon kami nagwarla. So, I don't recommend that. But if you feel like you're being micromanaged, lahat na lang mali, parang hindi na yata kagandahan. So, I told her, okay, I asked you before if this is okay. You said yes, and now that I've sent it, sabihin mo sa akin, mali. So, ano ba talaga ang gusto mo? So, you know what? You can do it yourself. And that's what I did. Umalis na lang ako.
Cheska. Client nightmare.
Client nightmare. Actually, di nga nightmare eh. Heartbroken ako doon.
Daymare. Bakit?
Ano siya, isa siya sa mga first clients ko when I was starting. So,
Thank you,
ano pa
Herbert.
ako, very, very newbie pa ang peg ko. Pero part-time client ko siya. Wala akong experience sa Amazon before when I got him. It was paano ko ba siya nakuha? Parang nag-apply ako from Upwork and then parang test. Actually, nung nakuha ko siya sa Upwork, para siyang one-time project only. Tapos parang nabilisan siya sa akin kasi parang data entry yung initial posting niya sa Upwork. So para siyang nabilisan sa akin. He got back to me and tried na kunin ako as a VA. Pero sabi ko sa kanya, wala akong experience sa Amazon at all. Kasi galing ako sa customer service, galing ako sa call center, ganyan. So, wala akong alam. Eventually, he trained me paano i-manage yung Amazon store niya, paano i-manage yung mga reports ng sales niya and all that. Tapos sabi niya, ito yata yung nakwento ko before din dito nung bagong salta ako sa live mo, madam. Yung pinagawa niya ka ng mga SOP, yung Standard Operating
Oo.
Procedure. It
Yeah.
was my first time to write. I'm not a good writer either. So parang sa akin, it was a challenge accepted yon na parang matry ko man lang gumawa ng kahit man lang 4 or 5 pages na standard operating procedure, parang achievement sa akin yon. Kasi lahat ng kung ano yung tinray niya sa akin from the very first day hanggang dun sa current na ginagawa ko, yun yung gusto niyang makita kung ano yun. So, detailed yun. Tapos eventually, I was like,
I
super
remember
happy
this.
sa kanya. Sabi ko, super happy ako sa kanya kasi parang 1 year, tas 2 years, parang sabi ko, maybe it's time for me to ask for a raise because at that time, since part-time lang naman ako sa kanya, I was earning about 14 to 15,000 pesos for 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours lang. Tas flexi time, parang di ba, ano siya, super perfect na client, flexi time, basta bigyan mo siya ng 4 hours, kahit anong oras mo trabahuin yung ano niya, yung company niya, okay lang. Basta 4 hours a day. So, okay ako doon. And ito na nga, nung feeling ko, nung the second year na nag-work ako for him, he started hiring people. So, parang sabi ko, wow, excited ako kasi parang feeling ko, ito na yung chance of a lifetime na I can handle people, meron ako magiging team. Natatawa ako. Natatawa ako na nakakaiyak. Kasi nga, so nag-hire siya, pinatrain niya. Tapos sabi niya, provide yung, ito na yung training materials mo. It's your chance na mapakita yung training materials, yung standard operating procedure na ginawa mo. Dito natin siya magagamit. Parang ako naman, yay! Parang wow, yung something I authored, ginawa ko, magagamit ng ibang tao. And eto na nga, no, a day before my birthday, that was March 23
Nako!
of 2000, ano, 2017 ba ito? 18? Sabi ko, bakit di na ako makalogin doon sa mga emails, sa accounts, and everything.
Hindi ka sinabihan talaga.
Ang
Oh
sakit, parang
my
sabi ko nga, grabe,
God.
a day before my birthday, ito ba yung ireregalo sa akin? Kaya parang sabi ko, hindi, baka glitch lang or baka may something lang sa system and all that. Tapos eventually, miniting ako nung owner plus yung partner niya. Yung partner niya was like, you know what, I tried to convince him not to let go of you because you've been an essential part of the team and all blah blah blah. Parang sabi ko, okay, sabi niya ganun. Tapos sabi ko, didn't you know it's my birthday tomorrow and this is the best thing I will get for my birthday? Parang, what? Gusto
Ay,
kong umiyak.
gali.
Parang sabi ko, para ako nasa teleserye, sabi ko, shit, para ako nananaginip. Pero sabi ko, well, feeling ko wala pa siyang pampa-increase sa akin. Sabi ko nga, kung wala siyang pampa-increase, ano sinabi niya, hindi kita may increasean, okay lang yun. Mas masakit yung mawala ng trabaho kesa okay na hindi ma-increase kaysa sa mawala ng trabaho. And at that time, kakatanggal lang din sa amin ng full-time client. So, he was the remaining client ko. May
Okay.
full-time client kami dating mag-asawa na parehas kami natanggal because of
Shit.
because of referral na nag-over yung nag-edit ng sarili niyang time sa Upwork. Minamanual
Oo.
niya yung time niya. So, nadamay
Oo.
kami. Eventually, etong si part-time Amazon client ko, I was like, praying and hoping na hanggang makabawi kami, hanggang makakuha ulit ako ng full-time. Eventually, a day before my birthday, niligwak a catch. So, parang, ang sakit naman. Mas masakit pa sa pag iniwan ka ng jowa mo. So, I was like really heartbroken kasi parang sabi ko, hala. Pero sabi ko, that day was a lesson for me. It was something na I will never forget kasi sabi ko nga, it was one of my prayers na one day when I get back again to have my client, it is a rebirth for me. Knowing na, kasi nung time na yun, madama, malakas kaming kumita talaga from my full-time and dun kay Amazon VA. When you say malakas kumita, honest to goodness, 75 to 80,000 a month, kaya. Pero, out of that sweldo, wala kaming naipon. As in, wala kaming naipon, wala kaming naitabi. Kaya yun yung hindi client horror stories eh. Yun yung VA mishaps. Yun yung mga VA experience na parang ayaw mong ma-experience kasi wala kang naipon at all. Kaya parang sabi ko, after nung mawala nung client ko na yun na Amazon, sabi ko talagang, Lord, kung binigyan mo ulit ako ng client, I promise to be a better one, to manage my finances very well, and at the same time, pay. Wala, naiiyak ako. Gusto niyo yun? Tsaka pay it forward. Pay it forward. Kasi itong client ko ngayon, na 5 years na akong nandito, it was an answered prayer for me. Kung meron akong horror story, itong client ko ngayon was an answered prayer because I was just like praying for a $3 offer. Sabi ko, Lord, kahit $3 lang. Bigyan mo ko ng $3 kasi may mga anak ako nag-aaral. Wala akong pambayad. Nagbabayad kaming kotse, nagbabayad kami ng bahay. Sabi ko, ang hirap. Back to zero kami. Pero the Lord is so good kasi parang it took me 9 months. Sabi ko nga, parang niya akong pinagbuntis ng life lessons out of pagiging freelancer. Na out of 9 months, binigay niya sa akin tong client ko. And guess what? I was just like praying for $3. Pero when I was hired, I was offered 0.75 cents. 0.75 cents per answered email. So if I can answer 30 emails a day, I can make do of that and then look for another one. But eventually, siguro talagang magaling si Lord. After the second day of my training, yung full-time na na-hire, hindi na pumasok. So parang ako, So, does that mean ako na yung full-timer? And the full-timer was offered a $6 per hour job. So, yung prayer ko na $3 lang, it was double. Kaya para sabi
Doble
ko,
siya.
sabi ko yung heartbreak ko for a long time. 'Di ba parang it was something, sabi ko may life lesson na hindi porket kumikita kayo ng malaki ngayon, hindi porket mataas ang dollar ngayon, sige kayo sa maglustay, magwaldas and all that. I learned it the hard way. So kung kumikita kayo ng 6 digits ngayon, congratulations to you, pero mag-ipon ka kasi bumababa ang dollar. Bumababa ang dollar. So yun lang. May tanong,
Ayan. So
did
may
they told
tanong
you
did they told you what's the problem? Why they let you go, Miss Francesca?
Actually, hindi yung tanong ko eh. Why?
So they
Sabi ko,
never
why?
told you why, really?
No, sabi lang nila parang they don't need the services anymore kasi they
Because they
can't
found
pay me
somebody
anymore and
cheaper.
all that.
Hello.
Yeah, but eventually the one that they hired, ano din siya, Irish. Kasi base siya sa Ireland. Tapos yung hinire niya was like messaging me, how come you're not coming to work anymore? Parang sabi ko, you didn't know? Sabi niya, no, I just, they told me that you were like, you have the paperwork and blah, 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 ganun. Parang, oh. Sabi ko, so ikaw nga yung pumalit. Gusto ko ta sakali, gusto ko ta sa bunut. Pero sabi ko, yun yung yun yung mga life lessons
Hi,
guys na parang
PWD
pag
mom.
tinatanong nyo, six digits, ito yung sakit ng 6 digits, kung gaano kasakit mo kukunin yun. Kung gaano ano yung storya behind those 6 digit sweldo na meron yung mga freelancers ngayon. You have to hear them so you know how hard it is to earn it.
I'll tell you, like, the nightmares I've been through. Like, I don't know if you've watched some of my videos from before, because I've done videos on, shit that I had to do. But for the benefit of those who didn't, so yeah, Laddie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Benefit of those who didn't watch my videos, like, nung EA ako, so my first VA agency, appointment setter, tapos ginawa akong EA to the owner of the VA agency. Tapos, while I was appointment setter at the same time, while backup din ako ng admin and contract. So, tatlong trabaho in one. Okay. So, while I was an EA to the CEO, pinabili ako ng panty, physically, for the sister-in-law of yung may-ari. Hey, Queen! Hey, Christine! Okay. So, like, yung sinasabi ni Francesca, yung pinaggagawa namin to get to 6 figures, I did that. Okay. I lied for my client. Like, ginawa ko parang, sabi ng client ko, gusto niya magtayo ng team sa US. Pero wala siyang, parang wala siyang, there's nobody in the US. It was just, basically him and his wife. And he wanted to hire people in the US who would be like HR managers, salespeople, mga ganon. So, ginawa akong HR manager ni client. Pinagtatatawag ako to interview people in the US, and he said, pretend you're the VA man. You're my HR manager. And like, I don't know if that's illegal in the US. Like, I had no idea. Right? But I lied for my client. Bumili ako ng panty ng sister-in-law niya. Okay. Physically at the mall. Ginawa akong NBI ni client. Like, meron silang spy inside the company who was stealing their trained ISAs, tapos kinukuha ng kalaban. And ginawa ng client ko, he's like, I want you to find out kung sino yung spy in the company. Like, seriously, gawain ba yan ng EA? Like, if it was you, like, what would you do? Right? Yeah, and ito pa, pinakamatindi nangyari dun sa VA agency na yun Kasi dalawa silang may-ari, dalawang magkapatid. Tapos nagkasuhan yung magkapatid. Okay? So, it got really ugly for a while. Nagkakasuhan yung magkapatid. And then si Kuya, he shut si Bunso out of the company. And then si Bunso and his wife were messaging me on Skype, threatening me, saying, forward yung mga emails mo sa amin or else you'll lose your job. Can you imagine? Right? I'm reporting kay Kuya, I'm his EA, and I'm being threatened ni Bunso and his wife. on freaking Skype. Is si Kuya, is he having meetings? What is he saying? Take notes and then send it to us. Yung mga ganong utos, hello. And or else once we get back sa kumpanya, you're gonna lose your job. Like seriously, I put up with that shit. Yes, like eventually I became, operations manager. Is that worth it? Ask yourself, would you do that? What would you do? But that's not the worst. The worst is working for a client na nagbago yung ugali. Okay? Like, okay yung relationship namin ng simula. And then once kumikita na yung kumpanya niya, so his company is now worth 7 figures. Okay? I grew the company 0 VAs to like 130 plus. Okay? So, kumikita na siya. Okay? Nakabili siya ng RV. Nakabili siya ng bagong ranch house. Nakabili siya ng ibang property. Nakabili siya ng bagong truck. Naka-private school na yung mga anak. Okay? And then, like, I don't understand what happened. Like, now I'm hearing like racist comments. Okay? Like, maririnig ko kay client, sinabi ko kasi sa kanya, nirecommend ko yung friend ko. Kasi gusto niya magtayo ng service ng content and copywriting. So sabi ko, my recommendation is you get a VA who's very experienced in writing. And I recommended my friend, si Russell. Sabi ko, but he's not cheap. Like, he's a really experienced writer. He starts at $40 an hour. Tapos, humirit siya, no Filipino makes $40 an hour. And I was like, how come I never noticed before that you make these fucking racist comments? Like, I fucking built a company for this idiot who's a fucking racist. Like, that's not just a nightmare, right? Tapos yung hihirit siya, like, tapos may mga applicants, okay? Mga applicants, they make mistakes. A lot of them are newbies, right? So they might fill out the form wrong, or they go to the wrong page. They don't fill it out correctly. Tapos hihirit siya sa newbie, sa aplikante. Can't you tell the difference here? Can't you do this right? Can't you do that right? Maybe you're too stupid to be one of our VAs.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck do you get off
What's your
talking
problem?
to anyone like that? Like, nakadroga ka ba? And this is a guy, kainitan ng pandemika, April 2020. Okay, April 2020. He left me high and dry to run the company on my own while he went on vacation for 4 months and didn't tell me. Kayo, anong gagawin nyo? Kainitan ng pandemika, nag-aalisan yung mga clients, syempre affected din yung mga negosyo nila.
The hell.
And I'm here holding the fort, like trying to hold everything together, make sure that there's like 35 to 40 VAs who still have a fucking job. Because I don't even know if I'm going to have a fucking job by August. What would you do? Do you still want the 6 figures now? You want it now? You still want it now? Tanong ko sa'yo. 1 hour of sleep every single fucking day. You still want it now? You still want the 6 figures now? How come nobody's saying yes?
And this is what they need to hear. Kasi ang daming nagpapalaganap making it seem like earning 6 figures is so easy, pero hindi nila alam the literal blood, sweat, and tears na kailangan mo pagdaanan.
I totally agree. I
Tapos,
mean, from the
pero hindi ko
experiences
ginawa
that I
yung
had,
hindi ko ginawa yung ginawa ni Cheska na sinulat ko lahat, because like I'm not that stupid, right? I know I am the heart and soul of that company. So the things that I do that are unique to me, like I didn't write them down, and I didn't have time to, right? Like there's other departments na that I need to grow. I need to hire for other departments. I need to train project managers. I need to vet for ganto-ganto, ganyan-ganyan. So, nakakonsentrate ako doon. And then, nag, I mean, like, like I'm optimizing, like, nag-automation. So, you have to organize that. And then, for the longest time, I was like client success manager to what? Almost 200 clients, just me. 'Di ba yung mga project manager may problema sa client, sa'yo tatakbos. Jen, kailangan i-extend ng ganito. Ay, hindi lumabas yung report na ilan yung hours na ginamit ng client. Sa'yo yun. Problema mo yun. Ikaw yung haharap sa client niyan. Yung nag-down yung Asana, ay putang ina. Seriously? 2 days, no reports. That's your problem. Your problem alone. Do you still want 6 figures now? You still want it?
I do.
Yan tanong ko sa'yo. Like, you have to go through that crap, all that crap. Do you still want it? Like, dulo ka na ng sanity mo. Dulong-dulo, tulak na tulak ka na. Is it worth 6 figures? No, it's not. So that's what I'm saying na before you ask, ano yung mga 6 figures na ganyan-ganyan? Like, what did people have to do to get there? Even if that 6 figures is 800,000 a month, it's not worth it. Pag na-hospital ka, who's gonna be there? Not the people you work with, not the client.
Kung sadly, kahit na paminsan yung mga tinulungan mo, hindi din may intindihan yun.
Yeah.
Agree.
Like, people will never understand that. And you know what? When I quit, I took a lot of the processes that were just to me with me. So, like, pilay kayo ngayon, like, what the fuck do I care?
You're out of the
Like,
hellhole, so
It's
why do you
like
That's the only
care?
difference I made.
somebody's
I gave
somebody's
it
gonna
away.
need to do some adulting, right? Somebody's gonna need to run their own fucking business now. You need to grow up and be an adult and handle your own fucking business. And you know what? Nag-DM pa yan sa akin. Nag-DM, and hindi ko napansin because binlock ko siya sa lahat ng social media. Nag-DM dun sa isang FB account ko na hindi ko halos ginagamit. But then, naglinis ako ng iPad. And then, I'm logged in there on my iPad. And then, napansin ko may DM siya. Na, he was like, he had all this bullshit to say. And then, bandang huli, yung palang gusto niya is, I'm open to talk. So, you want me back. Right? You want me back. Okay? Like, I'm gonna give you a price, okay, to have me back. 10,000 a month. You want me back? That's how much I cost. Which tells you that I don't want to come back. Duh. Like, handle it yourself now. So if that doesn't give you nightmares, okay. At least now you know. Like, at least somebody's been down the worst road that you could ever go down. Unless talagang, I don't know, is there something worse? Yeah, I guess, pinagbukas ka ng OnlyFans, mga ganyan. Di ba? Mga ganun tipo. Hindi na umabot sa ganon. But, like, for me, that's like the worst. And if I've been there and I came back and I came out of it a lot stronger, and now I really know my worth, okay? What more are you guys?
When people say they've been to hell and back, you have to believe it, because when you get to the situation you have to endure everything just because you want to keep your job or your client, and then you share it with people, and then some of them doesn't really care. They are still fixated on the fact na, ooh, 6 digits. So those experiences are gold. And for Miss Jen to share that story with you, it actually means something because at the end of the day, this giving back to the community doesn't mean we're trying to uh, shake you shake you off the freelancing scene, but actually to prepare you for the reality of it. It's the reality that you have to be prepared when you decided to get into this industry, because what you're seeing, just like in the movies, what you're seeing in TV, in social media, the glitz and glamour, that's all you can see at the surface, but not underneath. Underneath is as ugly as you can imagine. And you have to be prepared for that.
And you know what? That VA agency, it was going to be my legacy. I was working towards a legacy. But obviously, like, the client didn't see, like, may nangyari sa kanya, like, there was something na nagbago.
May
Although,
nag-pivot bigla, no?
kahit ikaw hindi ka nagbabago, yung client pwede magbago. Like, gawain ba yan ng matinong tao na magsabi ka sa, maybe you're too stupid to be one of our VAs. Gawain ba yun ng matinong tao? Like, like, I don't know, like, maybe with your millions, you're buying so much Coke. I don't know. Like, I don't know, right? Like, even though you don't change, the clients can change. So see, shade of gray. I'm glad your client is your best friend, but like I said before, like, the only permanent relationships are family, usually family, relatives, and like really, really, really friends you've known for a long time. Your relationship with a client is always, always gonna be transactional habang binabayaran ka. So may hangganan ang transactional relationship. And the fact that you think that they're your best friend, pag nag-end yung relationship na yan, yung masasaktan, hindi client.
Ikaw.
So I'm glad for you, you think they're your best friend and everything, but, for me, you are setting yourself up for a heartbreak that you may never come back from.
Alam mo, ang best advice dyan is, kung sa relationship nga ang ina-advise ng tao, magtira ka pa rin sa sarili mo. So what more
I
sa
agree. Kasi
transactional relationships na ganyan?
ako noon, I was so overwhelmed because, syempre, bago-bago. Bago sa akin yung ganitong industry, wala akong alam, wala rin ako nakukuhanan na advices like this kind of community. I gave it all away. And eventually, when it's time for them to let me go, I have nothing to take with me. I was left with nothing. And siguro, dun sa mga nagsa-start, the best advice is regardless of how small or how big your earnings are, always save. It's not, hindi talaga always happy ang foreign exchange all the time. And yun ang kalaban natin as VAs or freelancers kasi it can go up, down anytime, every day. So, even if kumikita kayo ng 6 digits right now, save, 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 save. No matter how small it is, you better save. Kasi, hindi nyo alam. Like with us, akala namin noon, the 80, kasi first time ko sumweldo ng ganun, 80,000, 75,000. Buffet every day, buffet all week, kaya. Shopping every week, kaya. But we never knew na anytime pag pumitik pala si client, disposable ka pala. Yun eh. And wala kaming anything na, alam mo yun, ang tanda na namin, wala kaming ipon. Parang, hello. Kasi akala namin, especially if you're earning, or let's say, sumusweldo ka weekly, ang bilis isipin ng pera ng next week, may 20,000 ako eh. So, pwede ako mag-spend ngayon. Next week, may 20,000 ako ulit. Pwede ako ulit mag-waldas today. You'll never know until when. Kahit gaano pa ka-sweet at kabait ng client nyo, if they have to let go, they will let you go at some point in time. So, yung kay Shade of Grey, if you feel like, lahat naman ng clients mabait. Client ko din mabait eh. He was
Mabait
so
na
nice.
sa may pakinabang ka sa kanila.
He was so
lahat naman
nice
ng
to
tao
me.
may bait.
Yeah,
May
lahat
bait.
meron.
Lahat meron.
Pero
lahat din
pwede
ng
mawala
tao-
yun. See?
Lahat din ng
Diba?
tao may
Pero how
ugali.
harsh it can get. How harsh
You
it
cannot
can get
predict
na
the future.
firing you on your birthday, diba? Diba? Shakit. Di ba, sakit nun? Ay, mabait naman siya eh. Kaya lang tinanggal niya ako bago ako mag-birthday. So, ang sakit.
Yeah.
So,
See? Gano'n
so yung bait,
ka-insensitive.
so yung bait na disregard, have some mall on your kasi client mo pa rin yun. Kahit gaano ka bait pa yan, kahit gaano pa ka generous, yes, you have to be very grateful and thankful. But have a wall. Tsaka isang learning pala ha, na katulad sa aming mag-asawa. Nagsama kami sa isang client, which is now, ayaw na namin at all. Kahit gaano pa kalaki yung offer ng client, dali mo yung asawa mo or hire mo yung asawa. Ayaw na namin magsama sa isang client. Kasi yun yung natutunan namin. Naliligwak
Yep.
kami ng isang client, parehas kaming
Parehas
naligwak na
kayo walang
dalawa.
income. Exactly.
Sabay kaming nawalan, wala kaming backup. Okay lang na nagpa-part-time ako dun sa isa niyang client once in a while. Pero yung full-time namin na malaki talaga, tapos sabay kaming
Wala.
chinugi. Kasi, hindi mo alam eh. Wala rin kaming idea na mangyayari yun. Who would have thought? But, siguro yun, one thing na natutunan namin na you cannot settle for something na very good kasi dahil, bait, generous and all that. Pero yun na nga, every time na may client kami, mas maganda maghiwalay kami ng client para at least mawalan yung isa. Meron pa kaming iba. Meron pang isa pa. Or hindi kami sabay na nawawalan. Yun lang.
Correct. Or mag-racket-racket ka. Like whatever,
True.
you know. Ako, I
Tsaka
prefer
huwag mo
yung,
ibigay yung birthday mo.
halimbawa, isang, yeah, don't, like, for me, it's like, just keep it professional. Like, yes, you should be honest with your client. Yes, you should be transparent. But there's such a thing as you being honest with your friends and family, and there's such a thing as being professionally honest, right? Like, for example, I will tell my friend or anak ko, ay magkakaroon ata ako. Like, that's the reason I'm so crabby because I'm on my period. I'm not gonna tell that to a client. Okay, learn to distinguish. Okay, that's why I'm like when I hear people saying, "Ay, ang lakas ko sa client ko kasi." 'Di ba? Parang, "Oh, my client is my best friend. Oh, my client is blah blah. My client is this and that." Like, okay, if your husband is your client, okay, maybe maniniwala ako sa'yo. Okay, if he's your husband. But yung ano kayo, yung parang it's a still a trend, and it's hard having like a personal and a transactional relationship at the same time. Like how do you handle that? 'Di ba? But if it's a transactional, if the client is paying you, how can they ever be your best friend? Like your best friend, would you ever pay to have a best friend? That's just my thought. Why would I ever like somebody that I pay to be around me, to be my assistant, na personal assistant, and halimbawa, let's say I'm Lady Gaga and apparently Lady Gaga treats her assistants badly. Okay? She can't sleep alone, so kailangan nandun si personal assistant. Yung mga ganun ba? Pero binabayaran ka kasi. 'Di ba? How can you have a best friend that you're paying? I don't know how that happens. And that's just my take. Like, you cannot have a best friend na binabayaran mo to be your best friend. And just because sinabi niya na best friend ka niya, is that a guarantee that they won't treat you badly? What if yun nga, nagsisimula na magdroga? 'Di ba? What if, hindi mo alam, right? It's all like freaking online. What can you see online? Only what they want to show you. Meron ako nabasa FB group, tinuring daw niyang nanay yung client niya. Kaso one day, tinanggal siya. Duh! That's gonna happen.
You always have to remember, guys, na yung relationship sa client is all business. You found
Business,
yourselves together.
transactional.
Transactional yan. It's always gonna be like that. It's just so happen na yung maganda yung treatment niya sa isa't isa, maganda yung pakikitungo niya sa inyo, maganda yung approach niya lagi sa inyo. They treat you as a best friend during business hours. Now, beyond that, on a personal note, it's different from the best friend. Because kahit pag balibaliktarin mo yan, your relationship doesn't transcend into a transformational relationship, but it will always be stuck in a transactional relationship regardless how close you are together.
May nag-comment before sa isa pang live na ano daw, may gusto sa kanya yung client niya. Do you think that transforms your relationship? That's worse, in my opinion.
Red
That
flag
doesn't make it
yun.
better. That doesn't make it better. That makes it worse. The fact that the client is crossing the boundary, okay, between professional and personal during work hours. Okay, if he really likes you, he will fire you and then date you. Okay? If he's really serious about wanting a relationship with you, he'll say, "Sorry, I can't work with you, but I would like us to go out." Okay? He won't work with you, but he'll go out with you. That's how you know he's serious. Pero yung sasabihin sa'yo ng client, may
Sasabayin
gusto
niya.
ako sa'yo, like, seriously? Creepy. That is creepy as hell. And tapos ikaw naman, syunga-syunga, umikot yung ulo mo kasi may puti na nagkagusto sa'yo, and you think ang ganda-ganda, ang haba ng hair mo. No. Maybe he's just trying to get you for a lot cheaper rate. Have you ever thought about that? Or maybe he's trying to use you for something else. Yeah, talagang ang dami. Even if ang tagal mo na sa client, like 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, kahit 10 years. Okay? But there's no guarantee na hindi magbabago si client. And like si Francesca, if they find somebody who can do what you're doing cheaper, wala ka ng silbi. Kay client. Negosyante yan eh. Eh kung ikaw, you're running a business, wouldn't you do the same thing? I would. O, diba? Juicy na naman ng live natin. Patay tayo dyan. Yeah, I mean, I would not wish those kinds of situations on anyone. All right? Like, I went through them, it's true. I faced them the best that I could nung nandun na ako. But, like, you should ask yourself, what would you do in that situation if it was you? If it was you, what would you do? Yeah, very interesting. And scandalous sometimes. like all the people up here, like they just kind of bared, a little bit of their soul to you. So you really got to have balls to get up here on the Ballsy podcast. Though you're welcome to step up if you want to. Diba? But you got to have some really big balls.
Actually, si Ken, he's been talking a lot in chat.
Tara na, Ken.
Can we invite
Ken.
Ken
Ken, tara na,
over?
Ken.
Mag-guesting ka nga. Ayaw makit ni Sir Herbert eh.
Sorry.
I have my
Ken,
patience.
ano na?
I have my patient right now, though. Although I'm glad that people actually are staying. Actually, this is the first time that we were able to sustain this much viewers from start to finish.
Thank
We're
you so
almost
much.
done.
Yeah. Umakit tayo ng hanggang 87, I think.
Yes, kanina.
I think that's the most so far. Yeah. So, I mean, we're glad that you're able to pick up, stuff from what we tell you. I mean, that's really the point of the podcast. And sabi nga ni Neil Patel, kahit saan. Basta may ganyang, like, you can call it a podcast. So, it's, that's, actually, delikado nga yung ganito, yung parang live na podcast. Medyo delikado.
Oo.
But, it goes where it goes. Diba? Sabi ni Ken, I would love to, but I can't. I have 5 more patients who are currently dealing with mental health. We are discussing their care plan. Yeah, no problem.
No problem.
Ayan.
No problem.
I mean, if you can avoid like the mistakes that we've made and situations that we've been in and it helps you, then, and take advantage of like while it's here, because it may not always be here. Pero lipat ko sa YouTube.
Oo. Pero huwag kayo, promise, huwag kayo magpapasilo sa 6 figures. Kasi ako, it took a mental breakdown. Literal na nag-breakdown ako mentally. Kakahabol niyan. Kasi napapressure.
Ilan yung clients mo noon, Mika?
6.
10 clients.
6. Dalawang full-time, 4 na part-time, tapos meron pa akong isang local client na part-time ba?
Sis
Holy
Maria,
hell.
natutulog ka pa ba?
4 hours. 4
Kumakain
hours
ka pa
a
ba?
day.
Nagsi-CR ka pa ba?
4 hours a day lang tulog ko. Pucha, pero ito yung sinabi ni Cheska nun. So, sobrang ninasam-nasam ko yan, diba? Kasi ako, straight out of college, ni piso, wala akong hiningi sa family ko eh. So, talagang nung nanasam ko yung 6 figures na yan, hotel dito, hotel doon, tas ang mindset ko pa, bakit ako bibili ng kotse? Pwede naman ako mag-rent ng driver. Ganun na yung mindset. Ganun na yung mindset ko noon. Pero putya, ayun, wala akong naipon. Tapos, nagka-mental breakdown ako kasi nga, overwork. Sa gitna to ng pandemic, ha? Tapos wala ka pa masyadong mapuntahan kasi lahat lockdown.
Sana inabutan niyo si Kira to know how hard it is just to make habol the 6-digit amount that you wanna earn.
Ano bang bago kay Kira?
Na naman si Kira na.
Si Kira ngayon.
Si Kira na walang malay.
Diba ba, hindi siya ngayon sumali para talagang masabi niya magugulo yung buhay natin.
Oo.
Ayaw na niya sa
kahit ganun
buhay.
kahit ganun si Kira, I find that person very interesting kasi despite na medyo natatabla natin siya sa mga comments niya, andun at sumasali pa rin siya.
Push pa din siya.
And then, tsaka, it was a learning conversation as well, na when he opened up na, he was so shy to open up, bakit siya nagkakaganito and all that. Eventually, we figured it out. You're on the brink of breaking down kasi pagod ka na. Hindi mo na naalala yung sarili mo. Mahalin mo yung sarili mo bukod sa pagmamahal mong magkaroon ng 6 digits na sweldo. Sabi nga namin, hard work lang, work smart. Mindset all the time. I mean, hindi mo man makuha yung 6 digits ngayon if you are earning a decent sweldo. Yung conservative, yung hindi sobra, hindi naman din kulang, I guess okay yon. Maging goal mo yung 6 digits in the future, pero wag mong hapitin to the point na hindi mo na kinakausap yung asawa mo, hindi mo na kinakausap yung mga anak mo, di ka na natutulog, pag lumabas ka, mukha ka ng zombie. I don't think na worth it yung 6 digits para lang makalimutan mo may buhay ka pa. You work smart.
Tapos alam mo yung masakit pa noon, nag-mental breakdown ako ng ganyan. Lahat ng tao, isa lang yung tinanong sa akin, pre, bakit ka nagbe-breakdown? Laki-laki ng kinikita mo. So sabihin, putya, yun na yung dahilan kung bakit.
Di ba nakakainis minsan
ganun
yung
ka simplistic yung nila.
Yung pananaw nila sa ganito.
Yung ibang videos that would say, you can earn easy 6-digit blah blah blah. Sana i-discuss din nila kung gaano kahirap at kasakit ang kwento ng experience mo. Kasi sabi nga nila, it's not the destination, it's the journey along the way na how you get into there. Yung dun sa 6-digit mong target. Kasi yun yung napapansin natin, is it possible to get 6 digits with healthy clients? Yung
How
clients
can you
healthy,
tell
ikaw.
they're a
Ikaw ba
healthy
healthy?
client? It's possible to get 6 digits, 7 digits, whatever, with any client. The question is how far and how low are you willing to go?
Gusto ko yung sagot ni si Francesca. Yung client healthy, ikaw tanungin mo kung healthy ka pa.
Oo, 'di ba? Hindi,
Exactly.
honestly, 'di ba? Totoo 'yan si Kira, 'di ba? Akala nyo healthy. Pero eventually,
Nagbe-breakdown na
as
rin
the,
yun.
'di ba, nag-breakdown siya dun sa live ni Madam. In the middle of the live, parang kasi nga sa
Lumabas
totoo lang
talaga yung totoo.
Oo, lumabas yung
yes,
mga hugot
napiga
niya.
talaga. 'Di ba? Ikaw ba gugustuhin mong sumusweldo ka ng milyon pero di ka masaya? I mean, rich people have their own problems too. More money, poor problems nga, di ba? Totoo yun. Kumita ka ng disente, okay na yun. Yung 6 digits, okay din naman. Pero hanggang saan mo kayang, paano masasabi? Yung
At what cost?
hanggang, yeah, at what cost and how can you tolerate yung okay lang, 2 hours lang. Parang sleep is for the week. Sa sleep is for the week, tae-tae. Hindi na, no? Kung di ka na naman magpapahinga. Diyos ko, Lord. Sleep is for the weak. Hindi, no? If I can sleep, I will sleep. It's a gift. Sleep is a gift.
That
Sleeping
is
is a
so
gift.
true.
Di ba? Ayaw mong matulog nung bata ka, di ba? Pag pinapatulog ka ng nanay mo, ngayon hanap ng tulog. O, pahinga ka pag may chance. Big
Ang
Big
ano,
money
money
comes
comes.
with great
Totoo yan.
Oo,
Totoo
parang
yan.
Spider-Man lang yan.
siguro ang
'Di ba?
ma-advise ko sa kanila, don't aim for 6 digit. Aim to improve your skill, yung sarili mo ang improve mo kasi once you got to a point na kahit tulog ka, kaya mong mag-marketing automation kahit nakapikit
Tama.
ka, that 6 digit will come your way eventually. Yan na yung darating sa'yo kahit hindi mo trabahuin. Kasi ang dapat mong trabahuin, yung i-improve yung sarili mo. Kasi who's gonna pay you 6 digit if you're cramming to complete one project kasi nag ano ka na, ang gulo na ng buhay mo dahil 10 ang client mo dahil naghahabol ka ng 6 digit. The more you
That's
work
right.
for many clients, the more you are torturing yourself with a lot of work, the more ka nagiging less efficient.
And nung point na yon that I was getting an hour's sleep. An hour's sleep literal yan. Okay? I'm not thinking about 6 digits anymore. That's not what I'm thinking about. I am responsible for 35 to 40 VAs because if I sleep for 8 hours, okay, more clients will leave and more of them will be out of a job. I'm not thinking of myself anymore. I'm not thinking of like, ay, ito yung kikita ko ng 80,000, isang swelduhan lang. That's not what I'm thinking about anymore. You think I'm willing to lose, like, I'm willing to work for, like, stay up for 23 fucking hours for 6 figures? There's no amount that is worth that is worth your sanity. Na tinula ka sa dulong-dulo na. Nothing. The only thing that's going to keep you going at that point is that all these other people, they're relying on you. Kasi, pag nawala yung agency, okay, all these people na nawala ng trabaho, their kids rely on you. Okay? The fact that their families are relying on you. May nagbabayad ng bahay, may nagbabayad ng renta. Like, you really want all that on your head? And without saying that you did everything that you could to make sure that they're still employed. Hindi like the 6 figures doesn't even get it, like it's not even in your head anymore.
Ibang pressure yun eh.
Like,
Kasi
can
Buhay
you
ng
guys
tao.
the fact that you guys are still thinking about, oh, is it worth 6 figures? You're not even in that zone anymore. So I don't know if you can imagine yourself in that situation. But if you opt to, like, become even a business owner or senior management, you will get to a point that is the equivalent of that. And at that point, the last thing you're thinking about is your six figures. I guarantee you. Hindi mo na iniisip yan at that point. Iisipin mo parang, is it gonna be on your head that 40 people walang makain next month?
Hindi nga lang 40 yun eh. Kasi 40 na workers, pero that's 40 families.
Families, exactly. Baka more pa kasi yung iba extended, di ba? Yung iba nagsama sa isang bahay dahil nga pandemic para makatipid, mga ganon. Kasi nga, ay si ate lang nga may trabaho. May mga VAs kami na ganyan. Na pinauwi yung OFW na sister, yung sister may family, tapos yung may trabaho lang ngayon, si gitna, mga ganon. So nagsama-sama na lang sa isang bahay. You really want that sa konsensya mo without ever saying na you did everything you could para hindi sila mapunta sa ganong sitwasyon.
Iisipin mo yung 40 families. Pusa, ikaw baka kakayanin ng konsensya mo na matulog knowing na on the line yun.
Exactly. Does client ask if you are a VA with other clients?
Truthfully,
Some.
pag tinanong ka ng ganyan, be honest.
Yeah, just be honest. Pero wag mo sabihin, yes, actually, I have 2 full-time clients, you and another client. Like, tatanggalin ka talaga niyan. Kasi it doesn't make sense to have 2 full-time clients.
I don't think it should be a question sa ibang client kung may iba ka pang client as long as hindi mo sila pinagsasabay.
No, yung
Correct.
pagsabay yun.
Kasi pag sinabi mo, oh, I have another client. And then sinabi mo pa na pareho kayo ng oras.
Diyos ko.
Ewan ko na lang kung kausapin ka pa niyan.
Bibigyan kita ng tali kung gusto mong magbigte, gamitin mo.
So, yung mga social media manager, in particular, yung mga media buyer, okay, I understand in your line of work, it's an advantage that you're working with several clients. I understand that. Okay. My advice is still be honest with the client. If may ginagamit kayo na ibang VA, okay, huwag kayong mag-catfish. Okay, alam niyo ba yung catfish? Okay, yung catfish is kayo nag-interview sa client, nung na-hire kayo, binato niyo yung trabaho sa ibang VA. That's a catfish. Don't do that. Okay? Nag-interview kayo sa 5 client, 5 din yung catfish niyo na VA.
Yun.
And like, binayaran kayo ng client, $5 an hour, you keep $3, $2, binabayad nyo kay catfish. Don't do that. Okay? Just be upfront with, I get your, like, that you work with more client. Kasi bihira yung client who will hire a full-time FBADS VA. Sa totoo lang, medyo bihira yung ganon. Or a full-time graphic designer. A lot of clients don't have 40 hours worth of graphic design work. They don't. That's why I understand na may mga UX designer, graphic designer, they have like 5 clients, 6, 10. Maging upfront na lang kayo kay client. Actually, I work with another VA. So, sometimes you might get an email from Cheska. She's my admin VA. I'm trying to grow my team. Ganyan na lang sagutin nyo si client. Maging up. Kasi imbis na akala ni client, ikaw yung VA, tapos nakatanggap ng email from somebody else kasi nagkamali si catfish VA mo. So magtatanga ngayon si client, who is Cheska?
Oo.
Because you were not honest with the client. I would just be honest with the client and say, look, I do work with other clients, and in order to help me stay organized, I'm working with Cheska. She's my admin VA. I am training her for some other stuff, so she may reach out to you occasionally. However, when it comes to strategy, planning your content, I'm doing all that. I'm doing what you hired me for. It's just that minsan may magfa-follow up sa'yo na ibang email na, okay, yung pinag-usapan nyo ni Jen na content strategy, you still haven't replied. We just want to follow up. Is this okay for next week na? Maging upfront na lang kayo. Wag na kayo magsinungaling kay client. Yung mga clients are not that stupid. Hindi tanga yung mga client. Wag nyo gawing tanga yung clients. Like, and that's what I told this client. I was like, well, like I do voiceovers on the side, right? And if he's like, when do you do that? I was like, when they come in. Like, I do most of it on the weekends, which is true, right? ESTC client. My coaching, my coach for my voiceovers, his class is like 5 p.m. Pacific time. So, out na ng working schedule ko. 'Di ba? Upfront ako kay client, tapos makikita din ni client na, okay, so kung kailangan ng voiceover sa video, I can do it. See? May dagdag na skill,
Kailangan
like he
kasi
can,
part din ng negotiation yan eh. Alam mo, pagka humarap ka sa client, sabi mo, I have a team. I'm growing a team. Sabi, ang ano lang dyan, 4 eyes are better than 2.
yes.
What?
It's
Ano lang
very
yan?
good. Oo. Pero wag kayo magsinungal. That is the first and worst mistake you will ever make as a VA. Yung akala nyo kailangan nyo itago kay client, magsinungaling kayo kay client. Like, be professionally honest with the client. What does that mean? Everything to do with the work with the client. Okay? Kung may makakaapekto doon, be honest about it. Okay? Halimbawa, yung anak nyo, kailangan pumasok sa therapy every Tuesday and Thursday. Okay? Kaso, sasagasaan yung schedule nyo. And kailangan nyo magpaalam kay client. Tell the client at the onset, up front, na alam nyo na nagte-therapy yung anak nyo. It's a regular schedule. Hindi ka pa hinahire ng client. Let him know. Be upfront. Is it okay if I move my schedule, like, kailangan ko mag-slide shift ng konti on Tuesdays and Thursdays, if that's okay? Or, like Coach Potato said earlier, mag-propose na kayo ng meron na kayong solusyon. Okay, I need to actually log out an hour earlier on Tuesday and Thursday, and I'm sorry for that. It's because my son needs to go to therapy, blah, blah, blah. However, what I can do is, come in earlier, or I could do the extra hours over the weekend. Diba? I could do like 2 additional hours on Saturday. What would you like? What would you prefer? Kailangan manggaling sa inyo. Makita ni client na kayo ang organized. May kailangan kayo eh. Kaya wag nyo ibato lang kay client tapos maghintay na si client mag-isip ng solusyon. Ikaw yung nangangailangan eh.
Ito yung mga sinasabi niyo dati na proactive kayo. That is being proactive.
Imbes na sabihin nyo kay client, well, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I have to log out early because my son has therapy. Kung sinagot kayo ng client, and so, di pahiya kayo. Actually, tama si client. Like, what does that have to do with your job? That's your personal life. So, and so,
What can you do about it? Diba?
what can you do about that? Di napahiya ka pa. Di para hindi ka mapahiya, like Coach Potato said, maghanda ka na ng suggestion, alternative solution. So, I propose that, and may malasakit ka pa rin sa business ni client kasi mawawalan siya ng 2 hours every week eh. Di ba? Mawawalan siya ng binabayaran kanya. So,
Yan yung
what
mga
can you
simpleng
do?
lambing. Simpleng
Yes.
lambing.
Tsaka when you talk
Yun-
to your clients, no, siguro na-adapt ko na lang to sa sarili ko. When I talk to my client, I try to analyze how he responds, how he reacts to um, feedbacks, comments, how he reacts to conversations, yung style niya ng pagtatanong. And then, from there, I would be able to formulate how I actually respond. Like for example, yung CEO ngayon dito sa company, dati kasi siya yung boss nung project manager ko, nung VA pa ako. Siya yung director. Now, pag nagtatanong yon, may tatanong siya, like for example, what happened to this account? And then sasagutin mo. Normally, ang nakikita ko sa iba is isang tanong, isang sagot. Yun kasi, pag sumagot ka, he will bombard you with follow-up questions, like 10 more follow-up questions until he is satisfied doon sa sagot. So, I learned from that, and every time na magtatanong na siya, I am already preparing my response. Like, ito yung sagot sa tanong mo, ito yung alternative ko, ito yung kailangan nating gawin, and then, what are your thoughts? After nun, wala na siyang sasabihin iba. Tapos na agad yung conversation because binigay mo na lahat ng kailangan niyang information. Although, hindi niya tinatanong sa'yo kung ano yung dapat mong gawin. But the fact that you have already presented yourself with solutions, that means you are ready to take on whatever kung ano yung ibibigay niya sa yung task after nung tanong niya. Because he knows that you are prepared. And that's saying something about you as a professional working for that client.
Meron nag-comment dito, sa totoo lang, yung mga pinagsasabi nyo, hindi nyo rin ina-applyan sa totoong buhay nyo. Madaling gumawa ng story. Well,
Yeah, same with
we
you.
won't...
Same with you. Same with
True.
you. You could tell us any freaking story. So, what are you doing here? Naglolokohan lang pala tayo. Leave. Go. Wala kang silbi dito sa room. Wala kaming silbi sa'yo. Please leave before I throw you out.
We won't share anything siguro na hindi namin pinagdaanan. What will we get out of that? Of making stories?
Just to
Diba?
add, I'm not sure how it's going to benefit us by creating stories.
Oo.
It's not gonna benefit us.
We're not earning
Unang-una.
anything from this.
We
Yeah,
have
like
So-
nothing
we're
to
not
gain.
selling you anything. So, bakit kami magpapakadrama na ganyan? We're not selling you anything.
If it doesn't
Hindi ako-
apply to you,
What will we
then
have?
What
will we have to gain?
Yeah. Hindi kami ganun kagaling na like I'm not a social media manager. Okay? At the best, I'm an amateur content creator. Like it's a lot of effort to honestly, guys, like you judge for yourself. You judge for gamitin yung critical thinking nyo. If you don't think there's any value here, you're free to leave.
yeah,
Okay.
nothing's holding you back.
Nothing's
Yeah.
holding you back. Like
Yeah.
yung iba may actually marami napipick up. May nakaka-pick up pa nga ng trabaho dito eh. 'Di ba? Client and trabaho. Yung iba walang silbi, so you're free to leave. It's whatever.
I can already
Whatever
sense what
makes
kind
you
of
happy.
person yung nag-comment. Bakit kaya every week may ganitong comment? May ganitong viewer? I just
Kasi
noticed
may
every
mga
week.
papansin.
And
Hindi
iba-iba
sila
lang
minahal
yung,
ng magulang nila.
Sugo ka ba? Hindi ka ba nayakap ng mama mo? Halika, yayakap kita.
Every week,
Ano
no,
bang-
there's someone na
Hindi ka
may-
nakainom ng gatas, no?
Hindi na pasuso ng ina. Basic
Binigay
na
sa'yo
to.
gasolina.
Basic. Ito lighter.
Pinadede
madam.
sa'yo
Isama mo yung
gasolina.
lighter. Madam, ito yung lighter. Isama mo na. Magsunog
every
kang
freaking week.
mag-isa.
Consistent
Oh, thank you,
yun,
Rochelle.
laging meron. No?
Hindi
Napansin
mahal
niyo?
ng magulang. Hindi. Hindi na ihele yan. Nilagay sa duyan, bumaliktad
kawawa
na
naman.
laglag.
Oo.
Well, I can't
Nalaglag,
understand what
tumama
kind of
sa
person-
ulo.
Kung anong klaseng person siya. But of course, we cannot please
Pinadede ng
everyone.
gasolina. Si Raylan. Natawa kay Raylan. Raylan, abot ka mo ng lighter. Ito yung lighter. Para medyo full blast. Burn. Ganon. Tapos colored.
Well, anyway.
Mauna siya. So yung point ni Coach Potato is a really good point. One of the first things you should do, especially if you're with a new client, is pansinin niyo yung communication style niya. Like nung EA ako, nung isang CEO ng VA agency, that guy will never tell you you're doing a good job. Like, no news is good news sa kanya. Pag wala siyang sinabi, pag may ginawa kang maganda, okay, wala
No
siyang
comment.
sinabi, yun na yung puri. Okay? Hindi kanya pupurihin. Kaya wag ka na maghanap ng gold star sa kamay or sa noo. Okay, if you're there like a little dog being like, do a good job. Kung ganun ka, and you're waiting for him to put a gold star and a kiss on your forehead, you're never gonna get it.
Mm-mm.
Okay? Pag walang salita, maganda yon,
You're
magandang
good.
news.
Mm-mm.
What you do not want is pag chinat ka niya, let's get into a video call. That's the sign that you did something bad.
Bad.
Okay?
Pagpasok mo pa lang sa
So,
call, tanong mo agad, am I in
oh,
trouble?
Is this
yeah, if he
Totoo
says,
yun,
let's get on a
ano.
Zoom call or let's get in a Skype call, you know, that's the sign. Everyone knew. Like, everyone knew there na bulyaw yun. Bubulyawan ka.
Hmm.
Humanda ka
So,
na.
learn the communication style of your client. Huwag mo pilitin yung, ito yung maganda para sa akin eh. If you tell me that I'm doing good, then I'm gonna do even better. Okay, what if hindi nga maboka si client about yung magaganda? Right? It's up to you to adapt to the client. They're the client. They're paying you. Okay? Bakit mo
The best
ipipilit yung
trade.
gusto mo kay client? Bakit ikaw nagbabayad kay client?
Alam mo, ang sinasabi ko lagi sa ganyan, matatanda na tayo, hindi na tayo nag-aaral. The mere fact na binabayaran nila tayo at continue nila tayong binabayaran, yun na yung pinaka-praise nila.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
And the
Great
fact that they are
point.
keeping you for the longest time, that means they are satisfied with you. Kasi hindi satisfied yan, bukas sa bukas may kapalit ka na.
Oo.
Tama.
Exactly. Tatanggalin ka birthday mo.
Oh, shit.
Putang ina.
Ay, sakit, di ba?
What the
Tapos
fuck?
sasabihin mo sa akin, nag-iimbento ako ng kwento. Hindi mo alam kung gaano kasakit yung kwento na yun. Pero you know what? That story talaga is something that we've been always sharing to friends or yung mga taong lumalapit na gaano ba kahirap maging VA? Sasabihin sa'yo mahirap siya. Madali siya sa madali. Pero mahirap yung experience ng how to be in it. Kasi marami kang ma-experience. Iba-iba nga lang yung kwento. And this is my story to share. Kasi katulad nun, kami, walang ipon, kumikita ng malaki. Don't you think it's something that you impart to people so they will learn how to save?
Yeah, so
Ngayon,
they can
natuto rin
avoid
kami.
the same mistake. Exactly.
Exactly. I mean, I can tell you a lot of stories. I can make up a lot of stories. Pero iba yung storya ng ikaw mismo naka-experience nun eh. Yung ikaw pinagdaanan mo yun kasi alam mo kung paano mo sasabihin sa mga nag-a-aspire and look up to you na ay, grabe, hindi pala madali. Pero masarap yung
Yeah.
journey niya kasi nandun na siya eh. Gets mo yun? Kaya
Yeah.
kung ikaw, nagsisimula ka, George, George, kung nandiyan ka pa, kung ano man yung experience mo at hindi ka man naihele, huwag ka
Huwag mo
mag-alala.
kami idamay.
Dadaan ka, huwag mo kaming idamay. Pero ito lang yun.
Hindi kami
Darating ka
tulad
sa
ng
point,
nanay mo. Sorry.
dadaan ka sa buhay mong may maghehele sa'yo at mararamdaman mo kung gaano kasarap ang ihele. Buisit ka.
May hugot sa dulo.
Yun pala yung punchline.
Yun yung punchline. Masarap ihele. Pero buisit siya.
Hindi niya
Hindi,
maiisip
joke
yun
lang po,
kasi mahina comprehension skill niya. Well, I kind of feel sorry for him kasi kailangan niya mapansin. So, if that's your only way para mapansin ka, I don't know what the rest of your life is like. Nakakatakot isipin. 'Di ba?
Medyo traumatic ata ang paglaki ni whoever that is.
Traumatic ang pagkabata.
Ang swerte niya, wala pa dito sila.
Baka wala si Hope, wala si Christine.
Nang-init na naman yung dugo.
Baka si Christine. Diyos ko po.
Baka si Christine ko ano
baka masaksak tayo ng
narinig
corona nun.
nyo. Pag
Pero
nagalit
guys,
ang
ito,
Reyna, ewan ko lang.
Katuwaan lang. May mga naliligaw po talaga minsan na landas. Dito sila
Mga kaluluwa.
napupunta. Hindi ko alam kung hindi pa po sila natatahimik tsaka tinatanggap sa na-stuck na sa purgatorio. Hindi na nila na-find ang light. Hindi na nila
But-
nasundan ang light.
The point is like you're not for everybody. Okay, this group is not for everybody, but for me, just make sure that you find like I know it's online, and like si Coach, si Cheska, si Mika, si Hope, like si Christine, I met them all here. Okay, so it's really up to you. Like it's like real life. How you conduct your relationships, how you conduct yourself in these relationships. It's up to you. Okay, ngayon kung mambabastos ka, expect mo rin na babastusin ka rin. 'Di ba? Now, if you want to be around like good people who at some point they're going to be honest with you, like it's really up to you. Okay. That's true. Akala nila madali maging VA freelance. The pay should be worth the job. Yeah, that's not always a guarantee. How do you negotiate
Yeah.
increasing rate for additional tasks? I would wait for the client to ask. Okay, can you do this? Can you do that? Okay, but it's outside of my job description. So I can do that. And then you might want to tell the client, this is my experience with that. Okay, this is my experience with that task. So, yes, I've handled Instagram accounts and, I did this for this client, I did that for that client. But you hired me for a marketing automation and operations role. 'Di ba? So hindi swak like Instagram, ano na yan, social media. They didn't hire you for that.
Right. Parang yung
So,
kanina lang, tatlo yung role niya, no?
na
Layo.
magkakaiba, SEO, tapos outbound call, tapos parang may data mining pa. Like, wow.
Lead
Ang
gen.
layo. Lead gen, yan, tama. Ang layo. But if you agree to all that, and you sign the contract, like,
Ayun pa. Ugaliin magbasa ng kontrata, please.
yeah. I mean, you signed your life away. That's what you did. But it's kind of your fault as well. Like you didn't read properly, you didn't negotiate properly, maybe with the client, and you might want to bring it up and say to the client, "Look, I've tried it. I cannot like 8 hours to do lead gen and outbound calls and SEO analysis is not enough. I think we need to rethink the role. I could
And
help you find somebody who's gonna do that, like the SEO writing part." Mga ganon.
yeah, and to add to that, before ka naman tanggapin ni client, you go through interview, you go through onboarding and discovery call, however you wanna call it. Dinidiscuss naman yan normally, di ba? Ano yung magiging scope ng task mo, ano yung magiging rate mo. From there, you ask questions na. Will there be any additional task aside from what has been discussed na gusto mo nang sabihin sa akin ngayon para hindi ako nagugulat na bigla mo akong utusan bumili ng panty.
Hoy, walang extra yun, ah. Akala mo.
'Di ba? And doon pa lang malalaman mo na kung ano pa talaga yung kasi mamaya si client kasi minsan si client masyadong maraming iniisip. So hindi lahat na-discuss niya sa hindi lahat ng kailangan niya kumbaga na-disclose niya sa lahat in one call. Minsan may nakakalimutan yan eh. So ikaw knowing that alam mo kung ano yung nature nung niche na pinapasukan mo, alam mo yung pasikot-sikot, alam mo yung trabaho involved doon sa let's say SMM, alam mo yung trabaho involved doon. Now, if the client is asking you to do lead gen doon pa lang sa discovery call ninyo, sa interview pa lang, then one of the skills na kailangan mong i-develop is yung negotiation skills like what everybody else is recommending here. Yung negotiation skills napaka-importante nun kasi you would be able to protect yourself from more work, less pay, and then exploitation. Yun na lang yung term. You would avoid being exploited. Kasi once you signed away yourself to a contract na andun lahat, hindi ka nag-question, you have no right to complain anymore because you agreed to it right on the onset. Kaya sa
Tama.
onboarding pa lang, tanungin mo na lahat yon. Ano ba yung magiging coverage nitong trabaho na to? And then if they told you na kailangan mo rin mag-lead gen kasi wala akong lead gen, okay, I can do that, but we have to rethink about the rate na pinag-usapan natin because that's gonna be a different scope for me. I can do it, but I believe I need extra compensation for that. If they agree, then good for you. If not, sabihin mo na lang, but I do know someone who can do lead gen. Maybe I can recommend you to someone. So ganun,
Oo.
it's more on negotiation. And, sell yourself, you know, na ikaw yung may advantage or at least pareho kayong mutual benefit kayo ni client. Hindi yung si client lang magbe-benefit sa'yo tapos ikaw bugbog ka sa trabaho.
Pero tama yun. Like, basahin nyo na intindihin nyo na maigi kung ano yung job description, ano yung pinapagawa sa inyo. Hindi yung pirma kayo ng, like, did the client hold a gun to your head and tell you to sign? I'm sure they didn't. You signed it on your own. So, pag pumirma kayo ng JD or end contract that is not the best contract, you're partly to blame. Okay? Hindi nyo pwede say, kasi si client is mean and is making me do all these things. You signed. If you signed a contract saying, okay, ano lang siya, lead gen na role, tapos may ginawa, na, pumayag kayo gumawa ng ibang stuff, you just said yes and yes and yes and yes, like, whose fault is that?
Exactly.
You're still
Tulad
partly
nito,
to blame.
kunyari nasa VA agency kayo or may client kayo, tapos may nakalagay doon na bawal kayo mag-moonlight, tapos may non-compete, pinirmahan nyo, hindi nyo alam, may monetary value pala pag nahuli ka. Oo,
Tsaka
hindi,
mga bonds.
oo, hindi, though hindi enforceable dito ang moonlighting, pwede ka naman nila tamaan sa non-compete, parehas na parehas yung kliyente na kinuha mo. Parehas na industry.
Oo.
Diba?
Oo.
Hindi ka nga nadali sa moonlighting, pero nadali ka naman dun sa non-compete course. Hindi mo alam yung pinirmahan mo.
So
Kaya yun ang palagi sinasabi pag nag-onboarding ako ng mga bagong VAs before. I would tell them, I'm gonna send over the copy of your ICA. Okay? Now, before you sign it, okay, you need to ask me any questions, me or si VA manager, para ma-clarify. Ngayon, pag pinirmahan nyo, okay, it means that you understood everything and you accept the terms and conditions of that agreement. Because I'm giving you a chance between now and tomorrow to read it and to sign it. If you have no questions and you signed it, I assume that you're accepting it and it's all good. Pero yung pipirmahan mo, tapos tsaka mo sasabihin, kasi hindi ko nabasa yung ganito eh. Kasi hindi ko naman alam na 30
Wala
days
nang
yung
bawian.
notice before resigning. Like, okay, first of all, I set your expectations and I say that to every single batch that I onboard. Like, tanga ba ako? No. Okay? Like, it's part of my SOP already. Okay? Hindi pwedeng sabihin na, because there's other people in that group with you. They will witness that, did I say that? Yes, I say that. Kasi SOP na siya. Tapos, babalik ta rin mo ako, kasi hindi ko nabasa yung ganito eh. Kasi hindi ko naman alam, di naman sinabi sa akin. I told you to read it. Now, if you can't read, like, you have no business, like, trying to get a job as a VA or freelancer. Diba? Di nyo pwedeng gawing excuse yun. You have to accept, you have to be accountable, you have to accept part of the blame yourself. Kasi pumirma ka eh.
Sa totoo lang, marami akong kilala pag pinibigyan ng kontrata, lagi nakatingin unang-una doon sa job offer rate, sa rate.
Syempre.
Pag nakita nila yung rate nila na
Of course.
na mas mababa doon sa in-offer, yan magkakaroon ng reklamo. Pero pag nakita nilang sakto or mas mataas, pirma agad.
Wala nang basa-basa yun.
Wala
Wala
nang basa-basa yun. Pirma na agad. But they didn't know that what you're signing up for will cost you your arms and legs. And your left eye, your right kidney, your liver.
Ngayon, pag inofferan kayo ng 7 figures to do, okay, to build the business from the ground up, starting with recruitment, hiring, ikaw mag-set up ng payroll, ikaw mag-set up ng SOPs, ikaw mag-set up ng project management, ikaw mag-set up ng kung ano-ano. And open schedule ka pa. Now, for 7 figures, would you agree to that? If you do, then sign. It's that simple. Diba? It's that simple. Is it a standard to have a contract or verbal agreement with client is okay? Yeah, I would avoid verbal
Verbal
agreements
mo yan.
Yeah.
at all.
Mahirap yung verbal
There's no
lang.
proof. And who's in that room? Just you and the client?
They
Pag
can
sinabi
deny
ni
at any
client,
time.
kasi kung may complaint ka, at the end of the day, it's your word against your client's word.
Yeah.
Mm.
Unless you had somebody who's a witness there na partial witness. Hindi yung partner ni client or EA ni client. Siyempre, isang kakampi yun. Siyempre, kay client.
Mm-mm. So it's
Like,
good pa rin na may contract.
that's why you gotta be smart. Like, be smart about it.
Pag tinakbuhan ka niya, wala kang iyak ka na lang.
Yeah, wala kang habol. Sige, habulin mo si EA, nandun sa kwarto, ano sasabihin niya sa'yo? Kaya ka ba niyang bayaran?
So whether it's standard or not, um, everything has to be in writing.
Oh,
It's,
practice yun.
yes.
Set good practice. Be it sa freelancing, be it sa business, or whatever formal dealing.
Mm-mm.
Always in writing.
Maski nga yung Bombay, bago ka pa utangin, papipirmahin ka sa pirasong
diba?
papel, di ba?
Diba? Oh.
Na ikaw magbabayad ng ganito every day. Wag ikaw tago. Pag ikaw tago, ako punta barangay. Ganon. Ay, inchik pala yun. Eto lang.
Inchik, parang inchik yung coach.
Oo nga, medyo.
Ayun.
Sabi
Simple as
ni-
that, diba?
Sabi ni Rhea, is 22K worth it with the raise of 5,000 after a year, then insurance reimbursement after 6 months?
22K for full-time.
What?
Sabi ko nga sa'yo,
Anong trabaho?
di ba?
Parang
Trabaho?
call center
Sa
rate lang yan. Diyos ko,
Sa
full-time.
22,000, kahit call center tatanggi. Bakit? May inflation ngayon. Ang mahal ng sibuyas.
Yeah.
Sabi mo,
Totoo.
ikaw ba yung nagsabing pregnant ka pa? Magkano pa check up sa OB? Automatic 500 to 1,000
Hindi
pesos.
kasha ang
Meron ka pang
22.
may prenatal ka pang mga prenatal ka pang gamot. Kakasya ba
Not
yung
to mention, pag
22,000?
nanganak ka.
Kakain ka
Tapos
pa.
yung sa 22 mo, hindi pa kasama yung hulog mo sa PhilHealth, yung hulog mo sa SSS mo. Kasi kahit
Ano ba yan?
may freelancer ka, kailangan
Sabihin
mo pa
natin,
yung
after a year, tataas na ka ng 5,000, so magiging 27,000. Let's just set na lang na 27,000 o 27,000 na yung sweldo mo. Manganganak ka, may baby ka, pambili mo ng crib, pambili mo ng stroller. Kay baby pa lang alone, ang diaper weekly, gatas weekly. Babayad ka ng Meralco, tubig. Kapag yun, kasya sa 27,000. Alam ko naman tayo mga Pilipino marunong mamaluktot. Pero hanggang saan ka mamamaluktot? Kung pwede,
That is
kung
just
pwede mo,
too little.
yeah, kung pwede namang nakastretch, nakakumot ka, naka-comforter, nakastretch, huwag kang mamaluktot. Kaya nga sinabi din
Athena
namin
nga
nila,
eh,
madam,
45 to 46. Oh.
don't lowball yourself if you have the
Yeah.
skills. Nasa iyo naman yan eh. What is the decent salary for a beginner na VA?
Yan. Athena, 45, 46.
45.
That's very decent.
45,000. $5 per hour. Pwede
Yeah.
na.
Set na lang na $800 per month. Yun.
Oh, $800 per month. Yan.
Oh, kasi if it's lower than that, guys, may buhay din kayo. Bukod sa sleep is not for the weak, mga ganyan. Yung money is all. Yun na lang nasabi.
Money is everything.
Diba? Eh, sa totoo lang naman din tayo. Kasi, I mean, kahit gaano pa kasarap ang buhay ng lahat, sabi nga nung isang pinanunood kong live, if you know Patty Bao, siya nga mayaman na umiinda pa ng hirap ng buhay, may pera yun. Na what more tayo na nasa tama lang, middle class lang.
Mga laylayan
So,
tayo ng lipunan.
True.
Correct.
Malapit na sa palda tsaka sa takong ng
Ano
lipunan.
Himulmul na nga lang tayo. Himulmul ng lipunan.
Oh, tsaka guys, wag kayo mag-lowball. Yun yung palaging, ako sinasabi ko, kasi bakit? Ang hirap ng buhay ngayon, may pinag-aralan ka naman, and for sure, meron kang something na to offer the client. Huwag mong lowballin yung sarili mo. Ikaw din naman na makikinabang doon. And then, why apply for something small? Look bigger, doon ka mag-ano, di ba?
Pero wag naman 6
Mukhang-
digit agad ha.
Iba yun naman, coach. Ibang mindset.
Iba yun.
Diba? that's a good goal. Pero syempre, ang laging sabi nga namin, targeting you how to start somewhere, start with a decent sweldo. Of course, 6 digits, 7 digits, napakagandang record nga naman na sumusweldo ka ng ganong kalaki. But if it's impossible to reach, the impossible dream, kumanta, impossible dream. Eh di doon tayo sa ano lang, doon tayo sa totoo lang tayo palagi. Sa true lang naman tayo palagi.
Pero
Kasi
ito,
ako,
ay,
go
sorry,
ahead,
go,
go
go.
ahead.
Pero ito, Rhea, kung kumikita ka na dyan, huwag ka na muna mag-resign. Kumikita ka na eh. Pero
Oo.
look for something better na.
Oo, bago ka umalis.
Para at least hindi ka ma-zero. Alam mo yun?
True.
Bago umalis, dapat may kapalit.
Laging
Yung
may
sigurado
backup.
na ha, yung siguradong kapalit.
Ito,
Or may ipon ka. Make
yes.
sure.
Or,
Sabi ni Rochelle,
Guys,
$3
totoo
per
kasi
hour daw siya.
yung $3 siguro
4
kung
hours.
2014, pwede, baka. Pero sa panahon nga ngayon, sibuyas nga, di ba, ang mahal, 480 isang kilo. Gusto nyo ba?
Sabi nga ni
Di
Ken,
ba, syempre,
magpapatanim na siya.
di
sana all
ba?
Ken may patayin na siguro.
Ken Penge,
Ken, kahit
padala ka
6 na
dito.
piraso lang. 6 na
Bayaran ko
piraso
yung
lang ang
lalamove.
hiningi.
Yung puti lang yung puti. Please.